I would ask my future self if mankind was able to cooperate with one another in order to avert the worst effects of global warming by the year 2050.
So Tony Iommi, the guitarist for Black Sabbath, the press comes down on his two fingers, his middle and ring finger. And in that moment, as he pulls back, he pulls the ends of his fingers off.
Contrary to all the other managers that would come on the air and they would say, let me tell you something. I'm the brain here, and I'm this, and I'm that. And Jimmy Hart was never spoke about himself. He always put the heat, he always put the importance on his proteges.
And that social and cultural climate is going to take birth to a lot of those genres. Look at the graffiti art that was on the trains when they were going by, the 7 train, the 6 train, the 4 train. Okay, these trains are now in museums.
For Secretary of State, I will go with JFK. And the reason I go with Kennedy is that Kennedy understood the international scene.
The reason why one should discuss financial matters and financial disparities, and that should be a focal point in romantic relationships, is that it tells your partner where your values lie.
I picked that really stood out in my life and really made an impact on me in many ways was space travel and the moon landing. I was 12 years old. My parents woke me up to watch live as Neil Armstrong took his first step on the moon and uttered the words, one small step for man, one big leap for mankind.
This is where people who maybe feel a little behind the power curve in life can build a heroic character, and in the framework with rules can actually become heroes for a few hours, whether it's you play every day, every week, every month.
Most people have more of an inclination to play sports than they do to be more cerebral or whatever. And so I think a lot of people, I know I did, I thought I was going to be a professional athlete.
That's a very good point. But why would higher life forms come and mutilate our cows or go after random farmers throughout the world? It makes zero sense.
Talking about being one, all of us being one. An article in the New York Times, in the magazine section, it was about how we as humans don't just live on the earth, we are the earth.
So I'm a therapist, and nonverbal communication is a huge aspect of my job. It shows somebody that, you're listening. It shows somebody that you care about them. And a lot of people don't have somebody to listen to them.
So if you have a situation with another country and one country is succumbing to your power, what is in the cards that country might just say, forget it, and I'll just hit the button?
When March Madness comes around, who's the one team that every single person knows on the planet is always going to be in that group represented no matter what happens? Duke. It's always Duke.
But to remind people of who Stagecoach Mary Fields was, that she was born a slave, and when she was 30 years old, that's when slavery was abolished, and she took straight off. I mean, she was out of there as quickly as she could be. Even left family behind, left her parents behind, left everybody behind.
What is good leadership? For me, it is selflessness. It is selflessness, and it's being able to reach in the dark and inspire someone when they are surrounded by fear and anxiety.
The jungles and the Hanoi Hilton, and the things that man went through, firing squad, execution.
The Harley Davidson captures the mystique and the aura that is Americana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live tonight, Wednesday night. It is the Black Box, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited because tonight we have Mystery High Stakes. That is correct. Mystery High Stakes, guys. And what does that mean? What does that mean? What is a mystery? What is this mystery that we are going to be watching? I don't know. Hey, Power Store, what's up? Woo woo! Sal got rhythm. What is up, my friend, amigo? So that is what is on the table tonight, and so much more. But guys, keep coming in, keep on commenting, keep on bringing that amazing energy that you guys are bringing in the comment section, because tonight we got something special in store for you. I keep on saying that, don't I? I know I do. But what is it exactly? Well, I want you to keep on tuning. Muddy Chalice, hello, good to have you here, buddy. Yes, I want you to keep on commenting, because what we will be revealing to you is, yes, mystery. Eric, you said it exactly right. Keep saying it, mystery. In a world where everything is pre-planned, pre-taped, and pre-designed, only here at TKN do you get mystery and excitement and unpredictability. That is what you're going to be getting in the next hour or so. So guys, keep on coming in, keep on bringing your friends, invite your family, invite your dogs, you name it. Everyone, just invite them, because what we give you every night is spontaneous, it's intelligent, it's passionate, and it's going to make your heart beat, my friends. So that is definitely what we have. Willie Wilson, hello everyone, good to have you. Will, Ed, what's up, buddy? Ed, I'm going to give you a virtual hug, brother. Okay, sending you a virtual hug. My man Joe, what is up, my friend? What is up? Good to have you on, guys. Good to have you all on. Just, again, this is part of what I love about this live experience, right? You guys bring in these amazing comments. You guys bring in this amazing energy. Miranda, what is up? And this is the other thing I love. You guys all kind of interact with each other in the comment section. You say hello because you're family. And yes, yeah, send you a big hug, buddy. And, being Dominican reminds me of my childhood, right? Someone will come into the house and be like, hey, ¿cómo está? Hey, go. And you give them a drink, you give them a plate of food, you sit them down, you talk about life and love, and you talk about what's going on in their lives. And for me, what we do here always is resonates, it resonates with me because of that. So that said, my friends, a lineup that we have this Saturday. Woo! Oh man, now do you see this amazing flyer right here? Okay, do you see that? Because, ladies and gentlemen, what we have in store for you this Saturday night is explosive. What is up, Safari? Awesome to have you here, Safari. What we have on Saturday night is Let's go. Lots of fuego. Yes, definitely. Are you all ready of a crazy night? Remember, Joe, thank you for bringing that up. Definitely high stakes. And speaking of high stakes, this Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have award-winning, legendary ESPN anchor John Anderson. Okay, there's a reason he has that award-winning in his moniker, because this man is passionate, this man is intelligent, this man brings that fire to every competition he is in. Okay, and behind me again, who do we have? We have UFC and WWE great Matt Riddle. Again, another amazing competitor. This guy is versatile, was able to do amazing in both of those arenas, the WWE and UFC. That is not easy, right? Those are two different worlds, and he was able to navigate it like a pro. But more importantly, passionate, intelligent guys. He brings us amazing depth, and he brings us amazing analysis. And last but not least, this guy right here, NBA great Paul Mokeski. What can I say about this guy? Paul is a great friend of the show, but not only that, a great friend of Avi. Every time he was on, he again talked beautifully about the moon landing and the technology that revolved around that experience. In his 11th hour match, had a great showing. That first time he was on, he's going to be on this Saturday night, guys. So again, stay tuned this Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, guys. And you know how you could always thank us? Just bring your friends, bring your family, familia, tu hermanos, tu hermanas, tu primos, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, all right? Because what we have in store this Saturday night is going to be explosive, all right? But let's get to the stake. The stakes. So tonight, my friends, we have some competition. We have a competition, a competitor. I call her an old schooler, a green room old schooler. I'm pumped. She is on tonight. I am talking about the one and only Miranda. Damn. Miranda.
How's it going, Howard?
It's cooking. It's flying.
It's cooking. It's on fire.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And tonight, my friend, again, I'm not sure what's going on exactly. I don't know the exact details. All right. But I know you might be part of it. I might be part of it. Some other guests. We don't know. We don't see. Again, that's what I love. The mystery of it all. How are you feeling, Miranda?
I am pumped. I have no idea what is going to go down tonight. I know there's some mystery match going on. So let's see what we have in store and who's going to be popping in.
Yeah. And speaking of popping in and who we got in store, we have another old schooler. This man is very familiar with bikes and motorcycles and leather. I am talking about... Miranda, what was that?
I already know what you're going to say. I'm not happy about it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, keep going. It's fine.
All right. So, yes, I'm talking about no one other than my man, Phil Justin, coming here.
Howard.
What is up?
The word.
The word is mystery.
No. Who's the other one over there?
The other one? Really?
The other one.
Okay. So.
Okay, guys. Okay, let's just. I mean, I know I'm one to talk.
You know, the arrogance is what gets me. I'm gonna put you down, but you're sitting on this high horse, thinking that you're all that. You're not. You're not.
Phil, the only one that's on a high horse here is you. All you've been doing is talk. Every day, talk. Putting up these little videos as if anybody cares. Just talking and yapping away. Look at you. How immature. How mature is that? So immature, Phil.
And yes, I am sitting on a horse, an iron horse. Classic American iron.
Right. Okay.
V-twin.
You better get some padding for when you fall off of there.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
It's going to hurt.
Okay. Well, obviously, guys, you can see the tension is high. The anticipation is beyond the roof. So a man who might have some answers for us tonight. The brains of the operation, a brother from another mother, un hermano, un espíritu que brilla como una estrella en la calle. Translation, Avi Klein, come in his house.
80% of that intro was in Spanish, Howard. But you know what? You're lucky I'm bilingual. I'm trilingual. Guys and gals and pals, you don't have to understand any language to understand what's going on between Miranda and Phil. But to give you new viewers some context, you know, when this original tournament kicked off back in late, or I should say early 2023, Phil and Miranda drew each other in that first round. I was in that match as well. And I have to tell you, things got rather ugly between the two of them. And lately, things are getting uglier because as we near that final lap known as round number 2 that we're currently in, hey, John Anderson, Matt Riddle, and Paul McKeskey, they're in round number 2. They're going to be on this Saturday night. 2 out of 3 will advance. Whenever you see a 3-way match, 2 out of 3 move on. I'll tell you this much right now. Tonight's going to be a night of mystery, but the mystery will be history in about a minute when I announce exactly what's taking place. Phil and Miranda drew each other in round 2. We haven't really seen many of the Green Roomers. I call the Green Roomers the cast of amazing TCAN hosts that you see before you. Miranda, Phil, Howard, Joe Rositano, Kelly White, Giselle, obviously Hauser Odalock, Pinocchio Joe, Pete Sharpie. Not many of those, some are in round 3, but not many of those have actually competed yet in round number 2. Phil and Miranda drew each other again. They have a one-on-one matchup, which means one of them will be going home. One of them will be gone from this tournament. Yes, it's a place that has 149 Hall of Famers for the world of sports, music, and wrestling, not to mention Olympians, Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, AMA, and WGA award winners and nominees all competing for the pride and the prize. But guys, it's not really the size. No, they are going one-on-one. And pretty soon, one of them will be gone from this tournament. When I conceived this very brainchild of mine, there were suits and ties all over the place. I don't want to talk about this. It's not about me. But hey, behind the scenes, there were a lot of people that said, Avi, you work for one of the best studios in the world. Why are you involving unknowns? Well, that's the thing. They're not unknowns. I would actually go to war with these guys and gals over anyone, any celebrity. A lot of them are buddies, but guess what? These guys are family. These guys are going to wow you in this tournament. Phil and Miranda and everybody else, they have so much substance. Howard Collado, and they're in this tournament. So even though they represent a minority, meaning most of the 149 are celebrities, there is a group in this tournament called the Green Roomers, the TCAN hosts. Phil and Miranda, there's no love lost between the two of you. We know that. We've all witnessed that. But in case those want a little bit of a, I don't know, some subtext, maybe some people want a little bit of a trip down memory lane, if you will. Guys and gals, this is a little bit of what we once witnessed a long time ago, many moons ago, between Phil and Miranda when this tournament first started. The last pro that I'll bring up regarding Ronald Reagan is that this man stuck by every one of his policies till 1988, and that's why he was respected. He pushed Congress like no other president ever did.
Our total for Avi is 9, Miranda 1, Phil 0.
Avi Klein has advanced to the grand debate. Our first person, ladies and gentlemen, let us give it up for him.
Because, guys, Justin and Miranda still are going to go at it because the next person that wins the next topic will advance with me as well, while the other will be eliminated. Now, if Miranda loses, her show is gone. She will be banished from the Green Room and TKN, so it's up to this next topic for her.
Miranda, you will lose your entire career and passion if you lose this topic. Let us see what our competitors have to say about the pros and cons of chivalry.
but it's sexist towards women because in the sense that they're seen as less than, they're seen as not being able to do these things for themselves.
I could be chivalrous and hold the door open for you and not think you're inferior, honey.
3, 2, 1. We are now into the tied round.
I'm having like a full-blown, I'm gonna need an EMT after this for sure. Yeah.
I could see Justin, and I could also see the sweat trickling down his forehead ever so gently, which implies to me at least that this man wants it. Why do you want this?
I want this more than anyone. If you felt my heart rate right now, it's going about 300 miles per hour, okay? I'm not even joking. I'm literally having a full-blown panic attack on air. If you felt my heart rate right now, it's going about 300 miles per hour, okay? I'm not even joking. I'm literally having a full-blown panic attack on air.
Do you think people are able to either learn by going through trauma or have it happen to them, or by just being taught, led?
You don't know how your soul is going to react. You have to actually go through it before you can understand it.
I went through 7 years of school. You can be taught all you want, but unless you actually live through it, you don't understand.
Miranda, what you
Those
thinking right
votes
now?
coming. Lori votes Justin, so that's 14-11.
Miranda, you're down by 4. Your show could be gone in a matter of minutes.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
not good. I'm shaking. Not good.
25,
Oh my God.
26, 26, 25. It is this moment. Miranda
I told you I
wins
could do this.
the
I told you I could do this.
So, guys, the countdown took place at 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. How about our viewers, the engine? You guys, we always tell you this in the comment section of my posts and everyone's posts. You're the engine. We're going to let you know now that you have the power in your hands, not us.
Ice cream versus frozen yogurt. I'm going to give ice cream to Miranda and frozen yogurt to Justin.
Then ice cream has a lot of milk fat. That's how you make ice cream. Milk fat.
So there's healthier options that they're making now in ice cream. And a lot of them still taste exactly like ice cream.
3,
2, 1.
Guys and gals, Justin is advanced officially to the round.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
36. Justin is in round number 1. And Miranda, just like that, guys and gals, a twist of fate, a leaf shaking the wrong way.
Fucking bullshit.
And Miranda eliminated from competition to Green Room and TKN.
I'm happy I won. Sorry.
Guys and gals and pals, that was a long time ago. So there you go. When you're seeing Miranda and Phil at each other's throats, there's a reason. There's always a reason. This is a place where, yes, strangers leave us friends and we have philosophical fun, but this is still a tournament and it's a competition. And everybody wants to win. It's not just because the winner gets 5 days and 5 nights in Greece, a trip for 2 to Greece. It's not just because of the money. Guys and gals and pals, there's a lot at stake over here. In this journey, oh so grand, I allowed myself to treat each round as a season, just like a TV series. Usually those seasons begin in September, October, and they end around May or June. That's what you're getting over here. Round 2 is season 2. And by the amount of people I've invited into this tournament, people either I know, people either my rep knows, the people involved here, there was a reason why we have so many people in this tournament. And that's because we're taking our time to show the world who we are. We don't want anybody to miss a thing. So this tournament is meant to last a while. But once someone is gone, they are gone. They are eliminated. So Phil and Justin, before I delve deeply into tonight, because again, scheduled was Cindy Pickett and Miranda, versus Jacques Rougeau and Howard. This is the Celebrity Team Challenge after all. Let me make my first announcement. My first announcement has to do with the Team Challenge. Guys and gals and pals watching, the engine that makes this thing go. That's what I call all of you in the comment section, the engine. I want to let you guys know that as of next week, there will not be one celebrity and one TKN host that make up a team. There will be two celebrities and one TKN host that make up a team. That's right. Every single team is going to add another person to their team. Because in the event of technical issues, scheduling, there will be a third teammate that can represent your team. That means Miranda and Cindy will have a new teammate from the celebrity world. So will Phil Justin. So will Howard. So on and so forth. There will be 3 per team. This is different. The Team Challenge means if you lose, it's not like the celebrity tournament on Saturday nights. If you lose a match on a Wednesday, you're not eliminated. It's reflected in the standings. There are 10 teams. 8 out of 10 make it to the playoff round. The playoff round essentially is where you'll see eliminations taking place on Wednesdays. But remember, guys, Saturday night, that's the big one. Phil and Miranda, anything you guys like to say to one another after watching that video before I continue on?
Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. That's you, Miranda. That is you.
Phil, you keep saying this, but I didn't ignore any type of history. I took what happened and I turned it into a more positive reaction. So now it's been over 2 years. I've done a lot of work on myself. And first of all, calling women honey is not a good argument for chivalry, Phil. You won on a total technicality. You won on a total technicality. I faced you for 3+ hours, Phil, and I'm still here today, and I'm facing you again. So
hey, I was in those 3 hours too, and I'm still here. So
guys and gals and pals, be it as it may, the road has led both Phil and Miranda in this particular round. Guys and gals, they will be facing each other in the celebrity tournament. Of course, we all know that the TKN Celebrity Tournament takes place on Saturday nights. Well, in a minute, I want to brief you in on something. But before then, I want to take a quick pause because it's necessary to do this. Guys, I'm going to share the screen with you. This is our new network YouTube channel. 78.3 thousand subscribers in a bit over a year and a half. We're happy about that. If you click more right here and scroll down, you can see we have 4.37 million views in a short period of time. Last few episodes that have gone live, 119,000, 134,000, 97,000. We're saying this because all of you have made this a reality for us. Now the Suits and Ties want TKN under their umbrella. Starting round 3, there's announcements. I won't get into that yet, but we are rolling right now because of you. So please do the things that everyone asks, right? You see the content creators asking you all the time to like, share, and comment. It helps us. Do it daily. Take a few minutes. Do it now. Do it later, but do it. And please get your friends involved because those comments affect something called the dreaded algorithm. We've all heard about that. The YouTube channel needs your comments. We're putting this out for free. If you know about YouTube, there's something called super chats and super stickers. I'm not doing that. Super chats and super stickers means on other lives, you have to pay to get your comment prioritized. Not going to happen here. This is going to be free for all. All you have to do to help us out as well is please comment on our videos. We upload every single Tuesday night. A black box episode like tonight will be uploaded. Every Thursday night, you'll be seeing a video as well. Of course, we're on live. Check our channel once a day. Comment on old videos, newer videos. Share them. Like each one. And please get your friends involved. Get them to do the same and get them to comment on these broadcasts on Wednesday and Saturday. Tell them that you brought them here. I might even throw in some prizes. So, guys, please get involved because this is always going to be free. And it takes us a long time, 5 days to get one episode put together. So we appreciate that. There's a reason why these celebs are doing this. They're not getting paid, guys. They're doing this because they believe in what it stands for. They believe in how innovative it is. There's nothing else like it out there. Thank you, Julio, for joining in. Appreciate you. TKN's phenomenal. You're phenomenal as well. We do have some awesome special judges in the back. I see them back there. Can't wait. First time they're going to be on TKN, TKN television. It's pretty cool. And guys, speaking of the first, this has never happened. I've got a first. Tonight's show, due to a technicality, Cindy Pickett will be with us next Wednesday. Jacques Rougeau will be with us as well. So there will not be a team challenge taking place tonight. But guys and gals and pals, in a very unprecedented move, because you can't wait any longer, because you're clamoring for tournament matchups, you're going to get one right now. There's a reason why I played that video package, guys and gals and pals.
Uh-oh.
There's a reason why every time you tune into TKN, the only thing for sure is that nothing's for sure. You have no idea what to expect. So for the first time in 3 years in tournament history, there will be a TKN Celebrity Tournament matchup tonight on the Black Box taking place. And that matchup will be between Miranda and Phil Justin. Their matchup is happening right now live.
Get out of here.
But you might be wondering, wait a minute. To whoever loses, it's not fair. They didn't get a chance to prep like every other second-round participant, and that's true. So you know what? I hope you like that video package. I hope you like Phil, Justin, and Miranda. I hope you like what they bring to the table because you'll be seeing them go at it tonight, and you'll be seeing them go at it again and again and again and maybe again because their matchup is going to be a best of 7, not a best of 3, not a best of 5, but an actual best of 7 series. If you know sports, that means the first person to win 4 will move on to round number 3. That means a matchup can take place in the Black Box between them. It could take place on Saturday night. It could even take place when one of them goes live, when you see them go live on Friday and Saturday. You never know when their matchup could take place, which means you got to tune in. It's a tournament matchup. The winner of this matchup might face a Rick Barry or a Lou Ferrigno. Who knows? This is a tournament matchup, guys. I want to know how you feel about that announcement, Miranda and Phil.
Listen, I am stoked.
Don't hold back.
I am ready. I am ready to go. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I am so ready for this, Phil. I am ready. I'll beat you 7 times in a row.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Phil, your thoughts here? Because, guys, I just laid a bombshell on you. Your tournament matchup is happening tonight. The first of
right now.
Well, first of perhaps 7 matchups, but not really 7. So please don't hold back. Show us how you feel.
It definitely comes as a bit of a surprise, but a very pleasant surprise. It's time to dance.
Guys, no waiting anymore. Of course, the deeper this goes, their matchups might take place on Saturdays too. So here's the thing, guys. Miranda, we had a tournament before the team challenge called the Blind Faith Tournament. She won that one. Mm-hmm. And I did say that the person, you could look at the tape, the person that would win the Blind Faith Tournament would get to change a matchup, which she did to her design. But also, they get another prize, which I never announced. So, Miranda, your prize for winning the Blind Faith Tournament was not just changing up a matchup featuring a green room in round number 2. Your other prize is going to be a rather large prize, and I hope we see some reactions. Don't hold back. Guys and gals and pals, because she won the Blind Faith Tournament, Miranda has an automatic 1-0 series lead in her matchup with Phil.
What are you kidding me?
Phil, he is behind the 8 ball. He's down 0-1 already, guys. That means Phil has to win 4 matchups. Miranda has to win only 3.
Oh my God!
It's not 7. It's not winning 7. It's the best of 7. The first person to win 4 matchups moves on to round 3 because of the stipulation, because of her prize for the previous tournament. She now is up 1-0 in this best of 7. She's up 1-0. If Phil wins tonight,
the tables have turned, Phil.
If the Phil wins tonight, the series is tied 1. If Phil loses tonight, he's down 0-2. So if Miranda wins tonight, all she has to do, she's halfway there. All she has to do is win 2 more matchups against Phil to advance. Our judges are in the back. Howard will be judging, and all of you will be judging as well. I got topics for them. Phil, Miranda, are you ready to go for your official TKN Celebrity Tournament second round match?
All right.
Let's do it.
Did you two ever think you'd have an actual Celebrity Tournament matchup happening tonight?
Nope.
It's bigger than the team
all.
challenge. This is for the big one, the actual tournament, guys. Okay, here we go. Guys, unbiased in the comment section for our judges. Be unbiased. I do ask the judges to have some criteria, meaning, what are you looking for? I'm always looking for, to give you some, I know it's your first time judging, I always look for clarity. who was very clear and concise. I look for depth, who went deep. I also look for charisma, presentation, who connected with me, right? Those are my criteria. What are your criteria? So maybe when you come up on screen, I'll introduce you, and the first thing you might want to say is, hey, look, here's my criteria. Obviously, the judges are not going to schmooze with the contestants. They're here. They mean business, the judges. They're ready. They got their pens and their notepads. They're going to take notes. Guys, here is topic number 1 for Miranda and for Phil. I'm going to put Howard backstage. He'll be judging as well and commenting. Here we go. Put myself here. Guys, again, Saturday night, same place here. The new network YouTube channel is where you'll find UFC and WWE great Matt Riddle against legendary ESPN analyst and anchor John Anderson, not to mention also a very humble NBA great Paul McKeskey, who is in the team challenge. Guys, Miranda and Phil, here we go. Topic number 1. Because Miranda won the Blind Faith tournament, she can choose whether she goes first or second for this topic. Will it be first? Will it be second? I'm waiting.
Oh,
Miranda.
I thought you were going to do the topic first. I'll go second.
Before I announce the topic. Second. You're going to go second.
Okay.
Before I announce the topic. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Phil, Miranda, I call topic number 1 compromise. Compromising is a good thing. People should compromise. Just this week, a dear friend of mine and I proved how you can compromise on things, how it's easy to do so when you listen to each other and respect each other. Compromising is good. But what about conflict? We experience conflict. It could be at work, school, could be in personal relationships. But when handled well, it can lead to growth. It can lead to stronger bonds. But when mishandled, it can create long-lasting issues. So guys and gals and pals, Phil and Miranda, among the different conflict management styles, there are many. There are many things we can prioritize, but if you had to pick one, which would you prioritize when it comes to compromising, when it comes to ending a conflict? Would you pick moderate assertiveness, or moderate cooperativeness? Moderate cooperativeness. I'm going to say it again. If you want to end a conflict, which will you select? Moderate assertiveness or moderate cooperativeness? Now, Phil, since Miranda said she's going second, you can pick which one you're going to select, and Miranda's going to have to go the other way. Phil, in a conflict, are you going to go with moderate cooperativeness or moderate assertiveness?
I'll go moderate assertiveness.
Okay, to end a conflict. Okay, as far as compromise, ending a conflict, Miranda's going to have a different take. She's going to go with moderate cooperativeness. There we go. I'll put them backstage. I'll bring in Howard. All right, they can organize their thoughts for this topic for a few minutes. Howard, I'm excited to have our judges. We got Sebastian. We got Jake, I think. I don't see him back there, but I think he's there. He should be there. Might have left the room, but nonetheless, if he's not here, he won't judge. But we do have Sebastian. We have Christine. They are getting ready to judge. I can't wait to see what they do here on screen as well. This is their first appearance. And guys, it could be you. Could be you in the comment section. If you're here commenting, why not? Why not get your feet wet and see what TCAN's about in front of the camera by judging some Wednesday matchups, team challenge or otherwise? Ed, yeah, good choice on Phil. Eric, I see what you're saying there as well, personality-wise. Guys, Miranda and Phil are going to essentially give us their take. I'm going to read the topic again so they can maybe sort of have it sink in. It's about conflict. There's different conflict management styles. If your goal, and of course it's not a one-size-fits-all model, but if your goal is to end conflict, if your goal is to handle it well, in this scenario, I'm offering two options. Would you lead with moderate assertiveness or moderate cooperativeness? Howard, don't tip your hat either way, but is this a topic you feel would have gotten you a bit nervous spur of the moment? Because they had no idea this topic was going to be presented to them. They had no idea they were going to be in a tournament match today.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because what you do, and again, I'm give you roses, brother. What you do well with these topics is that they lend themselves to really being able to make a very broad argument. There's so many different ways that you could go with a lot of the topics that you provide and give, and I think that's what makes them so good. You know, they're not just, you know, these topics and what they bring up, the themes, they're not just black and white, right? They're really complex, and there's so many different takes on it. There's so many different approaches, and so yeah, I really dig it. I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's
meant. Thank you, and it's meant to have everyone, all of us, think, because the first reaction is what? That's okay. It's okay for someone to go, "What the hell is that topic?" Damn, that's fine. That's good. I like that reaction because it makes you think, and it makes me feel as if it's a topic you may not have ever dissected before. You've never analyzed it before. You've never sunk your teeth into it. So it's definitely going to teach you a little bit about yourself and your own perspective in real time as you're presenting. That being said, rebuttals. I'm sure Miranda and Phil could hear me, right? But rebuttals, yeah, they're optional. They can happen. There could be as many as 2, and I'm sure we're going to see them. There could be as many as 2 per presenter. So when Phil presents, Miranda can rebut him as many as 2 times. When Miranda's presenting, Phil can rebut her as many as 2 times. But of course, Phil is going to go first. Howard, I'm going to put you backstage. Take your notes. Guys, keep coming there in the comment section. This is Hot and Heavy and Fast and Furious. We are right now. We're in the thick of things. This is officially a TKN Celebrity Tournament matchup between Miranda and Phil. Again, the winner of this matchup, it'll either be a tie if Phil wins tonight in their best of 7 series, or Miranda can go up 2-0. Very hard to come back from a 2-0 deficit. Phil, Miranda, I know I could see that you're a bit upset about this, Phil, but hey, listen, that's how the cookie crumbles. And in the words of Stevie Ray, that's how the old mop flops. Guys and gals and pals, I'm going to present the topic again. This is for Phil. He's going to kick things off. Phil, we're talking about conflict. We're talking about compromise. We're talking about management styles, conflict management styles. Of course, there's many ways to end a conflict, but in this scenario, I've presented 2. You've chosen moderate assertiveness. Moderate assertiveness. Why that is the best way to end a conflict. Why that is the best way to compromise with somebody. Of course, Miranda has chosen, Miranda's going to go with moderate cooperativeness. Miranda can rebut Phil as many as 2 times. Phil, the floor is yours in a 3 and a 2.
Thank you. Now, we all have to compromise from time to time over the course of our lives. But when it comes to conflict, that's more than just a difference of opinion. Conflict is a lot stronger, a lot more serious. Can still be rectified. You can still come to some mutual agreement to end that conflict. But I chose moderate assertiveness because if you go into this negotiation or this conflict weak, then the other person is going to take advantage of you. And any conflicts that arise in the future, you're going to have a problem. So if you show some strength, respect, but strength in your negotiation to end this conflict, be it a personal conflict, be it a workplace conflict, and believe me, I've had plenty of workplace conflicts. Many years ago, I was the director of personnel for a New York City government agency, and I had to deal with a lot of personal conflicts. And I found that I could compromise, but it had to be from a position of strength. Otherwise, the person I was dealing with wouldn't stop. They may say okay in that moment, but a week down the road, 2 weeks down the road, they're back at it again because they thought they got over on me. Other people observing it would feel the same way, and you would lose your control. Again, I really emphasize that it has to be done with respect. If you show respect to this other person, you will get respect back. And then you can come to a mutually agreeable solution. But if you go in on your heels, then you have nothing to bargain with. Go in strong, go in firm, have your case well thought out, present it, listen to the other person's point of view, try to understand it, and you reach some sort of middle ground. But if you go into a conflict trying to resolve it, backpedaling right from the start, then you don't have a good base. to go on. And I do speak from personal experience. It really, in my mind, is better to go in with moderate assertiveness.
Miranda, the floor is yours.
So, Phil, how do you compromise while being assertive at the same time? It kind of sounds like an oxymoron to me.
No, not at all. And it worked many, many times for me. Had an employee that was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. He thought he had a good reason, or she. We had, male and female employees, and they were doing things that they thought they had a good reason for. And I respected them. I respected their opinion. But I showed them that the rules are such. Here is the personal guidelines. This is what it says. Perhaps you don't understand it. Let me explain it to you. So it's moderate assertiveness, not going in, all hell bent for destruction. Understand the other point of view, but maintain your strength to resolve the issue ultimately. Hope that answered your question.
Miranda, Miranda will be using her second rebuttal.
But if you say this is the way things are, and this is how they have to be, even if you're saying you understand the other person's side, if there's no negotiation or there's no compromise in what you're saying, this needs to be this way, it's not really a compromise because you're still saying this is how it is and you can't go out of this realm, right?
Not exactly. There are, certain gray areas no matter what you're dealing with. And like I said at the beginning, try to understand the other person's point of view and why they may think that they're right. And then you can come to a much better conclusion. There's no disrespect shown. There's no hard feelings, shall we say. This is the way it is. This is why it's the way it is. And you get the other person's point of view, and maybe they're not completely wrong, but you stand your ground. You go in prepared, know what's going on, but be able to listen to the other person. And I did avoid a lot of conflicts that could have developed into very serious problems. Does it work 100% of the time? No. But I'd say 80%, 85%. So I will stand on that. Thank you.
Well, Phil, I appreciate your points. Very, very good. Guys and gals and pals, right now I'm going to kick it over to Miranda. And again, this is the same topic, but she's going to go a different way. Phil can rebut her as many as 2 times if he chooses to do so as well. Miranda, of course, you are going to go with moderate cooperativeness. Guys, we're talking conflict. We're talking about different conflict management styles. Why do you think of these two, moderate cooperativeness is the way to go, Miranda? The floor is yours whenever you're ready to go.
So while moderate assertiveness might not be aggressive per se, I feel like the only way to really understand and find a solution for a conflict is moderate cooperativeness. Because if you're not listening to the other person, if you're not trying to meet them halfway, then there is no compromise. If we're talking about compromise, what you're saying, moderate assertiveness, if you're just thinking of your needs and this is the way it has to be, whether you're being aggressive or not, you're still saying you're not going to budge on your stance. This is how it is. These are the rules, or this is how I feel, and I'm still not budging. I'm still not meeting you halfway. Moderate cooperativeness is not giving all of your emotions away, not giving all of your rules away, but meeting the person halfway, saying, okay, I'm not going to go fully to what you want me to do or what you want to do in this situation, but let's try to find a middle ground to where I'm still listening to your needs and I'm still putting your needs as a priority, but my needs are also a priority. So it's not like giving in to the person or being weak towards the person. It's just trying to find a middle ground so that we can compromise. That's the whole point of compromising, is finding a middle ground. So if I want to do this and you want to do this, how about sometimes we'll do this and sometimes we'll do this. So we mesh the two together so we can both be happy in the long run, and we don't have to fully give up our morals or give up our rules for anybody, but we also are not so assertive where we won't budge from our standpoint and say, no, this is the way it has to be, whether you're being aggressive or not. The whole point is you're not compromising. You're saying, I understand you, but I'm still going to do what I want to do, and this is how it's going to be. So I feel like you can't fully compromise if you're not giving a little bit into the situation. I guess it depends also on what the situation is. Definitely in a relationship, compromise is the most important thing, because if you're going to be moderately assertive in a relationship, I feel like that's not really going to work. You can still have your viewpoints, have your morals, but if you're not meeting the person halfway, there's always going to be a resentment from the other person. Even in a work facility as well, I feel that that's important, because if there's a situation going on, let's say that, and I can't come into work or I can't get something done, there has to be a compromise. Okay, you can take the day today, you can come do it tomorrow. And even though I wanted it done today, I understand you have something going on, and I'm going to give you that kind of leeway. That doesn't mean you're weak. It just like one of the comments just said, it's showing empathy towards somebody.
Phil, the floor is yours with your first of two possible rebuttals.
Okay. In terms of what you just said about a work situation, where you said you need a day off, you can't complete the project, this and that, you can still approach that with a moderately assertive approach. You need the day off? Okay, why? Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll give you a day off. But remember, you have responsibility. That works. Or you can't finish the project. Why can't you finish the project? Was it more than you could handle? Do you need help? Mm-hmm. Remember, this is your job. That's being moderately assertive. But you listen, and I did say several times in my part, you have to listen. If you don't listen, then neither one of us is going to, be successful, be it moderate assertive or moderate cooperative. If you don't listen, you're nowhere.
Right. But what you were making it seem like was that you're going to listen to somebody, but you're not going to budge on what your stance is. And what I'm saying is you can still be moderately cooperative, still listen to someone, still have your stance, but also have a little bit of the other person's stance as well. Of course, there's never going to be, not every single time someone's going to be fully happy or that things are going to work out, the way you want them to work out. But it's just finding that middle ground, whereas I feel like moderate assertiveness is more leaning towards what you want instead of what the other person wants. So that's more of looking out for yourself than having empathy towards the other person and seeing their point of view.
The floor is yours with your final rebuttal.
Thank you. No, going in with a moderately assertive stance isn't just for me. It's also for the person I have the conflict with. We need to resolve the conflict, and we need to resolve it as quickly as possible for everybody's benefit. So if I go into an employee conflict, I will listen to that employee, and I explained all this prior. I'll listen to the employee, try and understand it from their point of view, explain the situation to them as to why this is the way things have to be, but understand why that person thinks the way they do, and assure them that I am willing to work with them to resolve any future conflicts. That's the way it works.
Okay, but you were saying also that you don't want to look weak towards someone, and that you don't want them to have an assertiveness over you at the next time there's a conflict. That's more of thinking of yourself, not really thinking of the other person. How does that even help the person at all? And maybe that would be relevant somewhat in a work environment. That was just one example. But we're talking also about relationships. We're talking about friendships. We're talking about a lot of different things. So maybe in a work environment, you might have somewhat of a point there in a way, but at the same time, it's still thinking of, oh, I don't want to look weak. I don't want to look bad. I don't want them to get one over on me. That's all about you. And especially in a relationship or a friendship or any other type of environment, you want to be a little bit more lenient and empathic towards somebody else. If you're just always assertive, even if you try to understand where somebody's coming from, they're going to take that as, okay, this person's not listening. This person doesn't care. This person's not trying to find a middle ground. And then there's going to be resentment. So that's my point.
Guys and gals, the clock is in effect. I haven't pulled it yet, but the clock is in effect in this matchup. First, I want to read some comments because you guys have awesome comments in the comment section. Then we're going to hear from Howard and Sebastian, from Jake and Christine. We'll see who they vote for and why. Of course, guys, for our new judges, I know you guys are fair. There's no bias. You'll let us know why you voted for someone. Instead of just saying you voted for someone, why did you vote for them? What's your criteria? What were you looking for? Who do you think was able to resonate most with you and why? Again, the whys. Let's make sure we articulate that verbally. Eric, also make sure you give a subordinate the pressure that you're under from above. Okay. Will, Phil's experience versus Miranda's education. Both are right, both interesting. Guys, you can start voting in the comment section. This was topic 1. There's 2 more. High stakes here. How do you guys feel about this? Because this is not a black box challenge. This is a TCAN Celebrity Tournament challenge.
This is please.
No, this is unbelievable that I mean, we're doing this on a Wednesday night, a full on tournament match.
Yeah. All the days, all the weeks, all the months promoting other matchups and talking about other matchups. And here you guys are having yours. It is insane. It can go just like that, but this one won't because this is a best of 7, guys. Yep. A best of 7. Julio says compromise doesn't always end up in the middle ground. Thank you, Muddy, for your comments there as well. Guys, love your stuff here in the comment section. I'll try to get everyone. Ed, hard to be moderate when the other is very aggressive. Happened to me this past week. Let me know, my friend. Hope you're doing well, Ed. And again, thoughts and prayers out to you, my friend. I know you and Gloria were very, very close. She was such a kind soul. Thank you for being you. No doubt. Classy Times, I like your comments there as well. I'm going to try to pull some up here. Let me see if there's one in particular. But in the meantime, guys, I got a vote from Classy Times. I'm voting for Miranda. I'll tally this. I'm voting for Miranda because she was empathetic and willing to stand her ground and meet the other competitors halfway at the same time. Eric concurs and votes Miranda because criteria changes upon the relationship you're involved in. So I'm going to log this here now. Our first 2 votes are in for Miranda. Guys, in the comment section, vote. This is a big one here. Julio, in some conflicts, the dynamic between the 2 parties actually matter. In the approach to the conflict, as some dynamics need a defined leader to finalize the solution of the conflict. Guys, again, appreciate everything you're offering. Again, this topic is it makes you think. This is not something that Miranda and Phil had any idea going in. It's about conflict. It's about compromise. It's about conflict management styles. Of course, I gave 2 options, one to Phil, one to Miranda. Phil went with moderate assertiveness as a way to go, whereas Miranda went with moderate cooperativeness as a way to end conflicts. That's it. Let's bring in our judges right now. We've got some new ones here. Red Eyes Entertainment. Thank you, voting for Miranda. That I'm sure Howard's going to like seeing that. His buddy Red Eyes is there in the comment section. Their matchup is going to be one for the ages. We have 3 for Miranda right now. Okay. Julio voting Phil because he held a solid stance with his answer. I wanted Miranda, but I just couldn't see her drive the point home as Phil did. Guys, I like that. Don't ever go in wanting anyone to win one way or the other. Okay, no bias here, but Julio, love your comments. You are a very smart man. Love Miranda, but pulling for Phil, the underdog. Again, who are you voting for? And please make sure, my friend Will, who are you voting for? Make sure there's no bias there. Absolutely, Ed. Muddy voting for Miranda. Ed voting for Phil. Okay, so one for each here. Love the votes. They are coming in hot and heavy right now as I keep track of this, and the judges are about to make their way on screen. Give us a piece of their mind. Phil wins with an iron fist, says Sal. Okay. We have the votes are coming in. It's real close right now. This is still topic number one. It's cumulative, guys. It's cumulative. All right, let's bring in our judges. Howard, again, anyone who has not voted in the comment section can do so now. But Howard, who you vote for and why? Give us your criteria.
Okay, again, great topic. A topic that also lends itself to a lot of gray. Phil, you came in and you talked about, you got to make sure you don't look weak. Now, what I needed is a definition of weak. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean you just give in to any topic, you give into anything that the other person asks of you? So I needed a little clarity on what that word meant for you.
Okay.
It has to be done with respect, and you can't go on your heels. All good, solid points. I was with you on those.
Howard, somebody's mentioning your.
I'm gonna just try and go forward and be professional. Unfortunately, we have factors in the comment section that try to be otherwise. So, Miranda, really great second rebuttal, actually. You talked about how his assertiveness can actually lead probably to more conflict. And I thought that was an interesting point. Miranda, you went in and you're talking a lot about trying to find a middle ground where it could, I want to see what your point is, but also understand my point and where could those 2 points.
Howard, are you going to rebut this comment or?
Chop, chop, Howie. We don't have all night. We don't have all night for your crap. Okay? That's what we don't have all night for. He just likes to kind of, just come in and prance around and just think anything that he says is I'm not going to even give you the benefit of the doubt of getting a reaction out of me. I'm going to keep it straight. I'm sorry, guys. I really am.
Yeah.
Really, what I needed was an example. And Miranda, you provided that with the job situation. And that's what I was looking for. And you applied it to not only a job, but to an intimate relationship and to other different areas in the life. So ultimately, my vote goes for Miranda.
JW says, very unprofessional, Howard, and it's disrespectful to the talent, according to JW. So anything you want to, before I put you backstage, anything you want to say?
What's disrespectful? What's disrespectful is, I don't know if you noticed, that comment section is pretty positive. And it's one of the things I that's endearing to me, and I like to participate. So, hey, just maybe you might want to follow suit there.
Guys, JW and Howard, I've got a special video coming up. It'll give you an idea of their history and how far back it goes. They, too, have a match coming up in the celebrity tournament. Stakes are high. This is the energy that you're absorbing, and why not? It's the end of round number 2. One shot at winning this whole tournament, which is it's not only going places, it's gone places. And right now, guys and gals and pals, I can tell you that round 3 is going to be even more challenging than ever. I announced this before. If you make it to round 3 and you draw a triple threat match, only 1 out of 3 advance to the 4th round. If you draw a 4-way match, only 1 out of 4 advance. That's 25% if you draw a 4-way matchup, and a 33.3% chance if you draw a 3-way matchup. As it stands in round 2, if you're in a triple threat matchup, 2 out of 3 move on. So it gets way more challenging as the rounds go on. And the topics, I said there have never been repeat topics. There have been a couple of variations, just 2. There'll be another one coming up next week, but I guarantee you guys and gals and pals, we're looking at over 747 topics for the most part that have been different. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to challenge myself to give you even different topics in round number 3. They're going to be mind-blowing, but at the same time, they're going to be a lot of fun. Guys, topic number 1 is done. And again, if you're just joining us, love the comment section. JW, I think, if you're just joining us, I have to say this. Who would have thought that you'd be watching this show live right now? Miranda, Phil, and Justin. You are watching Phil, Justin, and Miranda in an actual TCAN celebrity tournament match on Wednesday night. You want to talk about the stakes being high? They're in a celebrity tournament match. This is their match. Except, as I mentioned, go to the tape. Miranda won a blind faith tournament on Wednesday night's black box. And I always said that there were two prizes. One, you could go back to the tape. One was, again, reshuffling the deck for a green room related second round matchup. And the other one was announced tonight, is that she starts this best of 7 series with Phil up 1-0 automatically. She's up 1-0. So remember, they have a best of 7. The winner tonight, in Phil's case, he can tie, or if Miranda wins tonight, she goes up 2-0, which might be insurmountable. Wow. The odds of coming back from being up 2-0. And where could their next matchup take place? It could be on the black box, could be on Saturday night's green room, could be on a live that they do. You never know when it's going to happen. This is the big one. It is the first time unprecedented that a TCAN celebrity tournament matchup has taken place on a black box. Think about that for a second. Guys and gals and pals, topic number 2. But before we do that, how can I say topic number 2? That was just Howard. Howard, who do you vote for again?
I voted for Miranda.
Miranda gets your vote. Guys, I cannot wait to introduce you to our new judges tonight. Miranda gets the vote. Okay, so thank you for tallying that, Miranda. Actually, there we go. 6. Yeah, Phil had 3. Guys, let's bring in Sebastian for the first time. First off, it's nice to meet you, Sebastian. Officially
what's
on
going
screen.
on, Avi?
Absolutely, on screen it is. Yeah, you're doing great. And by the way, when I say you're doing great, I mean I've seen your comments on Saturday nights. They're awesome. They're positive. They're thought-provoking. They're intelligent. My friend, love your energy. Love your smile. Right now, as the judge, I saw you taking notes like a madman backstage over there. To everybody watching our suits and ties, meet Sebastian. Sebastian, if you can, as our judge, criteria, what are you looking for?
Absolutely, obvious. So I'm looking for clarity, depth, charisma overall. And in this case, I would say that both contestants definitely brought that tonight. If it's okay with you, I'd like to break things down a bit.
Absolutely. The floor is...
Okay. Thank you. How's it going, Phil?
Good. How you doing? Good to meet you.
I'm well. Good to meet you as well. How are you doing, Miranda?
Doing great. Thank you. Very nice to meet you.
That's good to hear. So obviously tonight you guys both brought it. I definitely appreciate the responses and some of the rebuttals and feedback. Phil,
what about this over here? JW saying you should replace Howard, Sebastian.
Oh boy.
Oh,
those are big shoes to fill, Avi. Thank you though.
My my, guys and gals, Sebastian is about to give us a bit of his mind. Feel free, take it.
Okay, sounds good. So as far as Phil goes, Phil, I definitely appreciate your assertiveness. I appreciate that you're strong and firm with your opinions and the way you feel that you should approach things. Drawing from personal experience definitely shows that you kind of understand how to deal with folks from time to time, especially when they're contentious battles. And one thing that you said that really rang home to me was the word respect. So I think if you're respecting people and then following that up with listening, I think those are a very good combination of trying to prove your point and, get the right message across. I did appreciate Miranda's rebuttals. One thing that kind of came to light was it sounded like some of the things were maybe in the gray, right? Like when we mentioned, hey, the gray area, it's not a one size fits all approach. That was an area where I got a little bit concerned. And you also said something to the effect of it works 100% of the time, 85% of the time. So I appreciate 85%. Generally, that's a good thing. But, for those outlying factors, that could be a concern. Now, when considering Miranda, I definitely appreciate, how charismatic you were. You definitely brought a lot of feeling to your response. Things were well explained. And I think that, you just really hammered home some of the cooperative notes and leading with empathy when you were trying to resolve some of the issues. Now, I did see that Phil, definitely, hammered home a few rebuttal remarks as far as resolving conflict. And I do agree that you have to be firm and strong. But in this matter, because of your emphasis on empathy and trying to meet people where they're at, I feel that Miranda ended up taking this one home. But great job by both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Wow, what great feedback.
That
Let's
was
give
good.
a hand to Sebastian. That was some great feedback by Sebastian. First time here on air on TCAN. Great stuff, my friend. Can't wait to bring you back for topic number 2.
Thank you very much, Avi. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely, Sebastian. Howard and JW going at it in the comments section over here. For those who are watching here, there's a lot going on. This is the Black Box. It's the Wild West of TKN, guys. You never know what's going to happen in the Black Box.
Yes.
Let's amazing job, Sebastian. Give him his roses. He
Awesome
deserves it.
job.
Absolutely.
You
And
did a
guys,
great job.
speaking of JW right there, professionalism across the board from Sebastian. Eric is telling Howard to settle down. Keep it on for another night. Guys, let's bring in from one professional to another, Christine. I can't wait to bring Christine in and see which way she goes. Christine, welcome to TKN, my friend.
Hi, nice to be here.
Hello, Christine.
Hello,
Nice to see
how are you?
So,
Christine is a very intelligent human being, a very great writer, someone I can't wait to listen to because she has a lot of profound thoughts. Christine, what is your criteria as a judge?
So my criteria for this particular topic was the outcome, effectiveness, emotional intelligence, and situational relevance. So,
Perfect.
One thing I do want to mention that Miranda said, she brought up in the rebuttal that it just depends on the situation, which it does depend on the situation, and I recognize that Miranda was more leaning towards a relationship, where Phil was leaning more towards employment situation, and
Sure.
so the conflict management styles for collaboration and coming together, they both need assertiveness and cooperation styles. They both need the same aim in order to accomplish what it's meant to accomplish, in order to come to a clear understanding for one another. So that's my gauge. I wrote a lot of notes. Let's see.
Awesome.
So with moderate assertiveness, Phil, you brought basically what I would have went for, because sometimes even in an employment situation, when you're in a conflict or you need to come to a conclusion, you're not just thinking of yourself, you're thinking of the company, the person, the duties that are meant to be put across, and what you need to come into doing so. You have to be assertive. You have to stand on what it is you stand on. And I do believe that your topic was a good one. You made your point. However, considering Miranda's style and how she approached as far as relationship, she also made a very good point as well, coming into the realization of compromising with your partner and people that you trust and you're communicating with. One thing about both of these styles is that active listening is a must for each of these styles, right? I'm sorry, I have other notes that I'm trying to get to. Miranda acknowledged situational precepts and how we actually speak to one another in relationships, but Phil also brought a solid workplace experience, leaning heavy on control and appearances. But even with that, you have to have a strong front when you're a supervisor, when you're a leader. You're not just thinking about one person, you're thinking about the entire group or the entire company. So it's really how you approach the situation and what the situation is, whether it's relationship or whether it's employment. So I believe, as far as the category that I chose, I think Miranda made a better point, and I do want to point out that Miranda has a profession in this area, because being a senior clinician, this is something that we have to do on a regular basis, and not so much as supervisor, right? So that's my vote.
Appreciate that. Wow.
Thank you so much. Great.
Well done. Well done.
Let's give Christina a hand. Let's give her a hand as well, because, guys, Christina and Sebastian, they are coming out here strong. Incredible amounts of patience that they've had to be able to sit there, absorb everything, organizational skills by taking the notes, being able to express themselves, and also tell us what their criteria is. Every judge has different criteria. For them to express it in such a fashion is much appreciated. Also, guys, what you don't see is when the lights are turned down and no one's recording on Friday nights, we got workshops. Can't wait to see the scenes I gave you guys. I know you're going to kick some butt. A couple of weeks ago, I gave you guys some scenes. Can't wait for that. You guys bring a lot to the table. That's Christine, guys. We'll see her again for topic number 2. Thank you, my friend. And, of course, guys, our third judge, Jake. Jake, first time you're here as well. Give us your criteria. Let us know what you were looking for. And, of course, ultimately, who you think won this topic and why. Hello, Jake. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Jake.
Doing well, my friend. The floor is yours,
Hey, how
Jake.
you doing? Good. How are you guys?
Good. Good to see
you.
Nice to meet you. So, I was listening, and you both respectively had very good points. I have you both on Facebook. I'm friends with you both on Facebook. I get your guys' messages. Well, yours, Phil. But when it comes to this issue, I could really tell that you guys have dealt with this in your life, or maybe dealt with it in your everyday lives, respectively. But coming from someone like me, not only, as a standpoint of a professional wrestler, but a standpoint as a worker. Now, understand that I went to college to study sports management, which is in like the field that I'm going into. And Phil, you did have a couple good points in your end, but when it comes to leading an organization, and and I think you guys know this is my criteria. This is what I studied for a good 2 years. I will say, Miranda, I did like your approach, so you got my vote.
Appreciate that, Jake. Appreciate that very much,
All
guys.
right.
Jake,
Well done.
just a round of applause
Well
for
done.
Jake as well. Guys,
Thank
our
you.
judges are ready to go. You guys have a lot to offer, man.
Awesome.
Jake, let me ask you a quick question. To play
Ask
devil's
away.
advocate here for a quick, let me play devil's advocate over here.
Go ahead.
Is there something in Phil's presentation that spoke to you, and are you able to explain why it wasn't enough to get your vote?
Honestly, what spoke to me is about Phil is standing my ground, and that I completely get. And knowing where you stand, regardless of what other people will, want you to stand, just keeping your ground firm. But I will say sometimes we have to kind of, maybe not sometimes, I'll say 85% of the time, not to quote one of the other judges, Sebastian, but 85% of the time you kind of have to understand the other person's point of view. And there will be scenarios where you have to just meet right in the middle. And that I completely understand, because I feel like that's what's going to help in, not just like a relationship, because, I haven't been in too many of those, but I'm talking about maybe friendships or relationships with your family, workers. That, I mean,
You have to give up some of your demands to achieve a mutually acceptable solution one way or the other at some point. And guys, again, for Jake, I feel like what Jake said resonated with me for 2 reasons. One, it was well organized. I felt like his thoughts, of course, were expressed wholeheartedly, but he's also wearing a cool jacket while doing it. So there you go. He's wearing that jacket. So that helps.
I'm
there
from
we
Detroit.
go.
I got to represent the Red Wings,
That's a great
Let's read that comment. Let's read that comment. Jake giving Avi a run for his money on his jackets. I agree.
Yes.
I agree. Totally agree.
Thank you.
I don't have one of I don't have one of those in my collection. There's no doubt. Jake, thank you again. I'll bring you right back for topic number 2, my friend.
I look forward to it.
Thank
Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jake. Guys, that was topic 1. We got a second topic over here. Again, for those just joining us, this is the T-Ken Celebrity Tournament match between Phil and Miranda. They are in the same tournament that Jesse Ventura is in. They're in the same tournament that 149 Hall of Famers and award winners are in. This is their match, and it's happening tonight on a Wednesday, not on a Saturday. It is a best of 7. First person to win 4 wins the whole series. Unlike the other matchups, where essentially it's one and done. If you lose on a Saturday night, you're gone. In this case, it's a best of 7 between Phil and Miranda. Miranda is up 1-0 due to a stipulation that I mentioned earlier. Phil has to win this to tie it up. If not, he's down 0-2, and Miranda is halfway there. Guys, our second topic is a bit creative. When I conceived this a bit earlier, I made sure of that. So let me bring this topic up over here because I think it's important to be able to make sure that our audience understands. We might go from philosophical to creative, dare I say fun, in the traditional sense. I call this topic excuse maker. Excuse maker. Because we all heard it before. I don't want to do it. It'll take too much time. It isn't worth it. Why should I bother kicking it to Avi if he's got an 85 girlfriends? We've heard it before. We've heard all these things. But guys, excuses, excuses, excuses. Many times, I'm sure, and sometimes, or maybe a lot of times, these things probably came out of your mouth. Why should I? It isn't worth it, right? We're good at making excuses. And in this scenario, Phil and Miranda are going to be portraying characters that are making excuses. So let me set this up for you. In this topic, Miranda and Phil will have one objective: to make sure that the other has no more excuses when it comes to the following. Guys, they're going to be on screen together. They're going to be doing the scene together in this topic. Now, Phil, in this scenario, you promised Miranda that you would water her plants while she was away, and you didn't. You didn't. Miranda arrives home, and she's calling you out on that. Let's see how many excuses, Phil. That's your goal. That's your objective, Phil. Let's see how many excuses you can come up with. You know, treat it like the private chat. You know, let's see how many excuses, Phil. You can a little private joke there between Phil and I. Let's see how many excuses, Phil, you can come up with. And let's see if Miranda, her objective is to make sure by pressing you, she's not going to relent. Her goal is to make you finally admit that you were wrong with no excuse, with no defensiveness at all. That's her objective. Again, didn't water her plants while she was away. She thought that he did. She walks in. He's sleeping on the couch. She wakes him up. He's a friend. And she's got her bags. And sure enough, within 5 seconds, she sees that he did not water her plants. He's got a lot of excuses. Let's see if she can shut him up or not. Let's see how many excuses he's got. When the clock hits 20, you'll have 20 seconds to wrap the scene up. Phil's rebutting Avi. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. I assume these are indoor plants, not like her lawn.
Yes, this is indoor. This is indoor. That's a good question. Okay. It's inside of her apartment. This is indoor. Guys and gals, the scene's going to begin in a 3, in a 2s, in a U's.
Phil, wake up.
Oh, Miranda. Hey, welcome back.
What the hell is this? You didn't water any of my plants.
What are you talking about? I watered them.
You didn't water any of my plants. Why didn't you water my plants?
Well, you know, I got busy. I had to go cross town. I mean,
busy with what? What were you busy with that you couldn't take 5 minutes to water the plants?
It's personal.
But you have to. I don't care if it's personal. What is the reason that you couldn't water these plants? It takes 5 minutes. What were you so busy with?
I had things to do, okay?
What were you so busy with? That's my question. What things is more important?
None of your business.
On my couch.
Yes, I appreciate that. Very comfortable couch, by the way. And
but you're not.
Look,
I came in.
I tried to water them. There was like a problem with the sink. You know, getting the water was cold. The water was so cold. I couldn't put the cold water on those plants. It would have hurt them.
Who said you can't put cold water on plants? Who said that? Where did you even read that?
I saw it on TikTok.
Where did you hear that from?
I saw it on TikTok.
You saw it on TikTok. So now
Yeah,
TikTok is all of a sudden the plant diaries. They know everything about plants. You couldn't.
Knew more than me.
What about the water? What about the water from the jug right here? I wouldn't have minded if you took a little bit of water from the jug.
Jug? What jug?
The drinking water. That's room temperature. Why do you
I'm
take that
not
water
going
then
to
if
use
you thought the other
drinking
water was
water.
so cold?
You're going to always drinking water on plants? Come on.
It's still
Look.
water. It's still water. So what's the
Exactly.
difference between drinking water and sink water? What's the difference?
Well, if you don't know that, then you got to.
Wouldn't the plants actually prefer drinking water if that's the case?
I
Less
don't think
chemicals
so.
in it?
There's more minerals in the tap water, and the plants do need the minerals. So because that water was so cold, I tried to leave it out, and then I had to go out. I had to go shopping, and I had to get some food to bring back. You know.
Yeah, I know. You said you were so
I
busy.
don't-
You were going shopping and everything like that. Okay, so when you went shopping, why didn't you buy something for my plant? Buy some water for my plant. Not only that, but when you got back from shopping,
water?
you're napping. You're on my couch napping. You didn't even have 5 minutes to water the plant. You said you were so busy, but you're napping right now. What were you
because
doing
I was
napping?
out
Why were you
running
napping?
around so much, I got tired. You know.
Okay, how long have you been napping for? You didn't have 2 minutes to water the plant?
No, it was just like in and out, back and forth, running around like a maniac over here.
I've also been gone for 3 days. What were you doing for 3? You couldn't have been shopping for 3 days. So what were
Well,
you doing over this
I had
whole
different
weekend
stuff. I had to
that you
go-
were here?
I had to go grocery shopping one day, and then I had to go.
You're sitting in
The
my
other
couch,
store-
sleeping on my couch,
I had-
eating my food,
No. I
and you
bought food.
couldn't water my plant.
That's why I went to the grocery store, so I wouldn't have to eat your food. Look,
Okay, I'm sure if I look in my fridge, there's probably gonna be no food in there because you probably ate it all. That's why you went to go get more food.
what can I say?
All right, guys and gals and pals, that was the first. Of course, the way we're going to judge this one is they each had an objective. Phil's objective was to come up with as many excuses, far-fetched or otherwise, as he possibly could to get her off his back. Miranda's goal and objective was to make sure that she could get Phil to finally buckle under the pressure and admit that he was wrong. Now, did that happen? No. But maybe he was repeating himself. Maybe he didn't have another excuse. Maybe she pushed him so hard that he just repeated himself over and over again. Or maybe he wasn't convincing because of her energy, and therefore she would have completed her objective, right? Guys and gals and pals, who do you vote for and why? Again, in this scenario, who resonated most with you and why? Who do you think met their objective and why? Let's bring in Howard first and see who he votes for and why.
So I think my favorite line out of that was in and out, back and forth, running around like a maniac over here, which was from Phil. Again, I needed a little more.
Well, from JW, Miranda's a true nag. Howard knows about that.
In this case, it worked. Hopefully.
Like trying to just have a good time here.
Well, JB is reminding us that the viewers of the engine that makes this thing go can vote right now. Thank you, Red Eyes. Got to go with Phil. So, guys, you can vote right now in the comment section. Take it away, Howard.
Yeah. So, great line. Again, Phil, I just kind of needed a little more example, but you held your ground, which I did actually appreciate. And, Miranda, you kind of kept at him. But I'm going to give it to Phil mostly because you kept your ground. You kept it steady. You didn't get rattled necessarily. And there was variety in your excuses. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we could zip through this one, guys, because there's a few more of these for this second challenge. Not really a topic, if you will. There's a few more scenarios, so let's zip through this. Let's bring in Sebastian and see who he votes for and why. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
So this one was definitely fun. I hate to say it, but I'm also on the same page as Howard on this one. Phil, you stood your ground. I was counting here. You came up with 14 excuses just in the matter of minutes, and they all, they kept going on and on. I will say Miranda was very relentless. She was not letting you go. and you almost buckled at the end, but you still stuck with it. You made it through the time, and for that, you won this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Voting for Phil, making it official for Phil, right, Sebastian?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me tally this thing here. Guys, again, I'm going to pull up some comments. I see where you're going. Oh, I typed, there's no O. Guys and gals and pals in the comment section, let us know officially who you're voting for, because I have, here's what I'm reading. I have let me pull this up here, an example. Miranda played the mad girl terrific, right? But who are you voting for? We got to get a vote, right? Like, this is Miranda hands down. That means that's a vote. Okay, my comment was better than Howard's, says JW. Better than Howard's review, says JW there. They're still going at it in the comment section. Phil got this one, says Sal. So Phil is catching up over here. Let's bring in the rest of our awesome judges. Let's bring in Christine and see who she votes for and why. Christine, floor is yours.
This is so hilarious. And I wrote notes, which is crazy. So Phil never gave in, but Miranda, I want to just give you your thumbs up for pushing as much as possible. That was crazy. One, I would also give you advice. Never let someone sleep on your couch to water your flowers, your plants, who never has plants. Plant parents know the difference. But I vote for Phil because he did not give in. And I can't stop laughing.
You never know what you're going to get on the black box, Christine. You never know. This is Christine's vote. Thank you so much, my friend. She votes for Phil. And then, Julio, I got your comment tallied. We got your vote for Miranda, so no doubt there. Appreciate that. Guys and gals and pals, let's bring in Mr. Jake and his awesome jacket, which I dig. Jake, my friend, who do you vote for and why, good sir?
Sorry, I couldn't come in with a straight face after seeing all that. I will say, you got to watch who you invite to your house, because something's bound to happen. So I don't think Phil did anything wrong, because he was actually invited. And, you know, if you invite someone, you kind of assume the risk and the
He
consequences.
didn't water the plants. That was the whole point.
I mean, you gave him the keys to the house, so
no rebutting the judges. No rebutting the judges.
no.
So, Jake, I'm assuming your vote goes to Phil.
Yes.
No, I got
Okay,
it.
Assumed
with
right.
your I'll tell you what, Jake, with your vote, we're tied. Phil actually came back from behind. We're tied at 11 right now. Thank you, Jake, for your vote. Bring you right back in for the next one. And, of course, guys and gals and pals, Giselle's going to join us, and she will let us know who she votes for and why.
Miranda, were you paying Phil to water the plants?
No, but he was sleeping on my couch.
So you gave him the keys to your house. You were gone for 3 days. You asked him to water the plants, but you weren't paying him.
Mm-mm.
Okay. You did break a couple of times, and I could see you trying to figure out and think of where to go. But Phil, a lot of your arguments got very circular, and your excuses, you kept kind of coming back to the same or very similar things, enough that I couldn't count them as separate points.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure which way to go on this one. I don't think either of you presented in a manner that fulfilled the objective. And I know that was never going to happen given the time constraints. But it's really hard to put one over the other at this point. So for this one, get the countdown clock pulled up on me. No, it's fine. It's fine. I should be quick about it, but this is very difficult. Not because both of you resonated with me in some way. In fact, you both didn't, due to the aforementioned traits. But I think I am still going to give it to Miranda on this one because she had a few more creative solutions. in asking you where the difficulty lay in trying to figure out why you didn't water the plants.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Giselle. Appreciate you. Of course, guys and gals, Giselle is already round number 3. We appreciate her and her vote. Right now, guys and gals, another scenario. This is kind of a lightning round over here. It's a lightning round. And look at this. Speaking of lightning and thunderbolts, I wouldn't want to be the recipient of any of these thunderbolts. I feel like Odin himself is throwing this. Red Eyes and Howard Collado are really going at it in the comment section. I am wincing right now. Guys, Phil and Miranda, their second scenario. So right now, we're going to kind of reverse roles a little bit right now. So, Miranda, in this scenario, you promised Phil that you would help him out with his biology exam, but you overslept. Phil's been blowing up your phone. So this is not a one-on-one. You guys are not in each other's physical space. Again, Phil, you promised Miranda. I'm sorry. Phil, you were promised by Miranda that she would help you with the biology exam, but you overslept. Phil has been blowing up your phone, Miranda, as a result. You finally answer the phone, and Phil is pissed off. Phil wants to know why you didn't help him out with his exam. You guys are both in college. You're on the phone. Guys and gals and pals, again, same criteria here. Phil has to essentially try to do his best to get Miranda to admit that she was wrong. If that doesn't happen, maybe, just maybe, he can stump her so much that she doesn't have a new response. Miranda's got to keep the excuses going. Keep the excuses going. That's what this thing is called, excuse maker. Guys and gals and pals, the floor is yours in a 3 and a 2 and a U.
Hey.
Hello?
Miranda?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Are you kidding me? I have been calling you for the last hour and a half. Check your messages once in a while. Holy moly. How many voicemails do I got to leave you? What happened?
I was sleeping. What's going on?
Sleeping?
Yeah.
Sleeping?
Yes, I was sleeping.
You were sleeping.
What's going on?
You were supposed to help me with my bio.
Yeah, well, I had
exam.
Okay, and I had work last night.
What? Yeah, and we were supposed to get together after work. I was going to bring over the coffees and some biscotti, and we were going to go over the biology.
Yeah, I got out of
you
work.
Don't What?
I got out of work at midnight. So I said I would help you if I had gotten out of work at 9 or 10 o'clock like I normally do. But if I got out at midnight, how am I supposed to help you? I'm half asleep.
You made no such stipulations to time. You said when you got out of work, you would help me.
Okay, and I fell asleep because I was tired. I wouldn't have been supposed to anyways at that point.
Hey, you knew how much this meant to me. You knew how important this was to me. And you
but I wouldn't have been any good for you anyways, because if I can't even keep my eyes open, how am I going to read a book with you? So you probably would be better on your own anyways without me.
Stop it. Just stop it. All semester, I had trouble with this. You promised me that you would help me. I was counting on you. Don't interrupt me. I was counting on you. Don't you get it? No, I'm
not your tutor. I'm not your tutor.
But you promised me.
I have no obligation to help you.
Oh, do you want to talk obligation? So friendship isn't an obligation?
We can still be friends without me helping you with your biology homework. That is your responsibility, not mine.
Hey,
so don't come crying to me if you fail your test.
Like this. Now you're going to pull this crap on me? It was your idea. When I told you how hard it was for me and how much trouble I was in, you promised me.
I'm getting C's in the class anyway, so what does it matter? I'm not even doing well in the class, so why would you even ask me?
You promised
I'm doing the best I can over
here. You're doing a lot better than me. You're doing so much better than me. You promised me.
I'm doing the best I can on my own. I don't have time.
Forget about it. Forget about it.
And scene. Well, it looks like Miranda forgot about it. But guys and gals and pals, let's bring our judges. They have not forgotten. They have not forgotten to showcase what they have here as judges, which is criteria, organizational skills, and of course, we're going to zip through this round judges as well because we got another final topic before us right now. This is tight right here as I'm looking at the tallies. Guys, in the comment section, guys and gals and pals, please vote in the comment section right now. Howard, let's bring you in and see who you vote for and why. You know what the objectives were? Take it away.
Yeah. Phil, you kind of kept saying you promised me, you promised me, you promised me. And I was just writing down how many excuses you made. So you're not a tutor, Miranda. You still have them. Your friendship is still intact, and you aren't the best, I think, at the subject. So you kind of came up with more excuses. And Phil, you kind of just circled around. You just promised me. So Phil, vote goes to Miranda.
Okay, Howard. Appreciate you, my friend. Guys and gals and pals, this thing, like I said about a few seconds ago, is very close. And all fun and games aside, high stakes over here. High stakes. This is a TCAN second round celebrity tournament matchup between Phil, Justin, and Miranda. Once you're gone, you're gone. And because we have so many rounds and participants in this tournament, if you're gone, you're not going to be back in this tournament for quite some time. Well, actually, you won't be back in this tournament at all. You won't be back for a new tournament because this current one's going to take a long time, and we're happy about that. We play a long game. Let's bring in Sebastian right now and see who he votes for and why.
Hey, what's going on, Avi? Miranda, Phil. So this one was definitely contentious. I definitely appreciate the back and forth between you two. By my tally, and I was just looking at the number of excuses that were brought up. In this case, I had Miranda at 9 excuses. And I do understand that everything kind of connects from piece to piece, but it was just a little bit less than the amount of excuses that Phil came up with. And also, I think that him going first actually gave him an advantage because he ended up being even more charismatic and upset, while being on the other end of disappointment. So with this one, I side with Phil. But great job either way.
Thank you.
You too as well. Great job, Sebastian. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Appreciate. Absolutely, guys. Again, tallying this thing in the back. Guys, I got another vote here, which I already did tally, but I'm going to bring it up here anyway. Eric voted for Miranda.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Phil showed more energy, says Adolfo. Is that your vote? Just let us know if you're making it official, Adolfo. Thank you for joining us. Julio says, this one, I'm going Miranda. Phil didn't dig deep enough into Miranda and show true anger over the situation, how important the bio tutoring was supposed to be. So let's tally this. Thank you, Julio, as well. All right. And Howard is responding to JW. I'll keep this very brief. JW asking Howard if he's rating his own performance. Okay, I got that there. And it says we can skip Howard as a judge. Shots fired. Howard responds with, you see what you do. You keep natting away like an annoying little gnat. Going to call you Gnat Eyes. Sal says Phil got this one. He was very matter of fact. Okay, so that is also a matter of fact vote. Let's get that in here. And let's bring in Christine and see who she votes for and why.
So I
Hello,
just have
Christine.
one question. The validation of the excuses, do they matter? Because I feel as if Miranda made her excuses more valid than Phil did. Even though Phil had more excuses, Miranda's excuses were more valid. So I'm gonna go.
If that's part of your criteria, sure, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because one, when you have an obligation, I feel the obligation for your work was on you, and Miranda's already doing 2 working and having the class, then you're slacking if all you have to do is study. So I'm gonna go with Miranda for validation.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Christine. Appreciate you. And guys, if I take half a second, because I'm trying to move as fast as I can here with octopus arms. Here we go. Miranda's got 16. All right. And guys, let's bring in Jake and see who he votes for and why.
First off, that kind of gave me nightmares seeing that conversation because I was actually there not too long ago. So I will say the first you promised me.
Wait,
Phil,
you flunked your biology exam?
Not a biology. You're close. It was
Okay.
actually a nonverbal communication class.
Gotcha.
And what's even scarier is that actually was not required to be taken in my required courses. So that was like a misunderstanding that happened between like an advisor and student. So
Jake, I got to tell you, you got to come to one of my workshops. Well, we do just that all the time.
Yeah.
We do nonverbal
Man.
communication all the time.
But here, I'm going to give you the rundown of it.
Please do.
So, Phil, your first "You Promised Me" was valid, but when Miranda tries to give the rundown, like, of what's going on, at least the excuses that you heard are a little more valid. But when you keep on repeating that "you promised me, you promised me, you promised me," it kind of discredits the whole thing, if you know what I'm saying. So my vote will go to Miranda.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Jake. Thank you for your vote as well. Guys, let's bring in Giselle and see who she votes for and why.
So I understand you two are in competition and this is part of the tournament, but for scenes like this, you need to be working together. And I don't think either of you are working with each other and really paying attention to what the other person is saying to build on that. Again, Phil, you're very circular. It's almost like you get stuck on one idea and don't know how to move forward with that. And Miranda, your excuse.
I might have some technical issues right there, Giselle. I'll put you backstage, see if that clears up, and we'll make your vote official. In the meantime, here's what I want to do. I guess what I want to do, why not? We'll do one more of these scenarios, and guys, a final topic after this. Giselle, I think it cleared up. Give me a thumbs up if you're not frozen back there. I think you might be. All right, you can hold on to that vote. We will tally it when the time is right. Guys and gals and pals, let's set up our final scenario before our final topic. So this is a hypothetical scenario as well. Guys, in this scenario, Phil promised Miranda that he would vote for her in the best hair category of the annual TKN award show, but he didn't. He voted for Devon Dudley. She's now cornered Phil about this. She will not relent. She's upset again that Phil promised he would vote for her in the best hair category of the annual TKN award show, which we have every year. He voted for Devon instead. She's kind of pissed off at that. So let's see how this thing goes. Again, we know the criteria. We know what the objectives are. The floor is yours in a 3.
Phil.
Hey, what's up?
You told me that you were going to vote for me in the best hair category, but you didn't.
What could I tell you?
What happened?
I had to change your heart.
Why did you have a change of heart all of a sudden? We were just talking the other day about this. What changed your mind?
I had second thoughts. I saw some pictures of Devon Dudley. His hair was awesome. You have nice hair, don't get me wrong. You have very nice hair. But I saw that picture. I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to vote for him.
You saw one picture. I've been here with my hair for how long have you known me now? 3 years? I mean,
and did your hair change in the last year?
Switch teams last minute like that?
It's not switching teams.
Yes,
I came to a
because
decision.
you saw one picture.
I didn't say one picture. I saw several. I saw some videos.
You said you saw one picture. Is it one picture or is it several, Phil? Because you said one.
It was an album. What do you care?
Where does your loyalty lie?
Look, loyalty.
Because I've known you for a long time, and when you make a promise to me, I expect you to keep the promise. So are you a disloyal person now? Can I trust you from now on?
You can trust me. I had a change of
I can
heart.
trust you. Why are you? You didn't even tell me that you had this change of heart. At least I wouldn't have been blindsided. You just randomly decided Devon had better hair.
Yes, I did.
So just admit that was a disloyal. Admit that was a disloyal thing for you to do because that wasn't very nice.
Define loyalty. Because I didn't vote for your hair.
Yeah,
that means
because
loyalty.
you promised that you would vote for my hair.
Get over it, would you? Look, I was going to vote for you, but I changed my mind. I saw Devon's hair.
Is there something else going
you
on
gonna let me finish?
I don't know about?
Like what?
Because it's hard for me to believe that you saw one picture of Devon and all of a
Again,
sudden you changed your mind.
It doesn't matter how many pictures I saw. I changed my mind. It is as simple as that.
But now I don't even know if I can trust you anymore because you're saying you saw one picture, then you're saying you saw several pictures. So are you lying right now? Is there something else going on?
What difference does it make how many pictures I saw?
So do you think it was right for you? Do you think it was right for you? Do you think it was right for you to promise me something when you couldn't keep that promise? Was that right for you to do?
Was
that the right thing for you to do?
Come on.
It matters a lot to me because I thought that we were cool. And turns out I guess we're not.
We can still be cool.
We can't be cool. Because
that-
you can't even admit that you were wrong in that sense. Why would you promise something that you can't uphold?
That's
Maybe you shouldn't
totally
be doing
your
that.
You don't want to be
Maybe
cool.
you shouldn't be doing that.
Then we're not cool.
How is
I
that my
voted for
fault?
somebody else's hair. What could
How
I
is that
do?
my fault?
It was my decision. I thought about it.
Yes, it was the wrong
and
decision.
I voted
It was the wrong decision, Phil.
Devon.
It was the wrong
Simple
one. You
as
switched teams
that.
last minute. That is the wrong thing for you to do.
I have a right to change my mind.
Are we spoiled or what? We got Saturday night and then we got Wednesday night, the Wild West of TCAN, known as the Black Box.
Wow.
Where else can you find a scenario where Miranda's pissed off that Phil Justin voted for Devon Dudley for best hair in the category of best hair in the TCAN Award Show? Guys, let's bring in our judges right now. Howard Collado, who do you vote for and why?
Sure. I just needed specifics. You just kept saying you were kind of defiant, Phil. You were like, I just didn't vote for you. I don't care. But
get over it.
I needed something more than just, I just changed my mind. You know, did Devon's shine really capture your eye? Did he need maybe a sympathy booster or empathy? I don't know. So I just needed specifics. So my vote goes to Miranda.
Okay.
Thank you, Howard. Appreciate you, guys and gals and pals. Let's bring in Mr. Sebastian and see who he votes for and why. Good sir, take it away.
Hello, Avi. Thank you. Yeah, in this case, I'm going to go with Miranda. That was pretty clear cut. I mean, how can you vote with someone? How can you vote someone for best hair when they have no hair? And then it was just like, whatever. So I mean, in this case, yeah, she got it. Sorry, Phil.
Hey,
Absolutely.
I didn't pick who Harvey wanted me to go with the hair. Maybe he could have picked someone with better
What are you
hair.
talking about? It's quality, not quantity, Phil.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Guys and gals and pals, that was Sebastian. Of course, the challenge is to pick someone who's not follically superior. Of course, that's the challenge. Guys and gals, let's bring in Christine and see who she votes for and why.
So I do want to point out that Phil did say that the reason why he voted in a different direction, he said that Miranda hadn't changed her hair in a year. So that was his reason for voting for Devon. But I'm going to go with Miranda because I don't understand why you wouldn't vote for your teammate, your friend.
There you go. That spoke to you. Christina's got her criteria, and I love it. I love how you guys are able to express what your criteria is. Thank you for your vote, my friend. And let's bring in Mr. Jake and see who he votes for and why.
All right. Before I actually make my initial vote, I got a little piece of advice from Miranda. And I'm quoting one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Stone Cold Steve Austin. DTA, don't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As previously mentioned, of me, pursuing pro wrestling and being in the wrestling business, because you had to, Avi, you had to throw Devon's name in the hat. I have to stick with my fellow wrestlers, so I'm on Team Phil.
Thank you.
You're voting
You
for
are
Team
welcome.
Phil. So you agree that it doesn't matter how much hair a person has on their chrome dome. It doesn't
You know
matter.
what?
It can still look good.
You know what? I will say I did watch old matches of Devon on YouTube, and he looked pretty good with hair, but I feel like, he looks good either way, but, you had to look to him in his day, so.
That's true. And hey, we're talking about hair. I didn't say where the hair is. It could have been the beard. He got a killer goatee. We gotta think. We gotta think outside the box.
That's
right?
true.
Am I right?
You got to
Jake,
dig
or
deep
what?
a little bit.
Okay, and
You're
as far
right.
as you pursue pro wrestling, got some great advice for you. You ready?
Go ahead.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Trust me. I speak from experience. Just don't do it, Jake. Jake, you're a smart guy. You're an intelligent guy. You're well spoken. Don't do
I'm
it.
afraid you're a little late to that one, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Don't do it tomorrow. Don't do it Saturday. Don't do it from now on. I am teasing you, man. Pursue your dreams. Do your thing. Love what you do. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you. Appreciate your comments as well. Guys, let's bring in Giselle and see who she votes for and why. The floor is yours. Oh, wait. Hold on. Who did you vote for in your last topic?
The last one was going to Miranda because of the heat that she brought at the end about not even doing well in the class on top of her other responsibilities.
Great. Thank you. Take it away for this one.
Great. So, yeah, Phil, there were so many creative ways you could have gone with this, and all I kept hearing was I had second thoughts. But why? Was it the hair? Was it the goatee? We're missing a lot of specifics.
Yep.
And that's what I like. I needed to hear why you changed your mind, not just that you changed your mind. And I didn't get that from you. So once again, I will have to go with Miranda for this one.
Okay, I'm jumping 2 spots here because Julio also did. So 2 more votes for Miranda right there in the comment section. Thank you, Circa Julio, and of course Giselle. All right, guys, this is our final one for this scenario, this type of challenge. And then Ed votes Miranda, so that's another vote for Miranda. You guys are voting a ton tonight. I love it. Love the energy. This is the Black Box. It is definitely a lot wilder than Saturdays. Never know what you're going to get. Of course, the big one is Saturday night. And of course, this matchup is connected to Saturday nights because Saturday nights is the home of the TCAN Celebrity Tournament. Miranda and Phil are having their TCAN Celebrity Tournament matchup right now on a Wednesday night. That's never happened. Guys, next Wednesday, the Team Challenge is back. Or maybe another match between these two. You never know. But the Team Challenge is back. Who will be on? Will it be Stevie Ray? Might be WWE Hall of Famer, a good friend of mine, Stevie Ray, teaming up with JW, who's been blasting the comment section. Our mystery participants, maybe they're on deck. Maybe Jacques Rougeau. Maybe Cindy Pickett. Find out next Wednesday night on the Black Box. And, of course, this Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we got legendary ESPN analyst and anchor John Anderson. We got WWE and UFC great Matt Riddle. And, of course, not to be outdone, NBA great Paul McKeskey. Guys, here is the final scenario for both you, Miranda and Phil. This is the final one. Miranda, you promised Phil, guys, for those that don't know, Phil loves his Harleys, loves his motorcycles. Miranda, you promised Phil that you would come up with a great name for his new Harley, but you didn't. You named it Bartholomew. Phil demands an answer. You have excuses. Take it away.
All right, Miranda. Lay it on me. What name did you come up with for my new sled?
I came up with Bartholomew.
No, really. What name did you come up with? Seriously.
Bartholomew.
Quit kidding me. Come on. What name?
What? That's a good name.
Are you serious?
Yes, I really like the name Bartholomew. What's wrong with it?
You want me to call my Harley Bartholomew?
Yes, I think that would be very cool.
Have you been smoking the drapes or something? That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? There's a lot of cool people that out there named Bartholomew.
Name one.
So why wouldn't your Harley be able to be named Bartholomew?
Name one.
I have a friend named Bartholomew. He's cool.
He's great.
He's great, yes. So why wouldn't your bike still be great with that name?
Because right off the bat, and I told you this when we were talking before,
Mm-hmm.
you said you would help me come up with a name.
And I did.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You name your bike a woman's name. Bartholomew, last time I looked.
Does every bike have to be? What if somebody wants their bike to be named Bartholomew? How should I know that you wanted a woman's name? You didn't tell me to come up with a woman's name. You said come up with a name, not a woman's name.
Stop talking for a moment, please. Let me talk. If you're talking when I'm talking, you can't hear me.
Okay.
So let me talk. I told you repeatedly. the name has to be a woman's name. I told you the names of my last 3 Harleys. Lorraine, Arwen from Lord of the Rings, and Melissa, Allman Brothers song. Those are women's names.
Right.
I told you it has to be a woman's name. What
So-
part didn't you understand?
I never knew you said woman's name. I thought you said just a name, and Bartholomew is a very cool name. Also, on top of that, if you're so good at naming your Harleys, why did you even ask me for advice? You should have just named the Harley yourself instead of asking me. Don't get mad at me because you don't like the name that I chose. It's subjective.
That's the attitude you're going to take now?
Yeah, because
I came
you
to
asked
you-
me to help, and I
came-
did help.
Here we go again.
You just don't like what I chose. So that's subjective.
No, I don't.
That's
I
your
don't.
opinion. There's a lot of other people that would probably think differently than you.
Go find them.
Why don't you go
Find
find them? I don't have time
I
for all
don't
this.
have
Phil.
to.
You're
I'm
asking
not
me for
naming
help. You're
anybody.
asking me for help. I
telling you.
took my
It's
time
as
out to help
simple
you.
as that.
I'm not going to find
Then
anybody.
you
I
just
took
keep
my
talking
time out to help
and talking and not listening. Like when I told you it had to be a woman's name, you were not listening.
And scene. So, guys and gals and pals, Howard Collado, you know the rules by now. Who do you vote for and why?
Oh man, this was hard. Yeah, you kind of posed an interesting question to him, Miranda. If why did you, if you named such great names to your previous bikes, why pick me? Prior to that, I was kind of with you, Phil, but I needed that question to kind of be fleshed out, and you didn't really. So again, I'm gonna go with Miranda. But man, it was close. It was really close.
Thank you, Howard. And thank you. I'm sorry. I put Miranda backstage. There we go, Howard. Howard Collado casted his vote, and Sebastian will as well. My friend, the floor is yours.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? In this case, I try to consider both points. But one thing that I appreciate about this network is when everyone's respectful and mindful of other people's opinions and things like that. I'm going to be honest, Phil, you lost your cool just a little bit. You had to yell. And that was, and I appreciate being charismatic and things like that. You took off the glasses. You got your point across, but just because
Let me ask you a quick question. You own a Harley?
Yeah, say again.
Do you own a Harley? Do you own a Harley?
You know what? It's not about me. It's about you and Miranda right
And
now.
I'm
So
trying
I'm
to
give
say,
you some feedback. You lost your
the
cool.
Harley
With that being
is-
said, we're putting Miranda on with this vote. So that's
Okay.
my finding. Doesn't matter what
No
I own
problem.
or don't own. And also Bartholomew. That's a great name. He was one of the 12 apostles.
There you go. That's right. Thank you, Sebastian. Absolutely. Phil, you should be so honored. You should be so honored.
Believe me,
Guys,
God would not want me having my bike named after a saint.
Didn't you name your bike Skippy once?
No, but I knew a Hell's Angel named Skippy.
Did you really? Was he Italian?
I wish he was. That would have played in so well.
I would have played really well. Yeah, I'm trying to work with you here. Guys and gals, let's bring in Christine and see who she votes for and why. My friend, the floor is yours.
So, Phil, I really like your assertiveness and try to get your point across and how you were able to. I don't think you lost your cool. I think maybe you were trying to be more effective, getting Miranda to listen to you. However, Miranda made a great point. Like, why do you need her to name your Harley for you? And she did name the Harley, you just didn't like it. So it is subjective, like she stated. So my vote goes to Miranda.
Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. Guys, another great our judges are amazing. I think they're, in all honesty, I think when it comes to what they're giving us tonight, they are a true highlight of the show, of this episode. There's no doubt. Can't wait to bring them back. Can't wait to do have more episodes where they're judging as well. I love your personalities, judges. I love each one of you has a distinct personality you guys are bringing to the table. I love it. And of course, you guys are being very honest, which speaks to me, all joking aside. And you're right, Sebastian, the humanity of it all. We can have fun and still respect each other. That's what it's all about. Mr. Jake, the floor is yours. Let's see who you vote for and why, good sir.
I did bring up assertiveness earlier, judging this. And in this case, in contradictory to what one of the other judges said, I don't think you lost your cool, Phil. I think you were just trying to emphasize your point and get your point across. And I had a little side story. I got a new cat last November, and it's a female cat. She was actually crawling around here, my home gym, a little bit while I was watching this. I looked up female cat names on Google, and first one that came to mind that I connected with was Luna. So I named her Luna. And her previous name was Jenna, so I have a sister named Jenna, so I don't want to have two Jennas. One's enough. So, and another side note, I don't ride Harleys. I'm only a moped guy, but I do respect those who ride Harleys, and I love the way they look. And one of my friends, he's actually trying to get a Harley soon, so I get it. So I definitely will, go with Phil.
Okay, Jake, thanks for your vote. Appreciate you. Let me tell you this here in the back. All right, Phil's got 2 in a row. And let's bring in Giselle and see who she votes for and why. The floor is yours.
Phil, I appreciate it that you brought up that you did want it to be a woman's name because vessels are historically named after women and referred to with she, her pronouns. Ships have always been that way, and that carried over into cars and vehicles and so forth. So I was hoping you would go there, and you did. I don't know if it was quite enough. You didn't really answer Miranda's questions, and the talking over didn't necessarily feel like a character choice. And that took me out of the scene. So even though you had your same names, you're both playing different characters. You're playing these heightened, caricatured versions of yourselves. And if something takes me out of the scene, then I'm just going to be focused on that the whole time. Miranda, your points of asking, why did you ask me to help if you don't like the name? You've named your other 3 bikes. Why did you have trouble with this one? Those were really great questions that weren't addressed because we could have had a lot more detail as to why you were struggling with a name for this bike, Phil, and why you did need somebody's help and you couldn't do it. So for relentlessness and pursuit, I am going with Miranda.
Appreciate your vote. Thank you, Giselle. Guys, our final topic, and we are out of here. We're going to find out who goes up in this series or who ties it. If Phil wins, he ties it. And if Miranda wins, she's up 2-0 in a best of 7, which means she's halfway through to round number 3 if she gets the win tonight. This is big. You're either up 2-0, Miranda, or the thing is tied. What's going on through your head real quick? Real quick.
I'm just anxious to see this last topic and make it through that final stretch to get this, this 2 up on Phil.
Totally hear you, Phil. Quick, real quick. Your
Well,
thoughts?
Starting off in a hole is not good, but never say die.
Look at this. A Red Eyes Entertainment going out again with Howard again. Wow. Guys, so this final topic, our judges' votes are worth 3 for our final topic. Can Phil come back? Well, if Miranda, of course, wins this thing, Phil won't be able to in this match. Here is the topic. We went from something fun to something rather philosophical. Let's see which way they go. Guys, I think we have a problem with reality. A lot of human beings do. I mean, everything we hear and see outside, everything from rooting for our politicians like their sports teams and franchises, everything from idol worship, everything from believing that Howard Collado could win this tournament. I mean, there's so many things that we can have a problem with as it pertains. Love you, Howard. As it pertains to reality, but we experience it all the time. We struggle to define reality. We can't even understand it sometimes. So I have to set this up, hence the monologue. I think, in my opinion, when we examine reality closely, it can melt away like a mirage. We don't know when it began, how big it is, where it came from, where it's going. We don't even know why it exists. But nonetheless, we have the desire to understand reality. It's part of our nature. Come a long way, at least I hope. What was once explained in terms of divine creation is now in our hands. Will we solve that tonight? Probably not. Maybe. It is whatever we allow it to be. So with that, here's my question to Miranda and Phil. True. Essence. Reality. Gotta love a question that has 3 words in it. True, essence, and reality. But the question is, what is the true essence of our reality? What is the true essence of our reality? That's the question. I'm going to put you guys backstage and bring in Mr. Howard Collado. Howard, look, if you're going to address JW now verbally, I see you typing away. You know, you've been here since day number 1. Please, a little decorum here. If you're going to address JW, just do it verbally while Phil and Miranda organize their thoughts for this final topic. I'm going to give you those solo layout. Make it real quick. Whatever you got to say to the guy. You know, he's a dear friend of mine, and so are you. JW is one of the smartest guys I know. He's in the team challenge. He's obviously facing you in the TCAN Celebrity Tournament round number 2. Coming up pretty soon. Whatever you got to say to him, go ahead.
Listen, you come on here, and we're trying to do something positive, constructive. I'm supporting these judges. You're taking these little indirect and snotty little, cheap shots at them. Why? I'll tell you why. Because that's your MO. It always has been your MO since day one. You just want to disrupt. You just want to shake a foundation of things and destroy it. So just admit it. Just finally admit it. That's what you want to do. Because I'm getting sick and tired of these little. It's like I told you in the comment section. You're like a little gnat. You don't go away. Just keep gnatting away, gnatting away, gnatting away. I'm getting fed up, and it's starting to boil my blood. And it's starting to drive me a little crazy. And when those things happen, JW, you don't want to push me any further. So let's just enjoy the rest of I was here, neutral. You came in and you started taking little shots. So don't try and flip this around. Don't try and change the narrative. It's all there. We can all go back.
Well, to go back, Howard, we also have to move forward.
Yeah.
And in order to remind everybody, and also to those that have never experienced what the JW Howard experience has been in full effect, I will make sure that I do just that next Wednesday night with a video package that will show people exactly how far back this goes between JW and Howard and what started this. I'm going to put you backstage. Please recollect yourself. Stay cool and composed because right now it's our final topic. You are our judge, and as are Sebastian and Jake and Christine and Giselle. This is worth 3 points. It's our final one. Let's see who wins this thing. Let's bring in Miranda and let's bring in Phil. Again, scrolling ticker. That's where the topic is. To the engine that makes this thing go in the comment section. Please vote in the comment section. And guys, again, thanks for making the YouTube channel in a year and a half's time. Close to 4.5 million views. We appreciate that. It's doing really well. And of course, our national sponsor for Saturday night, Progresso Soup, got some cool news. We might be hitting a town near you as well. We're doing a lot of great things with the new network, but it's all because of you. So thank you again. And if I've not said it enough, I will ad nauseum remind you that Saturday night is going to be a fantastic show. UFC and WWE great Matt Riddle, fresh off the heels of his 11th hour match. He's now in round number 2, as is Paul McKeskey, NBA great. And of course, a man who's a favorite to win this thing in a lot of people's eyes, John Anderson, ESPN, legendary ESPN analyst. Remember, this is a sport of the mind, and John Anderson is a wordsmith and a man that knows words and knows how to put them together, not to mention thoughts and expressions. We'll see how this thing goes. 2 out of 3 of those gentlemen will move on to round number 3, which will start in the fall. Guys, who will fall tonight? Will it be Phil? Will it be Miranda? We will see. We will find out momentarily. Guys, here is the question. It's a very simple one, but maybe not. Maybe not. What is the true essence of our reality? Phil, pick a number between 1 and 10.
10.
Miranda?
8.
Phil?
9.
It's 9. Do you want to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Miranda can rebut Phil as many as 2 times if he chooses to do so. Phil could do the same when Miranda is presenting. Phil, the floor is yours in a 3 and a 2.
Thank you. The true essence of our reality. Now, there are going to be different levels of reality. For instance, the true essence of my reality right now is where I am. I'm sitting on my houseboat, enjoying this tete-a-tete with Miranda. Outside, there is a dock. There's a ramp that goes up to the land. That's reality. I can walk up that ramp. I can walk down the street. I can go to the diner. I can go to the store. That's reality. It's right there in front of me. There is no questioning it. Now, when I go up on the dock, I could run into a friend or another neighbor down here in the marina, and he may say, hey, did you hear about what happened down on Westchester Square? And he could tell me what happened. There was a car crash, for instance. If I trust him, then I will believe that that really happened, and that is a part of the reality. So in terms of the true essence of reality that isn't in your immediate sphere, there is a level of trust that you must have. For instance, pick up the newspaper. Look at the sports scores. I don't think they're going to print phony scores, so I will take that as a part of reality. Yankees beat the Red Sox, or the Red Sox beat the Yankees, whatever the case may be. I'll accept that. But you may see a news story about something happening in another state, across the country, in a different part of the world. Again, there's that level of trust that comes into play. In order for that to be real, to be part of my overall reality. Oftentimes, we don't get all the facts in a story. It's slanted one way or the other, and that sort of distorts reality. And each individual person has to be able to decipher that and determine what is real and what is not, what is exaggerated, what is pure fantasy. It's a tough thing to do.
Miranda, the floor is yours.
So what are you saying that the essence is? Like if you have to pinpoint and define it, what is the essence of our reality?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Good question, though. Thank you. Indeed, there is a lot of trust involved. But the true essence of reality, of our reality, my reality, Miranda's reality, everybody else's reality, is a closer sphere that you live in, that you don't have to dispute. The reality is what it is. There are some things that could happen that you may not have knowledge of why. For instance, somebody has some sort of medical emergency. That's a reality. You don't have to know why it happened. That's what a doctor is for. That's reality. The true essence of reality starts here, in the heart, in the soul, and extends out. It's sometimes not easy to navigate, but the true essence of reality starts within you. That's the best I could say. I thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I'll ask Miranda the same question that I asked Phil. And again, Phil can rebut if he chooses to do so. It is optional. What is the true essence of our reality? Miranda, the floor is yours.
So what I was going to say is the true essence of our reality is that there is no one singular reality. So similar to what you had said, Phil, it starts within us, the reality, our perspectives, our lives have shaped of what we think is reality and what we feel is real to us. So our beliefs, our standpoints.
Phil, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm sorry. What you think is real, what you believe is real. Real is real, fantasy is fantasy. There are a lot of people, and I find this hard to believe, and I actually know somebody who believes this. They believe the earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the earth is flat?
Doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what they believe. Because whatever you believe is your reality.
Is that reality? No.
Whatever they believe, that's their reality.
Well, Phil, you asked a question. Let her respond. Well, Phil, you asked a question. Let her respond.
I'm sorry.
So whatever somebody believes is their reality. So if they believe that the earth is flat or they believe that the earth is round, that's what they are seeing as real. And someone can look at what you said, a news article or anything outside of themselves, and two different people can see a news article or can see something. Yes, there are definite truths, of course, in the world, but in the essence of reality, two people can see the same thing and see it completely different. And then that'll be their reality based off of how they feel about how they grew up, about what their morals are, what their religion is. And this has been a philosophical thing for a long time, is that there's no definitive answer on what is reality. So I feel like that's the essence of the reality. There's no actual answer as to what is a universal reality, because the way one person might perceive something is another person might perceive it completely different.
Phil, your last rebuttal, the floor is yours.
Interpretation, opinion, those are different from actual reality. If somebody thinks, again, going back to the earth is flat thing, if that person thinks the earth is flat and you think it's his reality, it's not. It's a delusion. And yes,
the reality for that person.
But that's not reality. It's delusion. You're in the mental health field.
Phil, can you explain why it's delusion? Explain the whys.
Thank you. Because it's not real. People, and I'm sure you encounter this, and my hat's off to you for being in the mental health field. People have various, I'm not going to say diseases, because I don't want to demean anybody, but they have certain conditions where they have delusions, multiple personalities, paranoia, various other things, and it's not reality. It's a delusion.
Phil, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about being in the mental health field. I know that there's delusions, there's paranoias, there's everything. When we're talking about essence from a philosophical standpoint, that's what we're talking about, right? Philosophy from a philosophical standpoint, from an essence standpoint, not a tangible. You're talking about things that are tangible, things that are truths. There are certain truths in the world. Okay. But if you're talking about a whole essence and a whole, what is the actual essence of our reality? There's no actual definitive answer of what is the essence. And you're actually proving my point right now, because me and you have different perspectives on it. I have a different perspective on what is reality than you do right now. Your perspective is that you need something tangible in front of you that you can see, that is a hard truth. That's your reality. Whatever is proven to be true. But there have been things also in the world that have been proven to be true at one point been proven to be true in another point. Then there's, if we're talking about in terms of like politics, in terms of anything, people show what they want to show, and we see what we want to see. So how do we know what is even true or not in terms of like what you even see on TV, what you see in a newspaper, what you see anywhere? How do we even know if any of these are actual truths that are tangible? How do we even know that they're a tangible truth? You know, and then our perspective comes into play with everything that we do as well. So if I see something as good, you might see something as bad. If I see something as even Bartholomew, the name Bartholomew, if I think it's cool, you don't think it's cool. What is the truth? There's no definitive answer of what is that truth. So the essence is that there is no one truth. That's my argument.
Okay.
RC Cola sucks. If you're old enough, you remember RC Cola. That's a definitive truth. That's a definitive truth. Royal Crown Cola, not good. We got some responses here, some stuff in the comment section. This is Red Eyes. Phil is 100% correct. If I think I'm a has-been, that doesn't make me Howard. Howard man. Well, if we go by that logic, Red Eyes, if I think I'm a JW, then I should. Oh, damn! Please, no, that would be a nightmare, and that's a reality. Hashtag we see what we want to see. All right, guys. Well, here's what we all want to see. Who won this match? We're done. It's our final topic. Our judges now, their votes are worth 3 points each. Let us know who you voted for and why. Do you have to do this in a speed? Is this a speed round? Not officially, but due to time constraints, guys, give us your criteria. Let us know who you're voting for. Give us a couple of whys. As far as why you voted for them. Howard, the floor is yours.
So, Phil, you talked about early on, like, what's tangible, right? What do you see? What's your environment, right? Tangible reality, empirical reality. But then where you ended up was really fascinating, right? Reality stemming from the heart and the soul. And I was like, ooh, okay, now
I'm just telling you, JW's about to comment right now. Yeah. Well, here we go. On cue. I'm just telling you. Make your points.
Okay. Let me just get myself together. Where you went was great. And I wanted to hear more. And it's almost like if I could combine both of your arguments, I think that's part of the whole answer.
Could be.
And Miranda, you talked about it's subjective. It's what reality is, what it is for you. Who's to say the guy that thinks the world is flat is invalid? Sure, you could come up with like facts and all this stuff, but is that gonna convince him that it's still not? So that's the point I think you were making. You just you had a more broader interpretation of the question.
And your vote is for
Miranda.
Appreciate that. Eric voted for Phil, so I tally that as well. Thank you, Howard. And Mr. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Okay, this one was a tough one. To be honest, I went on ChatGPT to get a few other perspectives as well. But I will say that perspective is the word that really shines for me here. I could pick this up here. What letter is this? What number is this? What number is this? What letter is this? Right. So it's all a matter of perspective and the angle that you look at it. So with that, Miranda wins in this case.
Appreciate you, Sebastian. Thank you. You guys have done such an awesome job tonight. Really, absolutely from the heart. Let's see as we keep tallying. Again, judges' votes are worth 3. Let's bring in Christine and see who she votes for and why.
This was an interesting topic. So my criteria, first I want to say reality is meeting a point between what is provable, what is perceivable, and what is internal. And my criteria was physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. You both touched on these aspects. However, I wanted to point out that, Phil, you can't, define someone's essence of their reality with everybody else's. Everyone, like Miranda stated, has their own perspective. Okay, everyone has their own experiences. My experiences and my perspective may not look like yours for several and obvious reasons. So there is a way, you can actually see someone else's perspective without actually changing your own as well. So I'm going to vote for Miranda on this one.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Christine. I'm going to tell you this in the back. Let's bring in Jake and see who he votes for and why on this final topic.
You both brought up good points, no doubt. But I will say I respect the way Phil addressed everything, and how he addressed it was very, like trying to stay sensitive to what other people, will take offense to. And I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm saying this to be factual. I feel like the average Joe would look at you, Phil, and think that you're just a big, mean old biker. But guess what? You actually got a heart. So I will say heart over everything. So, Phil, you got my vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You guys have been really absolutely incredible because it's your first time here. A lot of people think it's easy to judge, especially with topics like this, and it's not. You guys are hitting home runs all over the place, so thank you for that. And let's bring in Giselle and see who she votes for and why.
Phil, I like how you stated it starts within you, but that plays into everything else that everybody's been saying about experiences and perspectives and how those experiences lead and your knowledge lead to that perspective that you have. You also need to stop demeaning your competitors or people you're talking about and to. It is a frequent problem. We are in a competition, yes, but we always tout that we are respectful here. And that is what a lot of the celebs say on Saturday night, is what they love about this, is that we may have differing opinions. We find where we're in common, but we do it respectfully. And I think you want to so lose that part of this entire network, what it's about, and bring people together. And I can't, in good conscience, vote for somebody who is consistently doing that. But I did like, you are right. It does start within you, but that does feed into everything that Miranda was saying and that all of the other judges have been explaining as well. It's a big question, and there is no real answer to it because we are approaching it from different angles, from different perspectives, from what we see, from what we feel, from what we've touched. And no one brought up science into this and how science plays a role in reality. And again, we're talking about reality and not truth. And those may or may not be the same thing. So I am going to go with Miranda on this one.
Appreciate that. Guys and gals and pals, just to offer my 2 cents real quick. I'm not a participant in this match, but in conceiving these topics, there is no way to put this other than trying. So I will try. I think that reality exists in a realm of pure ideas, meaning what we normally experience as reality could be a degraded copy of that.
Interesting, yeah.
It's what we experience through our senses. It's the unknowable way of nature underlying the dynamic tension of opposites. And that can manifest in the words we always use, yin and yang. The light of reason. Guys, I'll give you a reason right now to go Betty bye and enjoy the rest of your night because this match is officially over. And if you're rooting for Team Miranda, you got it because she's now up 2-0 in a best-of-7 series. But Phil is not eliminated in this thing. Phil is going to come back. I could tell Phil's being very humble, but Phil, I know you really well. This isn't over, is it, Phil?
Not by a long shot. Nope.
Well, I'll say this much. If you don't win the next one, being down 3-0, we're sports fans. Being down 3-0, there is no way to come back from down. Well, there is, but it's very, very rare. Would you say that the next? Are you approaching your next matchup as a do or die, Phil?
Yes, I am. I think I have to. Absolutely.
Guys, congrats to Miranda. She's halfway there into round number 3. Good stuff. Let's bring everybody here on screen. Howard Collado as well. Good stuff. I'm going to put you guys backstage, and let's end with our judges. Let's get you guys backstage, and let's end with our judges because they deserve to be on. I don't think they've actually met each other. Christine and Jake and Sebastian, you guys absolutely rock. Giselle, you as well, of course, your participant. Any final thoughts you guys want to let the masses know? Feel free. Anything you want to say, guys?
Ladies
about
first.
anything. About anything at all. Go ahead.
Anybody.
Ladies first.
Okay. I just wanted to say that this has been an awesome show. Thank you so much for having me on as a judge. I appreciate everybody's kind words. And I want to tell Howard and Red Eyes to chill out.
Yeah, yes. God almighty. Thank you for speaking, I hope, on behalf of all of us. Jake, anything you want to let our audience know?
Number one, giant elephant in the room was addressed with Christine. I just wanted to first say thank you, Avi, for taking a chance on me. Thank you, Kelly White, for putting my name in the hat. If you guys want to keep tabs on me, get to know me as I get into the wrestling business, all my socials are at Real Jake Prince. So please give me a follow on all my socials and, just keep tabs on me and where I'm going. So you don't know where I'm going to be. So might as well follow me and just keep track of where I am.
Absolutely, man. We'll definitely bring you back here as a judge. You were awesome, as was Christine. Yeah, and Sebastian, any final thoughts, my friend?
Avi, thank you very much for the opportunity today. Thank you very much to the new network. I appreciate all the comments and all the feedback. And I think overall, Phil and Miranda did an outstanding job. So thank you for your time. You guys came out, you're in it to win it. So. But have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Well, Mikasa,
disclaimer: we were all neutral, so there's a little disclaimer: no favoritism.
No, I could tell
Right,
there was no
judges?
favoritism. You guys really captured the essence of what the show's about. No bias whatsoever. And guys, again, this Saturday night, as I depart, we got a big one over here. Mr. Matt Riddle, great guy, awesome human being, UFC great, and also a WWE great, will be on Saturday night. Participating against some big guns, award-winning legendary ESPN anchor John Anderson, NBA great Paul McKeskey. 2 out of 3 will move on. They've got their topics, and they're pretty tough. We'll see who gets there. And again, you guys are the engine. You drive the show. I don't vote. You do. On Saturday night, you will vote 2 of these men to round number 3. So for Jake, for Sebastian, again, Real Jake Prince, for Sebastian, for Christine, for Howard Collado, for Giselle, and for, of course, our participants, Phil, Justin, and the winner, Miranda. I am Avi Klein. I am out. And you guys, as always, are in. Thank you for your time.
I would ask my future self if mankind was able to cooperate with one another in order to avert the worst effects of global warming by the year 2050.
So Tony Iommi, the guitarist for Black Sabbath, the press comes down on his two fingers, his middle and ring finger. And in that moment, as he pulls back, he pulls the ends of his fingers off.
Contrary to all the other managers that would come on the air and they would say, let me tell you something. I'm the brain here, and I'm this, and I'm that. And Jimmy Hart was never spoke about himself. He always put the heat, he always put the importance on his proteges.
And that social and cultural climate is what gave birth to a lot of those genres. Look at the graffiti art that was on the trains when they were going by, the 7 train, the 6 train, the 4 train. Okay, these trains are now in museums.
For Secretary of State, I will go with JFK. And the reason I go with Kennedy is that Kennedy understood the international scene.
The reason why one should discuss financial matters and financial disparities, and that should be a focal point in romantic relationships, is that it tells your partner where your values lie.
I picked that really stood out in my life and really made an impact on me in many ways was space travel and the moon landing. I was 12 years old. My parents woke me up to watch live as Neil Armstrong took his first step on the moon and uttered the words, one small step for man, one big leap for mankind.
This is where people who maybe feel a little behind the power curve in life can build a heroic character, and in the framework with rules can actually become heroes for a few hours, whether it's you play every day, every week, every month.
Most people have more of an inclination to play sports than they do to be more cerebral or whatever. And so I think a lot of people, I know I did, I thought I was going to be a professional athlete.
That's a very good point. But why would higher life forms come and mutilate our cows or go after random farmers throughout the world? It makes zero sense.
Talking about being one, all of us being one. An article in the New York Times, in the magazine section, it was about how we as humans don't just live on the earth, we are the earth.
So I'm a therapist, and nonverbal communication is a huge aspect of my job. It shows somebody that, you're listening. It shows somebody that you care about them. And a lot of people don't have somebody to listen to them.
So if you have a situation with another country and one country is succumbing to your power, what is in the cards that country might just say, forget it, and I'll just hit the button?
When March Madness comes around, who's the one team that every single person knows on the planet is always going to be in that group represented no matter what happens? Duke. It's always Duke.
to remind people who Stagecoach Mary feels was that she was born a slave, and when she was 30 years old, that's when slavery was abolished, and she took straight off. I mean, she was out of there as quickly as she could be. Even left family behind, left her parents behind, left everybody behind.
What is good leadership? For me, it is selflessness. It is selflessness, and it's being able to reach in the dark and inspire someone when they are surrounded by fear and anxiety.
The Jungles and the Hanoi Hilton, and the things that man went through, firing squad, execution.
The Holy Davidson captures the mystique and the aura that is Americana.
And what is the prize for Wednesday nights, you guys ask? I will not say. I will say that Wednesday nights have kind of become the Wild West of TKN, if you will. Hey, I'm a suit, but I'm not a tie, if you know, on Wednesday nights. Guys, that's why we let our hair down on Wednesday nights. The big one, the celebrity tournament on Saturday night. I love how most of these participants in this very team challenge are already in round number 3. Mr. Jeremy London is in round number 3 of the TKN celebrity tournament. Yes, so is David Tank Abbott. Guys and gals and pals, we have got a smorgasbord for you. We have got a bevy, a litany, a wide array, if you will, of amazing topics that we'll delve into in such a real organic way. And that's what it's all about. No BS, guys. Living room conversation style. All the while, strangers leave as friends. Isn't that what it's all about? Strangers do leave as friends. And even when it comes to the TKN Celebrity Tournament that right now has 150 Hall of Famers from the world of sports, music, and pro wrestling, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, AMA, and WGA award winners and nominees, guys and gals and pals, it's not merely about the prize. It's also about looking into the eyes of every single person that's on screen, knowing their truth as they reveal themselves in such a very honest and wholehearted fashion. That's all we can ask for in 2025. So yes, the prize is wonderful, but being able to learn while listening, that's the real prize if you ask me. However, the celebrity tournament, round number 2, nearing its final lap. Round number 2 is nearing its final lap. Already we've seen such incredible participants in this thing. Round number 3 is around the corner. It's kind of speeding up right now, as you've noticed, because each round there are less and less people that will be a part of this because there are eliminations. But at the end of the day, even those who are not part of the tournament sometimes have their own talk shows under this umbrella. We want to thank these guys. We want to thank Progresso Soup, our national sponsor. It took a while, but we're happy these bad boys are our sponsor right now nationally because they've done so much for us already. And hopefully will continue to do more for us as we continue to grow because of them and because of you. You guys are inviting us to your living room. Appreciate that. In a minute, I'll zip the old lip. I'll bring in the participants. I'll unveil the topics. But take your roses because you guys right now have turned a donut into 4.5 million total views on YouTube in just a year and a half. We're bragging about you because you guys are giving us the time, and we respect that. That's why it's interactive. That's why you guys, along with our judges, are the ones who vote on each match. You have a voice. It's always going to be heard, and we're going to do that consistently. So thank you guys and gals and pals. Also remind you guys, this is not a podcast. I'm not a podcaster. I'm not an interviewer. I'm a conversationalist because I like conversations. And if you want controversy, get out of here. This is a place where we have good conversation. And remember, every single time we have philosophical fun, we also give you endless and limitless edutainment. That's where entertainment marries education. And guess what? We give it to you in spades. So with that, guys and gals and pals, big announcement. Phil Justin was scheduled. We're live. Phil Justin was scheduled to be teaming up with his team challenge partner, David Tank Abbott. But Phil, We wish you well. We love you. I've known you since 2004. You're a great storyteller. Man, get yourself hydrated. It's hot out there. You're a New Yorker. We appreciate you, my friend. We appreciate everything you do. You'll be back in the team challenge in no time. Right now, filling in for Mr. Phil Justin will be one Howard Collado, who's already in the team challenge. He's got Jacques Rougeau as a teammate. But Howard, of course, if you and David Tank Abbott win, that will reflect in the standings. Already, David Tank Abbott and Phil won their first match, so their team is 1-0. Couple of rules, just so we know what we're doing here. Unlike the celebrity tournament of Saturday nights, this is not an elimination round. This is a regular season round. If you know sports, you know how it goes. The winners of tonight, for example, whichever team wins, that win will be reflected in the standings. After about 10 or 12 matches, we'll take the top 8 teams. There are 10 teams in this team challenge. We'll take the top 8 teams, and there'll be a playoff round. That'll be an elimination round. But right now, if a team loses, they're still in the team challenge, and there's a huge prize that I won't even announce that's associated with Wednesday nights. Guys and gals and pals, let's start the festivities right about now. And again, the great thing about these participants, they have no clue. They're not privy to what the topics even are. That's how amazing they are. This is the danger zone. They're stepping right in, and they are giving you their all, and we appreciate them for that. Guys and gals and pals, there is zero doubt that we all welcome the following participant and his perspective. This man is reflective, and it's never about him. Rather, it's about the collective. Take one good look at him and tell me that you haven't already built the world. You must absorb them. That's a must. He will take you through a creative wonderland as he bestows upon us a Saturday and Wednesday night treat. So give it up for a kind, sincere, intelligent human being. My good friend, the peaceful one, Mr. Pete. How are you, Pete? How are you tonight?
Thank you for that, Avi. I'm doing well. Very, very peaceful on this Wednesday night, on this huge black box that I'm a part of tonight, Celebrity Team Tournament with Jeremy London. I'm excited. I'm sure he's excited.
You got yourself one of the most intelligent, thoughtful partners that a person can have. A dear friend, and I could say the same about you. You guys are obviously going to bring it. There's no doubt. Hello to Ed. Nice to see you there. Power Store Inc., Sal, Eric, Antonio, we see all of you. I think there's a bunch of us watching right now live. Thank you for that. Antonio, Classy Time, Safari Crosby, thank you all for being in the comment section. We need your votes, so stay in there as well and give us your thoughts as well. Now, Pete, before I put you backstage and bring in your partner, Mr. Jeremy London, are you looking forward to teaming up with Jeremy? Are you looking forward to your first official team challenge match?
Yes, I am. This is very exciting. We're going to be a force to be reckoned with peacefully, though. Peacefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need that.
So
we need that in 2020.
Watch out the rest of the teams out there because we're taking this tournament by storm.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're as honest as you are peaceful. I'll put you backstage and bring you right back, my friend. The peaceful one, guys. Of course, I want to bring in the peaceful one's partner. Again, as the aforementioned Jeremy London knows, a very dear friend who cares a lot about people and this network and me as a friend. And that shows, man. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Guys and gals, the great Miles Davis said, a painting is music you can see, and music is a painting you can hear. He also said, don't fear mistakes because there are none. And I agree. Guys and gals and pals, we don't make mistakes. We explore. We discover. Our next participant is class personified. He's a man that is grand in every sense of the word, but as a human being first and foremost, the heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight. They, while their companions were sleeping, were toiling upward in the night. The most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, and to love. That's what this man does. He's in touch with his authentic self because this man is quite genuine. Guys and gals and pals, he's entertained us all with his incredible works of art on screen, both on the big screen and the small. Perhaps none of this would have occurred had he not suffered an injury as a child playing baseball. He landed his first TV series role in I'll Fly Away, which won an Emmy for Best Drama. This was just the beginning of many incredible roles and projects, hence my use of a comma. An entire generation grew up watching him on Seventh Heaven and Party of Five, but let's mention the iconic Mallrats. He's also a teacher, a writer, a painter, and a director, a man who wears many hats. He's humble and doesn't yearn for fame in this game. There's no fame to aim and be the same. A man that knows himself and doesn't cling to his name. I just bestowed 5 rhymes, but that was necessary when describing this gentleman. Am I to blame? He's the man behind the driving force known as, used to be, behind the form of hashtag tweet reads, which I used to love reading. A nice escape from Twitter toxicity. I've still yet to learn the inner workings of Twitter. Maybe he can give me a helping hand as it can help with publicity. He is filled with a plethora of blank canvases with wonderful works of art. He's played soldiers, rebels, and even a preacher. He's a true jack of all trades. He's an artist and in one hell of a great teacher. He's as humble as he is wise, gifted as he is honest, and talented as he is real. His work will make you feel. His passion for the craft is as solid as steel. He resonates with the masses, from wise guys named Tony to biology teachers named Neil. He teaches the craft and reminds artists not to reinvent the wheel. Are you all tired of these rhymes? Sue me. I might lose, but I'll win my appeal. So grab a drink and finish up your meal, guys and gals and pals. For our fans in the UK, enjoy that last sip of tea because you'll be smiling with glee. 2 rhymes in this bar? I say let's make it 3. So give a warm and intelligent greeting to a man who's humble, who's kind, and who's intelligent. Last name London, first name Jeremy. Welcome, my friend, to the team challenge.
Wow, dude. I don't know how you do that. I feel so humbled and so honored every time. So grateful.
You deserve it. That's
Thank
the easiest part because there's so many cool things to say about you that I have to condense myself. I have to condense myself a
It's
little bit.
very, very, very kind and humbling, and I feel wholly unworthy, but thank you.
You are worthy. And thank you, Sasan, for joining us, my friend. Nice to see you. Thank you for being in the comment section, for all of you being here live. Jeremy, kind of intrigued about this new concept, the team challenge?
I still have no idea what's going on, and I
Yeah.
cannot wait to find out.
I love it.
I'm
It's great.
absolutely intrigued. This is news to me, and I welcome it with open arms and can't wait to see what.
I told you about Prime. We got that. You were such a big proponent in improving the show on Saturday nights. That's the mothership, the TKN Celebrity Tournament that you're a part of. You're in the 3rd round because you care. Like what you do behind the scenes, I want everyone to understand this is you've shown so much care and concern for my plight, for my journey, for this amazing network that you have such a big role in. So I want to thank you as always when you're on screen for that, my friend.
Oh man, it's my pleasure. It's just returning the love that you give us, man. And whenever I see somebody that cares so much about what they're doing and puts so much energy and time into it, and brings so many people together the way you do.
Thank you.
How can I not just be as honest with you as possible if I feel like there might be something that might potentially keep people from, that might cause people to tune out or something, right? Like,
Sure.
It's like I don't want to give them a chance to tune out.
Oh, that means
because
a lot, man.
they might miss the most what's more important, which is the communion between everybody. Rather, the introductions are epic. they're epic. They're just you have so many people involved that it's so hard to get that many people in without it being a long journey. And the way that you tweaked it and put the voice, the way you did it was fantastic, man.
I appreciate that. And you were, again, such a huge proponent of that. And like I said, been here since the infancy of this network, and now we're growing together. We're enjoying this journey together, my friend. Can't wait for you to experience the team challenge. What I'm going to do is bring in Mr. David Abbott right now and Mr. Howard Collado, and we'll be off to the races.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too, my friend. Mr. Jeremy London, guys. Appreciate his time as always. What a gentleman. I do not take that for granted. Guys, don't do that either. If you have a friend that's so supportive of you and your journey, don't take that for granted. That's the easy thing to do in life. Don't ever do that. I try to actively think about the person and ask myself, you know what? Instead of asking why they're supportive, don't ask the why. It's good to ask the whys in general in life, but don't ask why they're being supportive. Ask what you can do to support them as well. And I think that we each feed each other that way, then that could be sort of a really healthy marriage and relationship, no matter what. Guys and gals and pals, right now, let's bring in our 2 participants who are ready to go as well. Now, Howard, my friend, no intro for you because we thought Mr. Phil Justin was going to be here. Are you ready to go to a tag team with Mr. David Tank Abbott tonight?
You got to jump in the fire, man. And that's what I've learned definitely from you and from TKN. So let's do this. Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it, Sasan. Absolutely, man. 40 years. We've known each other since 1985. That is a fact. Thank you, Howard, for that comment as well. So, Howard, again, you are teaming up with Jacques Rougeau. You know the rules. I'm going to put you backstage, bring in Mr. Tank Abbott, and we'll be off to the races.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Howard Collado, who's been here since day number 1. And guys and gals and pals, I like that, Eric. Is that a question? No, our friends are our investments. It makes me think. I mean, that comment makes me think. I don't even know how to respond to it yet because I'm thinking about it, but that's cool that you dropped that in there. Eagle John, nice to see you, my friend. Love your comments and love your energy. Thank you, Power Store, as well. Guys, let's bring in Mr. Tank Abbott, who, again, over these last 2 years, he's become an awesome friend because he's so open and honest. And I like people like Jeremy and Tank and everyone on this network that we have under this umbrella because we weed through the crap. And I like that. I like people that weed through all the crap because it saves time to be talking to honest people who stand up for something they believe in. A warrior is not a person that carries a gun. The biggest war you ever go through is right between your own ears. It's in your mind. And we're all going through a war in our mind. We have to visit our mind to fight that war and to win that war. Guys, our next participant knows that the comeback is greater than any setback. This is due in large part to the fact that even death can never stay his hand. As he gazed upon the cold vastness of space and mused upon his life, he found that both are anything but empty. He's alive. He's here. His purpose is indeed quite relevant. The man is multifaceted and isn't just a fighter, but he's a historian. He can teach. It all began in the state of California, specifically Huntington Beach. His father was a lifelong football coach, and he played the sport as well when he attended Marina High School. But there was another sport in which he could have no peer and truly shine like a king. He was drawn to the mat since he was 9 years old, watching his brother excel. What sport am I talking about? Of course, I speak of wrestling. He continued wrestling in college, where he was one of the best and also an NGCAA All-American in that sport. As many would find out, his determination and pride were absolute. He was a man that you could not thwart, because if you did, your body he would contort, as you might wind up in pieces while they would transport you from the MMA ring to the airport. He attended California State University Long Beach, where he graduated with a degree in history, something that speaks to me, as teaching that subject is as rewarding as honey to a bunch of zealous bees. In the bars, he would always deck those that didn't bring it correct. He always put bullies in their place, which is something he'd never ignore or neglect. Guys and gals and pals, one day he was reading a magazine at a store, and his attention was piqued when there was a little new attraction called the UFC. He applied to UFC 6 and is undefeated street fighter who could bench 600 pounds and knock out 4 men. There's plenty of video footage to indicate that his opponents were looking for some place to hide. But in the ring with him, there was no escape because, heck, they applied, and they'd all go down a story as a classic as Bonnie and Clyde. When competing with him, guys and gals, there was no place to hide. July 6, 95. We're approaching, guys and gals, 30 years as the world would become privy to a man that was there for the crown. He ran over the 400-pound Hawaiian fighter in 18 seconds as the poor guy went down. Next up was round 2 that night, where he further solidified his reputation by defeating Paul V with a ground and pound attack along with knee strikes, as yet another opponent sat there in bewilderment, wondering who turned out the damn lights. What an honest time for the UFC this was. Guys and gals and pals, back in 95, there were no judges, no time limits, and the tougher guy got the win and walked out. He made it to the finals, and after facing him, the eventual champ couldn't even stand. The audience gave him a hand, and they loved him for his authenticity and his heart. His talent was quite grand. UFC 7 was next, where he had an easy win over Steve Genumin, the first round with a neck crank. Next up was the legendary Dan Severn, who's in this tournament, but even Dan had trouble taking down this tank. If you want a brief summary, let's go. He's a 2-time UFC tournament runner-up, a 3-time UFC semifinalist, a UFC heavyweight champion contender. He holds the record for most UFC tournaments competed and won the viewer's choice before there was a thing called social media trends. Heck, in 97, he even co-starred an episode of Friends. Both the WWE and WCW took notice of this massive talent, but in the end, Bischoff and WCW signed him, and pro wrestling fans had their first glance. He was one of the top guys taking it to Goldberg, the Steiners, Sid, and hell, we found out he could even dance. He was featured in one of their video games, and even after their run, he continued to knock people out. Many would talk and walk, but not many could do it better. In his presence, guys, they would often sit and pout. His resiliency and courage needs to be addressed, as he died 5 times on an operating table and had 6 strokes. For many, it would have been the end. Not for him, thankfully, as I consider him a good friend. 107 days in the ICU. And amid this turmoil, it is what he did that would raise many an eyelid, because he fought and survived the hardest fight of his life. So stand up and welcome a man known as a tank from Jersey to Madrid, a legendary, kind, humble human being. Last name Abbott. First name David. Welcome, my friend, to the Celebrity Tournament Team Challenge.
Welcome. More than welcome. Thank you. Awesome job as usual. And what can I say, man? That was an awesome intro.
You deserve every bit of it. Like I said, it's the easy part. Is just the hard part is having to condense this stuff, because I could talk about you guys for days upon days, and I will. I'm very humbled in your presence, because, my friend, you are a gentleman and you are a fellow writer. And I never asked you this, but also history is something that's been important to you, right? Have you always loved history?
Yes. I mean, that's why I got my degree in it. But yeah, it's always been one of my favorite topic in school. And I enjoy it very much.
What do you think about tonight's replacement? We know Phil's out with an illness. He'll be back. You got Mr. Howard Collado. You looking forward to it?
Absolutely. I'm glad Phil's coming back, and he's going to be okay. You know, that's not something to mess around with. And I'm sure Howard will fill in and do his thing.
No doubt about it. Let's bring him in. Mr. Howard Collado.
Hey.
Mr. Jeremy London. Mr. Peaceful Pete. Guys, I've got to refresh my laptop for a quick second, so please feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in about 9 seconds.
Of course.
So can anybody explain to me the format here? How is this a competition?
Well, it's essentially, he's going to give you a lot of awesome options, right? He'll give you maybe he's back. Okay, there he goes. All right.
Here we go, guys. Yes, so here's the way it's going to work. It's not complicated at all. What I'm going to do is everyone gets a topic that they pick based on categories. So I'll read the categories first. Here are the categories, guys, and then I'll pretty much ask you which one you pick. Once you pick a category, it's like opening up a present. You'll find out what's inside. So you pick the category, then you find out what the topic is inside that category. So here are the different categories that I've written up. I've conceived these amazing topics for you guys that you're going to hit a home run with. We have category number 1 is MMA versus boxing. MMA versus boxing is category number 1. The second is U.S. presidents. U.S. presidents. The third is the media. The media. The fourth, and I'll repeat these, the fourth is patriotism. And the fifth is a wild card topic. Now, the wild card is worth double. Wild card is worth double. Could be anything. MMA versus boxing, U.S. presidents, the media, patriotism, wild card. Now, I'm not reinventing the wheel. On Saturday nights, we have judges who vote based on your presentation. It's the same thing. Once you're done, the judges come in. They'll vote on who resonated most with them. The only wrinkle in the team challenge is your teammate can follow you when you're done making your point in presentation. When you're finished with your topic, if your teammate wants to add anything else to your topic, they can. It's optional. If you do, you get bonus points, which is kind of a cool thing. So that's optional. And then once you guys are finished, the opposition gets a chance to rebut, but they've got to go the other way. So if you went one way, they've got to go the other way. That'll be a ton of fun. And that's what it's all about. Having a lot of fun here. That's it. Those are the rules. So right now, Mr. Jeremy London, you are a guest who hasn't done the team challenge yet. You will now, my friend. Here's what you can pick. We have MMA versus boxing. We have U.S. presidents. We have the media. We have patriotism, or we have a wild card topic. Anyone that you want.
Hit me with the wild card topic, mister.
Yes, sir. I'm going to write that down. Jeremy gets the wild card, which I'll announce in a minute. His teammate, of course, is Mr. Pete. Pete, which category? Well, no, actually, let's go to the other team. Mr. Tank Abbott, we have MMA versus boxing, U.S. presidents, the media, or patriotism?
Once again, I'm going to go with the obvious, MMA against boxing.
Sure, not a problem. Let me jot that down. And Pete, we have U.S. presidents, the media, or patriotism?
Those are all great topics, but as you know, I love the media, so I'm going to go with the media.
The media it is, sure. And Howard, you can pick one of two. U.S. presidents or patriotism?
Oh, okay. Let's go with patriotism.
Patriotism it is. So I'm going to read out the topics now. Howard, I'm jotting this down. Okay, we have wild card. Guys, Jeremy will go first. Of course, the way it'll work when Jeremy's presenting, the opposition will be on screen, which means Tank Abbott and Howard will be kind of right there between them while he's making his points. Once he's finished, of course, he'll cue me in. I'll pop back in. I'll then ask Pete, his partner, if he has anything to add. If he does, that's an automatic bonus point for the team. If he does. You don't have to if you're not comfortable with the topic, Pete. Once that's finished, David and Howard can rebut if they'd like. That's optional. So let me read this wild card topic out to Mr. Jeremy London. I call this a 2025 dinner party. You, my friend, Jeremy, are the host of this particular dinner party. Attending this party will be Mel Brooks, Michael Jordan, Madonna, and Donald Trump. All four are going to be attending this dinner party. Hot and heavy here on the Black Box, guys. As you know, this is the Wild West. You're responsible for something that we all call a conversation starter. If you could pick one of those individuals, it's your choice who. If you could pick one of those individuals and ask them any question to break the ice, once you've all been seated to have dinner, what would your question be and why? Who would you ask the question to? Now, I'm going to give Jeremy a chance, of course, to go backstage for a few minutes. Why not? Just to organize some thoughts. I'll give him the options. We've got Mel Brooks in this dinner party. We've got Michael Jordan in this dinner party. We got Madonna. And we got Mr. Trump. Jeremy can ask any one of those one singular question. They're having a dinner party, so he's breaking the ice. He can ask them a question. Is it levity? Is it something that's on his mind, in his heart? Whatever it is, he can ask that question. And then he's going to explain to us why he did ask that question to that particular individual. My good friend, I cannot wait, my friend, to see what you have, but I'll put you backstage just to kind of organize your thoughts, my friend. Absolutely, man. Not a problem here. Wonder what the wild card is. We found out now what this might be. It's just one question for one of those individuals in his dinner party. Now, remember, Jeremy's the host of the dinner party. He's got Madonna, Michael Jordan, Mel Brooks. Again, Madonna, Michael Jordan, Mel Brooks, and Trump. But he doesn't have to ask all of them a question. He can pick any one of those four, and ask them just one singular question. Just one, and we'll find out why. Now, if you guys do decide, it's optional, if you guys decide to tackle this as well, it's a fun topic, and get some points for your team, you would have to ask a question to the other available dinner party guests. It can't be the same person that Jeremy selected. It'd have to be somebody else of those three remaining. So that's how we're kind of going to work that here. I want to ask Mr. Abbott a question. Dave, if you could, in the world of the UFC, if you could have a hangout, a barbecue, a dinner party, whatever you want to call it, with some of the old warriors, who would you pick? Maybe the original UFC fighters that were around. Any of them at all?
Yeah, all of them, I guess. I mean, actually, the opposite of that. I don't know if I'd want to hang out with any of them.
Yeah. How about this? Has there been anyone in history that you would like to have hung out with if you had a chance?
It's a good question.
Yeah, that requires some thought. I don't know.
How about this? I'll narrow it down. Prior to the 20th century, any U.S. president you'd like to pick the brain of?
Sure, I would like to know about Trump, hang out with him for a while. Seems like he's a pretty funny guy.
This is it's a question. I'm just curious because there's a lot to be said about who we have a dinner with and what we could absorb from them. Pete, if you could pick someone in the let's say prior to the 20th century, who would you have selected? Have a dinner with?
Have a dinner with? It could be anybody. It doesn't have to be U.S. president.
Anybody. Yeah.
Anybody? I would say. That's a good question. I'm gonna say Thomas Jefferson. Why not?
Thomas Jefferson. Okay.
Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, I would love to get his thoughts on like let's say I can go back in time and I can bring him here and I'd be like get his thoughts on what his thinking was when he was one of the forefathers of the country and then what his thoughts of the country now. It just pick his brain.
He wasn't this is true. He wasn't a fan of beans.
That's true. Very true.
There you go.
I don't know why that's the first thing that came to my mind right now, but it was. It just was.
Howard, beans at this dinner party?
If you want to get him mad, you would, Howard.
Prior to the 20th century, you said?
Yeah, sure. Give it a whirl.
God, I would go with. Oh man.
Anyone?
Yeah. Freud.
Freud. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we go there, Howard? Or? he only charges by the hour, man. You understand that, right?
No, let's.
Well, you know what? You might be his pension plan, and so would I. We could both retire. We could have retired him if he sat down and talked to us.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, that's for Sigmund Freud. Why not? Hey guys, good evening to you as well, Miranda. In about 30 seconds, I will bring in Mr. Jeremy London, but I want to get to the comment section. Eric picks John Adams. Power Store, yeah, the options are Mel Brooks, you're right, Michael Jordan, Madonna, and Donald Trump. Okay, again, dinner party, Jeremy's hosting it. He gets to ask one question to either Madonna, Donald Trump, Michael Jordan, or Mel Brooks. We'll bring in Mr. Jeremy London right now, and I'm going to put Howard backstage. Yeah, Howard backstage, and I'm going to keep Mr. Abbott and Pete on screen. I will go backstage. Jeremy, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. I do agree with you that who you have at your table says a lot about who you are as much, which is why one of those four would have never have been at my table to begin with. I'm sure you can imagine who, but I should say politicians. But so I would have Mel Brooks because it's Mel Brooks. He's amazing. He's one of my heroes, clearly. One of the most inspiring writers and directors and entertainers, and just a humanitarian, just a good human. What I would ask him is, when you were creating entertainment for the troops during World War II, because he was a soldier, being a Jewish man also, surrounded by death and gloom, and all of the atrocities of war. How did you find humor in such darkness? That's what I would ask him.
Yeah, and that's a great question to ask in those times. And I'm doing the math, 80 years since the end of World War II.
Yeah.
50 years since the end of
still going.
He is.
He's still going. He's about to do Spaceballs 2. He's literally they're about to do another Spaceballs movie. You know, if I could ask him anything else, it would literally be like, could you imagine during then that you would still be making movies at 100 years old?
And he is, and he's so amazing. Like, so one of the guys, I think I told you this, one of the first people I used to write for was his partner, Carl Reiner. I wrote for Carl, and for a young buck like me in a writer's room, it was like insane. Why am I writing
for Carl Reiner?
Yeah, me and 4 other young writers.
Avi, what?
For Carl Reiner. This was way back when in 2012, I think, or 11.
Chill bump. He's got the chicken skin. That's cool, man.
March
that's
2011.
That's just right up my alley.
That's what it was.
Know?
He was the first time he looked at a young writer who happened to be a stand-up comic. That comic asked him, "Hey, you got some advice for me? I'm about to do my first set tonight, and I'm going on stage, and I'm nervous." And Carl kind of, summons him over. "I do have some advice for a young man." And he goes, "What?" He goes, "Whatever you do, don't suck." that was his advice.
Be funny.
Be funny. Don't suck.
Yeah.
He wasn't wrong. But here's why I want. So we know each other well. For our viewers knowing you're one of my dear friends, Jeremy. And I threw in the politician. I threw that name in because I wondered if you would use that opportunity to ask a question, look that person right in the eye and ask a question that you've been kind of keeping to yourself for a while. Or not even.
You said I was hosting a dinner party.
Right. Yeah.
There's some people I would never have at my dinner party.
Yeah. Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: if let's say you had no idea he wasn't invited, and right away would it be you have to go, or would it be you got to stay? But I'm asking you a question.
No. Listen. I think it would be a really interesting opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with Donald.
Sure.
I truly do. If there could be a genuine exchange, right? I just don't know if that's possible. I don't know if there is a genuine exchange possible.
No, Jim, you've got a ton going on. You're super busy, man, and I love that. But so I'm not saying you're harping on this, but has there ever been sort of like a question in your mind, not something festering, but just something on your mind that you asked yourself, man, here's what I would ask him if I had a chance at all?
You know, I want to say that it would just be something nasty and vindictive because I just don't know how he can sleep at night. But I just don't think that it would faze him. You know, I guess it would be more like, if you were going to be honest, what were your grades? And you're always talking about your business school you go to. Really, what were your grades?
Yeah,
I mean. Be honest with something. Just tell people something. It's not even that I care. It's that he degrades everybody else, and debases everybody else and makes everybody else feel less than, And I think that if just people realize, who they're dealing with, maybe a little humble pie wouldn't hurt. I don't understand why people just have to be nasty to each other, period. I just wish people would get back to being nice to each other.
I do wish that,
Yeah. I can't wait for the day that I don't even have to think about politics again. I hate all of it.
I'll tell you what, and I say this to everyone, not because of the geeky history teacher in me, but like, if you go back and listen to the Richard Nixon interviews in '93, here's a guy that was universally hated, right? People talk Watergate. And then, of course, some of them forget about the foreign policy. They forget about China and brokering a deal with China. They forget about what he did from 68 to 72. But then again, the Paris Treaty Accords, Vietnam, kept us in there a bit longer than we should have, right? So what I mean by that is this. He's the perfect example of the yin and the yang, how you can support a president for one policy and be totally against them for something else that they stand for. And then at the end of the day, if they keep it civil, I don't think that as human beings, we go to a place of hatred and resentment towards that person. I don't think we hate them. I think we disagree with them. And what you're saying essentially is like, hey, policy aside, there's something that you're looking for that requires the president to be more dignified, more humane.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice for a president to act presidential. Far be it for me for it to be in the title, to have expectations of something that's literally in the title of what he is. He's the president. He should probably act presidential.
I can't stand it. Yeah.
Just overall, no matter what, it's how people have started treating each other in the country that is the disheartening part for me.
And last year at this time, I was in the Poconos. Great trip. I was watching the debate between both Biden and Trump, and both both of them should be totally ashamed of where they
Yeah,
went.
but
Because
Biden ate
they're
it.
talking
Biden
about
ate it
who's the
hard,
better
though.
golfer.
Biden shouldn't have been there. Biden shouldn't have been there.
Right, and we're hearing 20 minutes of, well, I'm a better golfer than you, and it's like both parties. I asked myself, where did things go wrong, and then I realized I think they got the memo. I think they assumed that because we're so locked into social media that we want salaciousness, and salaciousness therefore has to have a place in politics, but it shouldn't. It really shouldn't, and it sucks that it does.
Well, people go with the news source that they're fed, and they assume that because they're seeing it on television that it must be true. And, you know, there's no such thing as bipartisanship anymore. Everything has become so polarized that everything's either one side or the other. It's almost impossible to even have a middle of the road anymore without somebody then, chiding you for that. Then you're not dedicated enough to a cause because of that. I have beliefs, some conservative beliefs. I'm far from being conservative, but I have beliefs of the same nature. I don't, just because one person believes one thing on the left doesn't mean everybody should. And stop this bandwagoning thing is driving me crazy. It's like,
we root for our politicians like we root for our sports teams, and it's
it's ridiculous. It's preposterous.
Yeah,
it's preposterous. Yeah, it's becoming people's identities, and that is ridiculous.
I mean, right or left or right, what politician ever knew our name?
No, exactly.
Right? Whatever politician knew about us. Megan, in politics in general, to actually have a system that is for the people, we should be able to disagree, not cast the other as villains. Well said. Well said.
100%.
Yeah, son, third
100%.
president and original
That's
author.
That's why I wouldn't resort to just being nasty to Donald Trump if I had an opportunity to sit down to him, even though I would probably want to. I wouldn't. I would try to take the high road. Use the moment to actually maybe make some progress. Maybe find out.
You're right.
If there's some humanity in there a little bit. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Why waste that moment? You know what I mean? I just think that, hey, I'm 52
and Jeremy,
years
you're
old.
onto
I don't
something.
want to.
Because, and I'm being serious about this, if it worked out for Nixon and Elvis, it could work out for everybody. They sat down, they finally broke bread. The one couldn't stand the other, and they had like a 3-hour conversation and left as friends.
The bottom line is that this is all coming down to miscommunication, regardless. If you really sort of get to the root, it's the lines of communication. People are receiving communication of this source of news from this source, communication of this type of source of news from this, and then they forget to talk to each other.
They
then
do.
It becomes polarized.
And then they're caught in someone else's journalistic crosshairs all the time.
Yeah, and then people just pick, and then they hold on to the things that make them feel good. I call it hate meth. They hold on to the hate meth, the things that get them fired up and get them scared of everything, and then the rest of the stuff they just let go by the wayside, like the fact that he's a felon. It doesn't seem to matter if that was anybody else.
And to go full circle, you're going to have a nice time with Mel Brooks, who's 97. Sasan agrees with you. May the Schwartz be with you. There we go.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I just would want a light, happy, full feeling. But I want to know, could you imagine, first of all, being a Jewish man and serving during World War II, but having to bring levity and make these people smile? And how do you do that? How do you do that?
It's insane. It's insane to think about it. And we have some milestones because the botch job that was Vietnam in 1975, that's 50 years ago. Talking about how we kind of got out of Saigon, and then 80 years ago is the end of World War II. One of the most cowardly things that Hitler could have done was knowing he was going down, but still surrounding his bunker with 15-year-old kids and 95-year-old senior citizen holding stones and rocks, and he knew that Rome was burning. He was done. Right after a battle of Stalingrad, he was finished. He was done. Great comments here. Let me read them. I agree with that, Ed, and thanks, Christopher. Yeah, it makes me sad that we're with everything from sides. Everything is polarized. I rhymed that, Megan, for you. I hope you don't mind. Guys, we're going to ask Pete if he wants to jump in and add to that. If he does, some bonus points for his team. Pete, do you want to jump in?
Of course I want to jump in.
Now you got to pick someone else. Yeah, it's got to be a question for either, just for our viewers, it's got to be now directed to either Madonna, Trump, or Michael Jordan. Go ahead.
I'm going to do it better. I got a question for every single one of them. Michael Jordan, do you agree that LeBron James is better than you and is the real GOAT? Madonna, what happened to you and why? Donald Trump, what advice did your father give to you that you passed on to your children? These are questions I have.
Those are Pete's questions. Our judges in the back are tallying. And guys in the comment section, remember, although we appreciate your comments, you also be judging, which is a good thing in this environment because out there, judging can be cruel. Here, you're letting someone know they resonated with you. That's a good thing. So there we go. That was the team of Peaceful Pete and Jeremy London. Mr. Tank and Mr. Howard Collado, are you guys going to rebut and ask a question as well? I'll let you pick. You know what? You can pick from any of those four. One question to any of those four. Howard and David. You guys want to jump in?
Sure, yeah. I would ask, Trump is still an option, right?
Sure.
Okay. I would ask Trump, how much of the guy we see on TV is you?
Right.
And how much of the guy that's not on TV, who's that guy? It's a question I would ask him.
So you would want to find out who the person behind the persona is.
Exactly.
Okay. That's your question. Mr. David Tank Abbott, we got Michael Jordan, Madonna. We've got Mel Brooks or Donald Trump. Would you like to ask them one question to any of them?
Michael Jordan's one of them?
Yeah.
I'd like to know, basically what he thinks about all the other players nowadays and how he stacks up and how everybody's trying to tear him down in comparison and what his views are on that and how he deals with it. I imagine he just laughs it off.
Yeah, he doesn't participate in that nonsense, David.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire. He's good. I think I think he's pretty cozy knowing who Michael Jordan is.
Yeah, but you know what's funny, Jeremy? LeBron is too, and LeBron's acting like the Clubber Lang who's trying to reel Rocky into the fight. He's trying to hey man, I'm better than you.
Because he's younger. He's also growing up in sort of a social media era.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
yes.
Like
I agree.
These are completely different types of men that grew up in completely different eras of what is sort of appropriate and tasteful and classy or classless or just simply even available. I doubt Michael Jordan sits around and thinks about stoking fires on social media and that stuff.
He's just thinking about Isaiah Thomas.
It's just not his era. That's what I'm talking about. Like his era had none of that. Thank God. I was born in 72. I grew up with none of that. And I'm so happy. I'm so thrilled. I see what my children go through, my 18-year-old, my 11-year-old, like all of these just, I'm so grateful. But we're talking about a different type of
different type.
Mentality.
That would be the bleed through.
I agree.
What's that, David?
What do you think of the new era and all these people that are playing basketball, and what do you think about how it's reported and put out there?
Yes, and now it's so funny that you say that, David, because and Jeremy hit on it too. Now the journalists are becoming the stars, which is weird because there was journalistic integrity back in the day. You reported what you saw, and now you're creating narratives because you want to have more views and followers. And it's funny because if we're talking about statistics, one thing that never gets mentioned, Jordan won 6 championships, but he was 6 out of 6. He and the Bulls. He didn't win it alone, but 6 out of 6. Never requested star players to actually show up and be a part of his team. And in addition to that, if you do the math, there's 4 series in the playoffs. You have the first round, second round, conference finals, and finals, right? So if he won 6 titles, undefeated, that means if you do 6 times 4, 24 different matchups. In those 24 different matchups, not only was he undefeated, only 2 out of 24 teams took them to Game 7, and never in the finals. Never did one team even take them to 7 games in the finals. We just saw a 7th game with Indiana and Oklahoma. I mean, Jordan never even sniffed a Game 7 because he already made sure he put his team, the opposition, away a lot earlier. So there is that. And then the other part about it, I think, lends itself. It's not a statistic. It's the mystique. When you hear people talk, when you hear about Jordan's former opponents talk about him, there was such a mystique and they held him in such high regard that they talk about being afraid to step on the court with him. They didn't want to play against him. You kind of don't hear that with LeBron and the others. Not taken away from LeBron. He's a physical force, very intelligent, has good court vision. He's more of a Magic Johnson prototype than Michael Jordan anyway. But like, there isn't this sense of fear about playing with LeBron when you listen to his peers. But with Jordan, they were all shook up right away from Jump Street, Jeremy.
They'd never seen anything like him before.
Yeah.
With LeBron, they've seen Michael now. LeBron's good, but there's no, oh my God, you're not going to believe this person, this superhuman athlete.
Yeah.
Whenever we've had Michael Jordan who did that for us.
Where do you go from there? Right. Sal, here's a question for MJ. Why did he really take a break to play baseball? There's a lot of rumors out there. We don't really know what happened there, but he did play baseball, according to Michael, to fulfill his dad's wishes. His dad was wanting to continue
identity,
playing baseball.
boredom. Why not? Fantasy, he's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Why not? He gets to. Because he
Challenge
can.
himself.
The answer
Yeah.
is because he can.
I love that. And I also love that even though in the 98 season, his last season with the Chicago Bulls, as they were on a winning streak, he got his ass to Vegas and woke up Dennis Rodman and said, get back to the court. We got more winning to do. So he was a leader. Even the almighty Dennis Rodman listened to Michael Jordan when he spoke. That's saying something. Right now, we're going to kick it over to, well, I guess, Giselle, thanks for tallying this. I appreciate that. Of course, David and Howard gave us their points. If I'm not mistaken, they both did, yes. So that means right now our judges are going to vote on who they think won this round. Jeremy gave us his take. So did Pete. So did Howard. So did David. If you're voting for Pete, you're voting for Jeremy and Pete. If you're voting for David, you're voting for Howard and David. Let's bring in Giselle and see who she votes for and why.
I am definitely going with the team of Jeremy and Pete on this one because part of the question was also why. And even though Mr. London was rather concise in his answer, which I do appreciate, I felt like the whys in there were evident as to why he was asking this question of Mel Brooks and how that plays into your own career and your own life and what influence that had on you as a creator, as an artist. So my vote for this round goes to the team of Jeremy London and Peaceful Pete.
Appreciate you, Giselle. And thanks for tallying in the back also. Very, very cool. Keeping track of that. Megan had a comment here, which I'm going to read very briefly here. Thanks for bringing this up. Megan, two very different eras. So Jordan actually played less seasons than LeBron. LeBron's been playing for 22 years now. But Jeremy brought up a good point. Like, if Jordan was raised in this era, he might have been a social media guy. He might have been living on social media and reacting and responding to it. But how can he respond to something he never was a part of growing up? Yeah, but he definitely only played, if you count the Washington Wizards years, he played about 15 seasons. So there's that. Jeremy London and Peaceful Pete did really well with this one. So we're getting votes in. Eric concurs, Giselle as well. Thank you for that. Guys, you can vote in the comment section. Let's bring in our next judge, Mr. Sebastian. If you can unmute, my friend. Your mic is muted in the back. Sebastian, how are you, my friend? And are you ready to go?
Hey, what's going on, Avi? Thank you.
How are you? The floor is yours.
Hey, Sebastian.
Hello,
Sebastian.
everyone.
Hey, thank you very much for being here tonight. Honestly, you all gave some very awesome answers. I would say in this case, just considering a couple of things as far as clarity and detail, I really appreciated Mr. London's comments and feedback when considering Mel Brooks. I mean, one good reason to invite him to your party is in 2 days, or 3 days, he's actually celebrating his 99th birthday. So that would be a great pick. So I think that's outstanding there. And finding humor in such darkness, like that quote is what kind of stole the show here. And then Peaceful Pete kind of cleaned it up and addressed the other three possible options out there as well. So thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Sebastian.
Thank you,
Thank
because
Sebastian.
you're sitting back there and you're taking notes and taking this in, and I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Appreciate you and your thoughts and sharing your sentiments with us. Takes a lot of courage. Megan, thank you for your vote. We appreciate that as well. We got your vote there as well. Guys, this is cumulative. So again, at the end of the night, again, no team's getting eliminated. This is sort of the regular season round, the preliminary round, if you will. The playoffs will come in maybe around late summer or so. Right now, let's rotate to the next team of David Tank Abbott and Howard Collado. David, I'm going to let you choose this. You're the captain of your team. Again, hey, big shout out to Phil Justin. David, would you want to go first, or would you want Howard to go first?
Let's go Howard first.
Howard's going to go first. Howard, I have it written down right here, my friend.
Okay.
If I am not mistaken, you did select patriotism. Patriotism. Now, remember, when you're finished, of course, you'll be on screen. Jeremy will be on screen with you as well, and so will Pete, of course. You're the opposition. When you're finished, Tank can add to your topic if he chooses to do so. That's an automatic point for your team if he participates in your topic. And then, of course, Jeremy and Pete, it's obviously not mandatory. It's optional. They can also jump in when you're done. Let me read this out to you. I thought about this question, so I'm going to start with a question, and there's more to it. Can patriotism be virtuous? Although philosophy has increasingly struggled to justify it on moral grounds in recent decades, I think patriotism remains a powerful source of self-identification. Is there compatibility, Howard, when it comes to patriotism and liberalism? Is there compatibility? We often associate patriotism with anything but liberal, right? Is there compatibility when it comes to patriotism and liberalism? Is it morally acceptable to be patriotic as long as patriotism is secondary to the commitment for universal human rights? What about perceptions and relations? So my question ultimately is, Howard, is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations? Is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations? Howard, I know that you heard this, but I'm going to read it to you again. That's the question. Is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations? I'm going to put you backstage so you can organize your thoughts. This is Jeremy. This is Peaceful Pete. This is David Tank Abbott. We'll get their thoughts soon on this topic, so not just yet. But I will ask you guys a question about the celebrity tournament on Saturday nights. I think it's important to bring this up. Jeremy, you were on last with Dr. Matt Fink from Prince's Revolution, and David Tank Abbott, you were on with Teddy Long. Is there a particular field of interest that really piques your interest when you're on in the celebrity tournament? Meaning, if you're paired off with someone from a different arena, David, I think I know the answer, but does it matter if it's a film and TV star, a wrestler, a former NBA player, an NFL great, a comedian? Does it matter?
Well, it makes it more diverse. You know, if you have two different paradigms coming to a head, and then is it kind of like a popularity contest? You know, you're liberal or conservative, and what's right, what's wrong. There's not really a definitive line. So, I don't know.
That's a good way of breaking it down. Yeah,
you got to kind of tiptoe around that. You know, you don't want to offend people, but then again, you want to be honest.
Yeah,
right. It's true. It's a tough dance. It's a tough dance. You know.
100%.
Yeah.
Especially when they're voting for you.
Right. Right.
Man, oh man, Jeremy, does that also? David, please.
Yeah, the politician comes out. You know.
It's so hard in this day and age to.
It's like I'm back in WCW.
Well, listen, you know, listen. I loved his question, Howard's question to Trump, being about, you know, sort of what's your public face versus your private face, because he is a huge fan of WWF wrestling. You know,
Yeah.
He's a big fan of overdoing it, and, you know, being brash and big and stuff like that. And then, you know, the antithesis is he is a grandparent and all of that stuff. So there's got to be something in there somewhere, you know. And a lot of it, you know, he does. Even whenever he had the little thing with Zelensky in the Oval Office, he said, that's going to be some good television. He wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. It was ridiculous, but he wasn't wrong, right?
Right,
And so,
right.
and so he's not he's pretty savvy when it comes to that, you know. So there probably is a pretty big disparity between the public face and the private face. But
there has to be, yeah.
Unfortunately, the rest of the world only sees the public face, though, you know.
That's all we can go on, right? If that's what we're observing.
Yeah.
And Pete, would you concur about that? Do you feel and do you have a preference when you're up there doing this the tournament? Is there a particular field of interest that strikes your fancy? Does it even matter? Do you agree with Jeremy and David when they say it's like walking a bit of a tightrope sometimes? Because again, you don't want to be reserved, but do you want to piss off an audience? It's a tightrope, isn't it?
it definitely is a tightrope, especially when you have two different point of views. And, you know, in this day and age where people argue, people are overly sensitive, even though you're kind of having the conversation like, hey, we're having this conversation, not trying to disrespect you, but it can turn that way. So it's kind of like, okay, I'm going to say that. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But at the end of the day, you know, I respect everyone's accolades, what they do for their 9 to 5, and we're all human. We're all human at the end. You know,
Love that.
We should all get along like we did.
That's why you have the moniker that you do.
Yes. Yes.
The peaceful one. Yeah, I love that.
It makes
Guys,
me peaceful just seeing the name. It just makes me peaceful.
Me too. Mr. Howard Collado, my friend, this is the Wild West of TKN called the Black Box, so you're up. Not a lot of research here. Speak from the heart. I hope you organize some of your thoughts. My friend, I am going to put your teammate, Mr. David Tank Abbott, backstage. Of course, you know, upon listening, he'll see if he wants to participate and add more to this as well. So, David, I'll put you backstage, my friend, bring you right back. And, of course, Howard, in between you will be Mr. P. Sharpie, of course, and Jeremy London. Howard, the floor is yours.
Sure. So, great question, Avi. And usually your great questions lend themselves to a lot of complexity and nuance. It's never, I think, a black and white answer to a lot of your questions. And I think when it comes to this, it's just that. It's not very simple, you know, black and white. So these are some of my points. I'm going to look at this from both perspectives, but I will start with, ultimately, I do feel that patriotism, you know, whether it harms international relationships or not, depends on how it's used and how it's manipulated. So my reasons for how it does harm international relationships is, you know, excessive patriotism can kind of morph into a us versus them kind of mentality. And when it's us versus them, you're not thinking about your fellow man. You're not thinking about your fellow man in those other countries, your fellow man and woman. You know, that mindset could kind of, you know, it could kind of give you a certain like tunnel vision in terms of your own, you know, your own wants and needs. I think sometimes excessive patriotism can block honest self-criticism. One of the things that I think was great about the Greek civilizations was that they really reflected upon themselves. They really looked inward. I mean, they created amazing plays and theater that were asking really big philosophical questions that, you know, as a result of trying to answer those questions, made them a better civilization. So I think it can block sometimes honest self-criticism because the minute you start criticizing yourself, you have to look inward. And if you look inward, there might be a degree of self-consciousness. You know, you might be, yeah. So, and then another reason why it does hinder international relationships is that it can hinder global problem solving. Meaning, you know, what's one issue that we're all affected by? Climate change, right? And it's a solution. It's a problem that affects everyone. I mean, it affects the planet. When you're too preoccupied with your own country and your own country's identity and pride, I believe it creates a difficulty to be able to think outside of just your own realm of being, so to speak. So that's, I think, some of the reasons why it can affect international relationships. Now, the way it can help is, you know, it could challenge you to make if you really truly love your country, it could also vice versa kind of challenge you to make that country better, to ask yourself, well, what are values, what are things that we could continue to improve upon? You know, for example, if we have, maybe this is a controversial issue, but if we have problems with our voting system in this country, then maybe having an honest dialogue about that, right? If you keep the focus on just us, right? That's one of the problems that we have. Maybe we can have an honest dialogue about that, and thus maybe in the long term you're able to improve, you know, the voting system in some capacity. You know, and I think also when you do focus on patriotism, there is a healthy sense of again, depending on how much you emphasize, but I think there is a healthy sense of pride that you could generate from being patriotic. And that's
and Howard, more specifically geared towards the question.
Yeah.
Is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations?
Mm-hmm. So, to answer that more directly, currently, I would say yes. I would say that, it's been, we've heard anecdotes from, Europeans and Americans about Americans going to Europe and us kind of being a laughingstock. And I think there has been a mistrust that's been gradually, that we've been kind of creating as a result of making decisions that affect other countries, but not dealing with the repercussions. There's a lot of things that we perhaps enforce on other countries that we don't take into account. So, that's ultimately, it's a really complex question, but I think ultimately, currently, yeah, I think it is harming.
Look, you weren't privy to this. You're up here. You weren't even scheduled to be on tonight. Phil, of course, was. Shout out to Phil. Hope he gets better in the hospital. Dehydration there. It's a serious thing. But, you're here and you're tackling the topic any way you can with not a lot of notice. So, number one, it's easy for anybody to say, hey, no one's getting a script here. They're speaking from their hearts and their minds. We appreciate that. That was Howard Collado. I'm going to bring in Mr. David Tank Abbott and ask David if he wants to tackle this topic. I'll read it to him real quick. The question is, David, is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations? What are your thoughts?
Well, to tippy toe on the tight wire. I think that patriotism is a must. Here it comes, but America first, and we got to take care of ourselves first, and we should be patriotic behind ourselves, and then we'll take care of you. It's kind of like being on an airplane. Put the mask over you first before you put it over someone else that needs help when it's going down. But as far as that, you should be patriotic about your country that you live in and that you support and that you pay taxes to and everything else, as opposed to I can't see a negative sign to it. What, you're going to offend somebody else's feelings because you're taking care of yourself? It's I just can't compute that, and that's it starts going into the liberal and conservative side of things, but that's how I feel. I think patriotism and being behind your country and where you're from is important. You can be, if you're not from this country, you can be patriotic about whatever country you're from. More power to you.
And David, as you know by now, by being here for a few years, man, total safe space, man. We talk, we speak, we respect each other no matter what. It's kind of why I like doing this. Again, it sounds sappy, but I'd rather be sappy than cynical in life. But I always say what I earn is what I learn. And I've got the best seat in the house because I get to hear different opinions, different perspectives, yours included, and it's valuable to me. So no matter what you guys are saying, no one's going to chastise you for that, man. There might be disagreements, and that's fine. We could ask each other questions. We can say, hey, can you expand more on this? Or I disagree with you. But it's all respect at the end of the day. And I love that under this umbrella. Wish some of the talking heads could take a page out of this. But, hey, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy and Pete now if they want to jump in on this question. They get bonus points if they do. The question is patriotism doing more harm than good when it comes to international relations? Either Jeremy or Pete, please jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go first? Okay.
Yeah. I do believe that there's nothing wrong with being patriotic and loving your country. I'm going to say that first and foremost. But I do believe that the modern version of patriotism is woefully outdated because patriotism now equals tribalism. People have become this is my team and my team's the best. It's the American, it's the American elitism part of it that is, I think, distasteful to other countries. And it makes us look like idiots. I can tell you, man, when I was in Australia, everybody, when I go to travel to other countries, everybody thinks of Americans as just loud and obnoxious and brash because there is a sense that, the people in America just, I think, I don't know if it's just not wanting to realize that there's so much more going on in the world, but they think that America has it all and everything. And that's unfortunate, I think, because there is so much to communion with the rest of the world and not putting up boundaries and barriers and having to make patriotism our identities while still being able to still be proud to be Americans. I couldn't imagine being anywhere else besides America. I love this country. But I do believe that it's becoming too polarized and politicized. And so I believe that the modern definition of patriot is just outdated. I think what patriotism used to be was extremely valid. It's why our nation was created. And people sign up to fight in wars and die for our country. But the only war I see going on in this country right now is the war with each other, And so these people going around waving flags and putting giant flagpoles on their truck and commandeering the flag and basically saying that you're not allowed to have this flag unless you're a conservative or MAGA, that we've commandeered this. And now if you don't wear that flag, put that flag on your truck, you're not a patriot. That kind of stuff is ridiculous. And so our even symbols of nationalism have become commandeered, and so it's all become redefined. So whenever you say patriotism, what the hell is patriotism? Is patriotism the people that were willing to fight to build a nation, or is patriotism hating your neighbor because they don't have the same political sign in their yard as you, right? And so the common definition of patriotism, I think, is just being misunderstood and misplaced and misguided. Peaceful Pete, help me out here.
And before we kick it over to Pete, just some comments here. Miranda, I think any radical ideologies are dangerous. John Rath, don't care what Australians have to say either. They're too busy. Okay. Megan, a quote from Senator J. William Fulbright that I agree with wholeheartedly. To criticize one's country is to do it a service. Criticism, in short, is more than a gift. It's an act of patriotism. Jacques
that's how we grow. That's how we grow.
Thanks. Ask Mexico and Canada, says Ask Jacques. Americans don't have the answers for the world's problems, says Eric. More Christopher, patriotism is always good, but we need to make sure that we do not become like the Frank Burns. Those who know the TV show MASH will know what I mean. Love MASH. Great show back in the day, of course. Power Store, when liberalism and patriotism align, a country is more likely to engage in peace building and promote global cooperation. That's from Power Store Inc. Miranda, it is how we grow. That's true. Criticism is important. I'll say this really quickly and throw over to Pete because this is the competitor in me wants to jump in, but I'm not. If you dislike something or someone, rather than waste your time harping on what or who you don't like, make the effort to express what and who you do like. Those are life lessons. So maybe, just maybe, we don't like a party or a policy or both. Talk about what you like. That's forward thinking. That's how you make progress. Talk about the things you like or the things you would like to see. And then it's not just wishing them into the reality. It's about promoting what you stand for rather than dismantling what the other person stands for. Maybe then you can get your message across to other people because you probably have a beautiful, honest message that's deep inside of you that you can't express because you're too busy hating the other guy or the other gal. And I'm not directing this to the media specifically or one person or one politician, but if we stop spending so much time speaking about people's flaws, which we all know we have, and we speak about the perceived strengths they can have, maybe we can make some progress. Maybe if you tell someone you don't like what you like about them, you might end up liking them. You never know. Try it one day. It could happen. Like a person you despise. If you ever have a conversation with them, try starting with, here's what I like about you. Here's what I like about you. And then based on how they react and what they give you as a response, you might end up befriending them. Stranger things have happened. Apollo Creed became Rocky's friend. They danced in a beach with short shorts in Rocky 3. It could happen.
That's how we met, wasn't it?
No, yeah. Anyways, but they also hugged each other in a very awkward hug in exchange. I was at Rocky 3. You gotta love Rocky. But anything could happen. And hey, like, even Drago. And didn't Rocky end the Cold War in Rocky 4? He ended the Cold War, didn't he? That's kind of what happened there. And here's the last thing I'll say as well. I brought this up 3 or 4 times. Khrushchev and Kennedy were actually communicating with each other. They were back channeling through the Pope. If the Pope, in 1962 in October, at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis, in a vast body of water, can get those two to talk, anything could happen. Anything could happen. They were about to have a détente. Détente happened in the 70s. That was peace between the Soviets and the U.S. There was almost a détente. Didn't happen. Kennedy gets assassinated, and a year later, we all know what happened to Khrushchev. If you don't, he got shown the door in 64, 1 year, almost approximately 1 year after Kennedy was assassinated. So again, talk about the strengths of the person you don't like, and maybe those strengths actually can come to fruition. Pete, I'll zip the old lip. The floor is yours.
I mean, I agree with everyone's points here, but I'm going to add, like, being a patriot. I remember, I'm a child of the 80s. In the 80s, everybody loved America. Everybody loved Americans. The 90s, the 9/11 happened. Everybody was proud to be an American. Being patriotic, to me, is not now, like what Jeremy, you're saying, like now being patriotic, people view that as being like a right-wing nut job or ultra MAGA stuff like that. But to me, that's not what being that to me is not patriotic. Those are just nut jobs. And then on the other side, who this younger generation who are not patriotic, who, like if someone burns the American flag in front of me, that to me hurts me. It's like, I love this country. I grew up here. My father fought for this country. My mom immigrated to this country from the Dominican Republic. My father's mother came from Ireland. They were proud to be American. They're not here waving other countries' flags to get a point across. And that, when I see that in the news, it upsets me. It's like and for international relations, Howard, I'm going to disagree with you if American patriotism is hurting our view on how other people view us. Because I've spoken to people from other countries. People don't have a negative view of Americans. We as Americans have a negative view on ourselves, and that's what the problem is. And when people see that us as Americans don't have pride or patriotism in our country, I mean, we have great history. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you Americans, you're not cultured, but we are cultured. We've got people from so many parts around this world who brought their culture to our country. To me, in my opinion, we are the most cultured country in the world. With everybody coming from around the world. You can't say Americans aren't cultured. We travel. But America is also a huge country. We got a lot to be proud of, and patriotic about. I mean, it's not, you can throw politics out the door. Forget about politics, about presidents, who you like, if you're liberal. You gotta just sit there and understand, like, just look at the history of the United States. We had great and we had bad, just like every other country out there. And people from outside, they understand that. So I don't think there's a negative view that people, when we are patriotic and we're like, hey, I'm proud to be an American, I think people see that, because why can't we as Americans be proud of being American? But a French person can be like, oh, I'm proud to be French, or I'm proud to be Mexican. Oh, that's awesome. It's great that you're proud to be a part of that country. Oh, I'm an American. I'm proud. Whoa, my guy, you're a little racist there. It's like, why is it different for us? It shouldn't be. We should be proud from where we're from. We've got great history in this country. And that's my 2 cents on that.
Isn't pride, though, one of the 7 deadly sins. I mean, if we're a nation built on this supposed Christianity thing anyway, literally one of the 7 deadly sins is pride. And that's what I'm talking about. There is a difference between being patriotic and then weaponizing that patriotism, right? You can love your country, and you should love your country. You should not burn your country's flag. But you should be able to be perfectly fine with people waving flags in your country. It has nothing to do with anything. We are a melting pot of people from other countries. They should be able to wave their flags here. It's just a flag. I'm saying people personalize these things that should be a welcome sort of symbol. That should be a symbol of the melting pot that we've become, that's okay. But because that becomes a political statement, that's whenever it all becomes weaponized. You know, the people shouldn't be aligning any kind of like malfeasance with people being proud of their country and the flag of the country that they're from. It's when people start waving it politically, I do understand whenever they're doing it to antagonize people, that's different. Mm-hmm. That's very different. You know, so, you know, and of course there's different situations for everything. There's no way to put a blanket answer across the board, right? No. It's just a matter of sort of how you weaponize it, how you use it. You know, there's nothing wrong with being proud. There's the word pride is a fine line, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually stopping and thinking about it. There is a fine line. I'll say this, though. Again, left, right, red, blue, regardless, we're seeing a hard display of attempted journalism these days. I am seeing partisan hackery disguised as journalism.
You're seeing opinion. You're seeing opinion of people that are there for their opinions.
Yep. And you know what? Who gives a flying you-know-what about what journalist A or B have to say? Yeah. Who cares? Whether or not they're fact-checking. But when did fact-checking become an opinion, by the way?
And then they sit on facts that they've known for a long time. That way they can write a book and sell books. And then turn again. It's all sensationalized nonsense.
It's not up to them to offer their opinion.
The 24-hour news cycle has turned these morons into celebrities. And now there has nothing to do with the Walter Cronkite attempt at just giving people the damn news. It's now you have to give people your opinion with the news. Yes. And so there's no such thing.
It reminds me what you said about LeBron. I mean, can we go back? I mean, right now our politicians, it's hard for us to view a politician. I always say that our country is kind of the equivalent.
Raising money.
Our country, Jeremy, is like the equivalent of a 15-year-old who's rebelling now. In the 50s, we glamorized a decade that wasn't so glamorous, by the way. But we glamorized the decade because, much like Leave It to Beaver, we were a young nation. We were the equivalent of an 8-year-old kid. Everything was rosy and cheeky. Now we're that rebellious teenager. Now we've grown up a little bit. We're a young country. People forget how young we are. Next year, guys, it's 2026. You know what that means? 250 years old. We also got our 250th episode coming up in a couple weeks for the Green Room. We're happy about that. Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, I think that like as political operators, there were none better than maybe a Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt. They focused on the substance and policies, and they forgot the stylistic attacks. But I think today, the kids of today are politicians. We forget the kids of tomorrow are also the politicians of a future tomorrow. Like they're so embedded in stylistic attacks because they think that's the norm. How we get ourselves away from that, how we pull ourselves from those tentacles remains to be seen. Because people now growing up as would-be politicians assume that's the norm, that it's not about substance anymore, it's about style. Everyone seems to think that that's what's selling, right? If I can scream louder, if I can tell the other party why they stink and why I can be better at them than golf, or why I think that they're absolutely batshit crazy. All of these things have nothing.
Who can get more likes on social media?
That's what it's about. It feeds the machine, man. It feeds the machine at the end of the day.
It's all it is, man.
That's all it is.
How do we generate more clicks, get more followers, become more famous for absolutely nothing?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No,
we live in weird times, man. This, you know, we live in an influencer culture of fame, where there's all these people that are famous for absolutely nothing.
Nothing. And you know what they're going to say about us? They're going to say the same thing about us that we said about our parents, oh, they're just old fossils. What do they know? They're not. Well, that's us. That's going to become us. I mean, it's hard for us because, our ego, all of us.
I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, but our ego can't see that. But it's like, I'm happy to be that as well. And now I understand why my parents were happy to be what we kind of called them when we were younger, didn't know any better. Jeremy gets my vote, says Jacques. Thank you for your vote as well. Appreciate that. In high school, Ed says we were required to watch the movie 1776 and were given the state and country papers to read. I remember that film. Megan, a very wise and loving man, once told me that to be proud to be an American. Oh, yeah. Oh, can I explain, or maybe I should bring up who brought up this quote. If that's okay with you, Megan, I want to actually tackle that and unpack it. It's very important for me to do that. Really great comments in the comment section. Can't read everything here, but good stuff here all around. And I totally agree. Woof. Journalism today is a whole other can of worms. Yes, it is. Guys and gals and pals, right now we are going to transition over to our judges. Natalie, I agree with Jeremy on this. Sal, patriotism is the love, loyalty, and devotion to one's country. Power, store ink, waving it to bully others who come from different backgrounds. I'm assuming you're not in favor of that. Antonio, social media has its place. We need to find a mediation. Christopher, journalism is your comments are amazing today. Journalism is to be honest, not hype the news. I once knew a man who worked for one of the major networks. Their creed was good news is no news. You never see anything on the front page of a paper anymore that says, man hug neighbor. Man,
yeah, if it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead, buddy. If it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead. That's all.
Yeah, I couldn't make a tuna casserole, but Howard gave me the ingredients I needed. That's never going to make it to. Nobody reads the paper anyway, though. I agree with Pete, says John. All right, let's bring in our judges. Giselle first. Who do you vote for and why?
Sure. I have a few questions first. Pete, you said you don't like seeing when someone burns a flag in front of you. Is there ever a situation where it is okay to burn the flag?
No. You should not be burning the U.S. flag. Yeah.
Because how do you get rid of a used and worn a flag?
Of a used, worn flag. So you're bringing in something. Okay, you're bringing in something different. Okay. I mean, there is a respectful way to dispose of a flag, but
protocols, right?
Yeah. So it's like, which
how do you respectfully dispose of the American flag?
By folding it properly.
And once it is used and worn and can no longer be flown,
it's stored away, I believe.
It's burned.
What?
It's burned.
But that's two different things, though.
As a valid form of protest. So
but that's not what people are doing, though. I mean, you got people protesting burning the flag. They're not doing protocol and proper ways of burning flags. It's two different. That's two different things.
Not necessarily, because it is recognized by the Supreme Court as a valid form of protest, and it is how you properly dispose of a flag. If that latter wasn't in there, we wouldn't have the former in the first place. I don't think we can discuss this topic without going into the differences of patriotism and nationalism. Howard, you were starting to get there, but you also didn't choose a side and fully answer the question until Avi came back in and had to direct you to do that. Go through my notes a little bit here. So yes, that excessiveness that you were speaking of, that is what turns into nationalism, and that's where it can be more harmful. Everyone on this panel discussed this topic from a very personal point of view, from a very citizenship point of view, as opposed to how it affects international relations with heads of state. So I would have liked to have heard a little bit of that from somebody, anybody. But that being said, I am going to vote for Jeremy and Pete on this one. They gave me a bit more detail as to a specific side and why they felt that way. The modern definition of patriotism being outdated, but also that sense of patriotism. That's why we have the freedom of speech. That's why we have the right to peacefully assemble. That's why we have freedom of the press, so that we can criticize our government and our country without fear of retaliation.
And thank you for your vote and being in depth. Everyone's got a right to their own opinion, and Antonio, you do as well. I'm not upset at you, but I want to be able to respond here, and I hope it's not from an emotional place because that's not who I am. But it's more than a piece of cloth. It represents much more than its material, man. It's a symbol that embodies our history, our ideals, like them or not, our collective identity. So if the flag evokes strong emotions, maybe we should understand that. Maybe we should understand that we are human beings after all. We are emotional beings. And if someone views the flag as much more than cloth, dare I say, maybe perhaps they should. It's not just cloth, man. And if we look at it that way, I think we've already lost. I think we already lost the true sense of self because it belongs to us. This country does belong to us.
So is the First Amendment, though, of our own Constitution not allow for the right of protest? And I think that we can be both. Listen, I think that we can both love our flag and also respect if somebody needs to express themselves in some strange way of not personalizing it. It's really in the moment. If it's something somebody needs to do as a political thing, whatever, that is kind of what it means to be an American, is it not?
Yeah.
We should have the right to be able to do that and to be able to separate the two. Now, I'm not for burning flags, don't get me wrong, but as an American, I think that people should have the right to do that if they feel the need to protest. I don't think that people should hurt anybody. I don't think you should burn buildings and cars, but I think that our First Amendment allows for us to do that if it's a peaceful means of protest. I don't really truly see the harm in it, but I do understand the personalization that people tend to personalize.
I do too, and that's also why I want to be able to.
It's hard not to.
It's hard, and it's and for me, I don't want to even continue to expand upon this. But Giselle, you're not actually 100% accurate because flags, again, if we're looking at our Constitution, flags should be disposed in a dignified manner. If it's damaged beyond repair and you need to dispose of it, you can burn it with dignity. And there's a difference between that and having someone take out their frustrations on an American flag and burning it when it wasn't damaged to begin with. So
that's not the whole point. They think that the country is damaged, so it's very symbolic.
Okay, but you also came at us from a very legal standpoint. So which one is it? If you're going to approach this from a legal standpoint, then there's a bit of a hole in the argument that you brought up.
To burn old flags?
Yes.
I've never heard that before.
Yes.
There is? I had never heard that before. So
there's a lot of municipalities. So a lot. When you conduct flag burnings per se, let's say on Memorial Day or the 4th of July, where you can participate, those flag burnings obviously are very symbolic, and they're usually not fueled by hate. But if an American flag is damaged beyond repair, even if it was damaged slightly, and your next recourse is to burn it, that is a crime. That is not something that is allowed, and I think people should understand the difference between that. You can't just burn it without dignity. There's no way to do that. If you burn a flag that isn't damaged, what's that?
There are protocols. It's laid out.
Yeah, but the protesters I've seen don't give a flying you-know-what about protocol.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Do you not believe in their right to protest?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I believe in the right to. No, I believe in the right to protest.
Does the First Amendment not allow for them to do that, though?
Yeah, but it doesn't allow them to burn a flag that wasn't damaged.
Yeah, I think it does, though. It does give them the right
to
do that.
The Bill of Rights, the amendments, the Supreme Court have said that it is a valid form of protest.
Yeah, it's
okay, but
I understand you personally not like it.
Yes.
No.
It's not about personal.
I'm talking about constitutionality.
There's a myth. I'm talking about that as well. There's a myth that it says once a flag is burned due to protest, that falls under the guidelines of being acceptable. It's not. It's still a broken law. If there's a flag that is burned due to protest,
yeah, but that's
right.
An opinion,
but if it's not an opinion, if we see someone burning a flag that wasn't damaged to begin with, right? Why are they damaged? Is that not a hateful act? Think about that for a second.
No.
If we're going to use our rationale, you're taking
a
flag because that flag represents something much more than just a piece of cloth, doesn't it?
No, it represents the First Amendment and your right to protest.
And it
your
also
right to
represents
free
the nation's
speech.
history and our identity, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
listen, man, I don't like flag burning. I don't. I'm
Right,
talking. But
right.
if I was a constitutional lawyer, I would explain to you that it's in our Constitution for you to have the right to burn the flag. I don't like it, but it is. And part of what it means to be an American is to follow the Constitution and understand. Listen, it's always the same people that, like, the second people that are so damn like hard on this, about the Second Amendment. You're not going to take away my gun. You're not going to take away my gun. But they don't care about the parameters of the First Amendment.
I agree with that.
You can't have both, man. You cannot
Is
have
that
both.
actually written in the Constitution? That
No,
flag
so the way
burning-
look, if
it's
you
an opinion.
we're talking First Amendment, but you have to understand something. Even though the First Amendment projects one thing and we have different opinions, what are we leaning on? If we have an emotional response to
The
something,
Supreme Court's decision that it's a valid form of protest. That's what it is. That's what we're leaning on.
correct, but not taking a flag that wasn't damaged first. If you're going to ratify something, then we have to look at how things were ratified. The First Amendment protected symbolic speech, and it said that there was no exceptions to prohibit burning of the flags unless they weren't damaged. If they weren't damaged and they were pristine, we cannot burn them. And that's not
They
an
don't
emotional
arrest people
response.
for burning flags. They don't arrest people for burning flags in protest.
They don't anymore.
Yeah.
They don't anymore. And
Well,
we should
because
ask ourselves why.
because they've determined that the First Amendment allows for it. Listen, man, I'm not. I'm not a fan of it.
I'm not a fan of it either. But in June
I
of
just
80
know what the Supreme Court said.
in June of '89, it was ratified, and the Supreme Court did uphold it initially, but they did have a disclaimer. The disclaimer was, if there is a flag that has not been damaged or harmed in any which way, shape, or form, it cannot be burned as a form of protest. It cannot be. So I don't think people read, not you, of course, I don't think people read the fine print. There's much more to this. There's different layers to it. Do we protect flag burning in most cases? We do. But again, if we're using it as hateful protest, not legal.
No,
Not
I
legal.
agree. Well, I mean, I think that it's legal. I just don't think you should be doing it. I think that it's provocative and intentionally meant to stir the pot and
I agree with that.
Cause problems. It's being the provocateur. It's not being a part of the solution.
yeah.
It's not being a part of the solution. It's becoming a part of the problem, and that's the systemic nature of this thing that we've got going on right now. This civil war of just partisanship. You're either
Sure.
one side or the other now, and you can't have an opinion in between. And that's what's frustrating, is that you can't say, well, there's some constitutionality issues with that without people going, yeah, but you just shouldn't do it. Well, there's probably a lot of things you just shouldn't do.
No,
but our Constitution allows for us to do it. There's a lot of people get to say a lot of gross, nasty things, but they have the right to do it. Doesn't mean
And yet people who burned their draft cards were arrested.
Yeah, well,
right. So if you're mutilating a flag,
that's a whole other animal, man.
Yeah,
The whole
but it also
draft,
falls
could you
under the
imagine?
same. It also falls under the same umbrella. I don't know what year Texas versus Johnson was. I don't know. I can't remember to know it. But I do remember when I guess the consensus agreed that flag burning is pretty much always okay in the U.S. But there were different, not just opinions, but there were different. There were different situations that were definitely brought up, and one of them was, again, if you're doing it in a hateful fashion, it is not considered lawful. It's not. What's desecration, right? There's a thin line. We talked about thin lines earlier.
But what is hateful and what is saying enough is enough, right?
If
you can be saying, I've had it, I'm fed up, I have been mistreated enough, and I'm tired of it, and I'm going to burn this now. That is not out of hate. That is out of frustration.
So you think
what
that hate
separates
is
hate
hurled
from
towards the
frustration?
government or the citizens
Towards
of
the
our
government.
country?
Towards the
You
government.
don't think that has anything? It doesn't reflect on the citizens of our country at all?
No, I think it's always a direct attack, sort of straight, sort of like saying, it's like like sticking it to the man kind of thing, I think, really honestly, saying I've been betrayed by the government and this is my symbolic flip off to whatever it is, this is my way of getting back to them because I can't do anything else. They're much bigger and more powerful than I am. So I think that's what it is,
Yeah. No, but I agree with what you said. The general answer is it's not a crime in the respective jurisdiction to burn a piece of cloth. And that goes back to what Antonio wrote down. But we have seen cases where people have been arrested. There were 4 cases in 1999. And again, I apologize for not doing my due diligence because I didn't know this was going to come up. But I remember they happened in '99 specifically in Laredo, Texas. 2 of them actually happened, and they were considered hateful acts. I would love to send the article and cite the sources because that's very important to do. So don't take my word for it, guys. But I totally agree with what you said. And guys, again, love the conversation. Didn't expect this. This is kind of why we do what we do here. So kudos to you guys for hanging in there and just offering your opinions, but also not just opinions, facts. There are a lot of facts you guys presented, and I appreciate that. I really do.
Well, I don't try to come at this from just like some liberal,
No.
hippie, whatever. I'm talking about, what does it truly mean to be an American and the rights that we've been afforded? What do they truly allow us, and what are the parameters, and what separates limiting us in those parameters from a dictatorship or any type of authoritarian country that makes the rules and tells people what they can say and what they can do and what they have to wear and what they can watch and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like the things that make America great are the things that also kind of seem to, rub people the wrong way that don't agree, because there's so many people that have so many different experiences and so many opinions and so many different, approaches to this, and the way that the government affects them. Our government affects people very differently,
It does.
And there's nothing, and the sense of protest towards that should be embraced. And now it's becoming more and more, I don't know, just leaning towards an oligarchy in this, it's like the rich are forgetting to be scared of the poor.
I agree with that.
It's weird times, man. Weird times.
Yeah, I mean, if we can spend a lot of money on war, why can't we spend money to feed the homeless?
Always.
I care more about the reaction sometimes than even the burning itself, because I feel a little bit hurt, to tell you the truth, if people don't have some sort of reaction one way or the other. I think it's almost like on the level of accusing Sweden for not participating in World War II. There's so many different ways we can go. So having a reaction is a good thing. And Jeremy has taught us a ton, and so have Peaceful Pete and David, Tank Abbott, and Howard and Giselle. I want to read the comments real quick, guys. If we censor speech, where does it end? Will we get arrested just for saying we do not like our president? Burning the flag is a call to anger and government policies, disillusionment with injustice or inequality, a call for radical change. Megan says, some may say we have the freedom to leave, which is true, but being American also means we have the freedom to try to enact change. Yes. Freedom of speech is important. In a way, I feel like people are being vilified for it lately. A lot of difference of opinions there, but we love that. Let's bring in Mr. Sebastian and put Giselle backstage. Thank you, Giselle. I appreciate you. And that thought-provoking question that almost made me lose this fine bun I've got here in the back. This is good stuff. Sebastian, the floor is yours, my friend.
How's it going, Avi? Boy, I was on the sidelines for a little bit too long on that one. You guys had me chomping at the bit when considering a flag. I honestly, when just getting back to the original question, is patriotism doing more harm than good when considering international relations? I definitely appreciate Howard's perspective. He tried to have an all-encompassing, response to the question, and then obviously Mr. Tank Abbott ended up having a very direct response afterwards. But I will say that Mr. London and Peaceful Pete ended up closing out their thoughts really well for me. Just considering Mr. London asking the question, what is patriotism? I think depending on how somebody defines that is definitely going to determine their approach moving forward and how they're going to affect other nations and how it's going to impact the United States. I will say that it's important that we put the U.S. in the United States, which is us. At the end of the day, it's all of us together here that make America what it is. But I will say that I agree with Peaceful Pete. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I personally don't appreciate it when people burn flags. They have the ability to. They have the right to, but there were, previous public laws that were placed, as far as proper retirement for flags, so that's another perspective to kind of consider. But either way, in this particular matchup, I'm siding with Mr. London and Peaceful Pete. You guys got the win. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you, Sebastian. Absolutely. And thank you for your thoughts as well. There are precedents that were set, and I guess I was hanging on to a few isolated incidents where those were arrested for burning things hatefully, but what else happened during the flag burning? What did other situations arise from that? Was it solely due to flag burning? Probably not. But I'd like to think that we can take a good hard look at these things without making it personal. And I love that we're able to do that here, because we just saw 6 people disagree with each other and we're all smiling, and that's a cool thing. And I'll tell you what else is making me smile.
Well, it makes me think, gets us thinking, the whole thing. What is this? Is there a right answer? I don't know if there's a right answer.
Is there a right answer?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Complex.
It's kind of cool, though, that I'm going to announce this here. 2 matchups from now. So this is Jeremy and Pete's first. In their third matchup coming up in the team challenge, and in David Abbott and Phil Justin's fourth matchup, the winners actually get a cash prize every time they compete, which is, I think, pretty cool. So that's a kind of a cool cash prize thing going on here for the team that wins, starting a couple of matchups from now. We appreciate that as well. That is coming from a place that I can't announce. It's not Progresso. Great comments, Sebastian. Absolutely. Appreciate you guys. Now, let's go over to Mr. Tank Abbott, guys, because he picked UFC versus boxing. And I love this topic, and I can't wait for this topic. And I can't wait to see where we go with this very topic. So I'm going to read this to you right now, Mr. Abbott. And, of course, once you're finished, your teammate Howard, it's optional. He can jump in if he wants to, and so can Jeremy and Pete. All right, so here we go. This is UFC, or I should say MMA versus boxing. They're both amazing cardio and strength building sports. We know that. Both are great for learning self-defense and building strength, endurance, confidence. They're big mental sports where you learn to think ahead and you read and react to your environment. Unlike boxing, MMA fighters learn how to defend themselves on the ground, but boxing is a great way to learn proper footwork and striking techniques. So again, the debate on MMA versus boxing might be popular, but I like to put a different spin on this thing here. My question is this. David, if you're moseying down the street, and of course, let's take your background from MMA out of this, because a David Tank Abbott moseying down the street is different than an Avi Klein moseying down the street. A David Tank Abbott moseying down the street can take down a herd of people who are giving him some lip. So let's hypothetically here, David, in this what-if game, you've never entered the world of MMA or combat sports or even wrestling. David, if you are walking down the street and a couple of streetwise roughnecks are giving you crap and your life was on the line, and you could somehow receive help in the form of an experienced boxer or an experienced MMA fighter, who would you choose in that scenario and why? The opposing team has to go the other way, automatically.
Avi, can you repeat that? My phone called me while you were talking.
Absolutely. I'd be glad to. In this hypothetical situation, David, you don't need any help because of your background, but let's assume that you never were interested in wrestling as a kid and then MMA. Let's assume that's out of the picture completely entirely. You're walking down the street and a couple of streetwise roughnecks are showing up to give you a lot of crap. Your life is on the line, but you have the opportunity to receive some help in the form of either an experienced boxer or an experienced MMA fighter. Who helps you in this situation and why? The experienced boxer or the experienced MMA fighter? Would you like to go backstage and kind of organize your thoughts, my friend?
No, I'm good. I can.
Awesome. Well, I'll go backstage and the floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, if I was walking down the street and this happened, but see, I wrestled my whole life, basically, since I was 8 years old. So, and I've, without any hyperbole or anything like that, I've been in over 200 street fights. And I would definitely say that wrestling, amateur wrestling, American wrestling, there's no other, they call it martial arts now, what have you, but if you were to get into a fight, all the other stuff's useless, other than grappling. And that doesn't make you a tough guy or anything, but it's a different skill set when you're going to stand around and dance around on your feet, because you're going to be a fish out of water in no time. And usually going to come out on the short end of the stick. At least that's gone. And that's how all of my fights have ended up, with somebody who knows how to punch and strike. I just take them down to the ground, and then it's a whole different set of skills, and there's no boxing from your back. So I basically, yeah, boxing works. You know, it helps you if you punch. I've boxed as well as wrestled, and but as far as you using that in a street fight, it's not really conducive to being successful in your journey, hand-to-hand combat. I think a grappler will make short work of somebody that knows how to stand up and fight, because you just take them down and it's fish out of water.
That makes sense. Yeah. And again, great way you brought that up, and great way you broke that down, offering perspectives for both sports. Again, it's a hypothetical situation. Jeremy and Pete, I'm going to read this out to Howard Collado to see if he wants to jump in. Howard, in this hypothetical situation, you are walking down the street, you're moseying down the street, and a couple of streetwise roughnecks show up to give you some crap. Your life's on the line, but you have the opportunity to receive some help in the form of either an experienced boxer or an experienced MMA fighter. Who would you choose in this situation, and why? You can go the other way. Of course, David did choose MMA. If you choose MMA, Jeremy and Pete have to go boxing. Right? That's kind of the other way. So, Howard, who do you choose and why in this situation?
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and also choose a grappler, and I'll tell you why, though. Personal experience. Long story short.
MMA fighter, correct?
Yes, MMA fighter. Yep. I had, I was fortunate enough to work with a guy at some point, maybe 3 years ago. Someone that New York City is a relatively safe city. I've never been ever held up or anything, but there was during COVID a lot of individuals who were just out in the street who were not, unfortunately, taking their medication, and I think a lot of the homeless population. There's a big tragedy, because of that. Long story short, someone approached me on the train, and essentially was like, "Hey, I'm gonna harm you." Anyway, long story short, I never ever wanted to feel that powerless, so I decided to take some self-defense. The guy who started training me is also had a background in MMA and boxing. We got to a point where we did this thing where he's like, "I have a knife. I'm going to come at you." He taught me some things in terms of how to grab the knife. 9 times out of 10, we ended up grappling. Boxing went right out the window. Whatever I approached him with, whatever punches or uppercuts, or that all went out the window. He had a counter for all of that. And what ended up happening is we were grappling. And so when David says grappling, that MMA style is going to be way more practically effective in a real life situation. In my personal case, I could definitely see why. So that's kind of my 2 cents about it all. But just speaking from that experience, I concur with David.
Sometimes experience is the best teacher, right? There you go. That's Mr. Howard Collado. Guys, of course, Peaceful Pete and Jeremy London, if they want some extra bonus points, they have to go the other way here as far as boxing in this scenario. Jeremy or Pete can jump in right now whenever you're ready.
I want to go first.
I would love to. I just would say this because I have to go the opposite way. First of all, I come from a family of wrestlers, so I really know what the answer is here, guys. But since I have to go opposite, I would say I think it's situational. If I was to take a wrestler with Mike Tyson's exact dimensions and put that wrestler up against Mike Tyson, who's going to win that fight? Please tell me, Tank. Please, you see what I'm saying? So it's situational, clearly, right? And so in my scenario, the boxer's better because my boxer's Mike Tyson. Pete, help me.
Wait a minute. That's true because I did say this. If you were to have an experienced boxer or an experienced MMA fighter come to the rescue, who would it be? And in this case, Jeremy's experienced boxer so happens to be Iron Mike Tyson. So, Peaceful Pete, hypothetical situation, you're going boxing, floor's yours.
I mean, hypothetically, if you're going with with a box like Mike Tyson, young Mike Tyson, that I mean, no one compares to young Mike Tyson. And if I had to have somebody in my corner, with MMA, boxers, no offense, Mr. Tank Abbott, but they usually have more stamina than someone in the MMA, and not every fight is going to go to the ground.
Pete, I believe Tank Abbott has a rebuttal.
Well, first of all, Mike Tyson doesn't have a prayer in hell.
I'm fascinated. I would love to know why. Why do you think that, brother? I would love to know.
It would be, when I was in high school, I could take him down. I wouldn't even to be issued. And what was the original thing that I was laughing at?
Pete said something about, what did you say, Pete, about stamina?
Boxers.
Yeah, stamina.
Yeah, stamina.
Ooh.
There's no comparison to stamina in wrestling as far as being the biggest cardiovascular thing you can do in a fight is wrestling, grappling. It's not even comparable. It's trust me, from some man that's been in a lot of fights. There's no conditioning, or you obviously have to run, you have to do your stuff, but boxing is, you're not dealing with somebody that's heavy or their body weight. Just say, for example, you're the same body weight. You have to pick that person up that's your body weight and throw them around and control them. In boxing, you're just throwing punches, and you can, if you're a striker, you could be kicking, you can do whatever. As long as you learn that skill and how to defend against it, there's no cardio. There's cardio involved, but nothing compares to wrestling.
But is it the same way? Let's say I'm talking about, like, let's say an amateur, somebody who's not a professional, MMA guy does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, not professional. Their training level is a lot different. Somebody compared to who's going into boxing, would the boxer, would their stamina be higher than the average MMA guy who's just getting into it, in your opinion, or is it professional level?
It depends. It depends on your cardio going into it. I mean, obviously, if you're going to be competitive at a sport, whether it be jiu-jitsu, wrestling, or boxing, depends on how much cardio you do. How many sprints do you run? How far do you run? What kind of cardiovascular exercises do you do to build your cardio? But if you're trying to build cardio just boxing, good luck to you. I mean, it's just throwing punches. Trust me, it gets tiring, but after you've done it for a while, you can go in there pretty much relaxed and not burn yourself out. But as far as wrestling somebody that's trying to take you down, throw you off your feet, and control you, that's hardcore, almost like weightlifting, many times, over and over and over.
Can't imagine.
It's resistance. It's constant resistance.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Where boxing is almost like jogging.
Yeah, and that's only specific to the case of stamina as presented by Pete. So this is an education. There's true. I do have a response to this, though, which is punching in the throat. You got to ask Howard's girlfriend for that. She'll give you the response for punching in the throat. She might help in that area. All right, Howard. So throat punch. There you go. Guys, again, this was Peaceful Pete, Jeremy London, David Tank Abbott, Howard Collado. Let's bring in our judges right now, as we are about to depart very, very soon. Giselle, who do you vote for and why?
Oh, this one's tough because you're automatically assigned the opposite. And even if you don't believe that, you have to make a case for it. Welcome to Wednesday night. This is what we do here. So I've been in that position before. I know how difficult that is. I know how hard and draining that can be. I love the choice of experienced Mike Tyson. That's fantastic. It's probably one of the best ways to go with this when you're put in that position. But ultimately, I am going to go with Mr. Abbott and Howard on this one. I really can't argue with every fight going to the ground and then having that bit of variety with using your arms and legs, and you've got hard styles and soft styles of martial arts. It's so whatever you know, all of that's going to come into play.
I'm sure you were intrigued by your fight choreographer, Giselle.
Yes.
So I'm sure you were intrigued by.
Oh, absolutely. yeah, I'm sure one day we'll have a chance to choreograph a fight between a boxer and someone who's wrestled. And then again, what wrestling style are we talking about? Are we talking Greco-Roman? Are we talking freestyle? Are we talking pro wrestling? Are we talking chain wrestling? Are we talking Pete? You look
MMA, right?
confused.
Me? No, because I know wrestling is tougher, but I was like, I had to go the opposite way. And I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh, please don't choke me out through the screen.
And I want everyone to know this. Like, David Tank Abbott, we got to talk about what he did in college. I mean, one of the best, an All-American in wrestling. So when people think of Tank Abbott, they think of the brawler, the guy who kicked some butt in the UFC, but there's a lot of technique in what you did. I know that there was a bit of the UFC wanted to start creating characters and personas, but you were too real for that. And I respect it.
That's where the name came from
Yeah.
Any Which Way But Loose Clint Eastwood movie, Tank Murdoch,
Right.
Street Fighter. So they thought.
And then you met Clint Eastwood too.
Oh yes, I have. But
Yeah.
The tank part of it, they gave me because they're trying to make a show. Because I went in there and I told them I was a wrestler, and I didn't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they were basically martial arts background-ish. And I said, I don't care. And they said, well, we want to call you Tank. We want to call you Tank, like Tank Murdoch, the street fighting legend. And I happened to say, I don't care what you call me. You call me Lucy.
Just open the cage door for me.
Yeah, as long as I could fight. And they said, okay, you're Tank Abbott. And I said,
okay.
How ridiculous is that? And then now, what is it, 25 years later, and they're still calling me Tank.
It sounds it works, man. It works.
Yeah.
It does work.
And then I have 3 national champion wrestlers in my family, and my uncle is in the Collegiate High School Wrestling Hall of Fame as a coach. Mike London in Oklahoma. So I knew what the answer was to this one from the jump. It's the wrestler. It's the wrestler. It's the grappler. It's the wrestler.
Jeremy, it makes sense. Oklahoma, Dan Gable, of course, it makes perfect sense.
That's my cousin Trent London.
He used to rip apples, like he used to break apples with like one hand and break them in half. But I want to say this too. Like this is important. I think to know. I think when the UFC was put together, it was initially built around the strengths of the Gracies.
Yeah,
yeah.
It was a martial arts thing, and it was kind of a commercial for the Gracies, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
That's what it was initially.
Right.
And they were the martial arts people, and they thought I was going to be an easy mark to beat up the street fighter from the street. So they were going to show everybody what happens to street fighters. And they found out that
I watched you live on pay-per-view like millions did, picking up a guy on your shoulders and trying to like get him, push him through the cage on top of the.
Well,
it was insane.
I was going to do it, but I didn't want to throw him over and then start all over again when he got.
Oh
back.
my god, it's brutal, man! Absolutely brutal. I love it, Jacques. I love the show tonight. Great guest, a lot of fun. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Let's bring in Mr. Sebastian and get his thoughts on this topic. Thank you, Giselle, and see who he votes for and why. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Hey, everyone. So for this one, when a guy with some of the quickest knockouts in history says an MMA fighter is a preferable route to go, I'm going to go with that guy. Just on personal experience. Mr. Abbott, you have a long career and a lot of fights under your belt, obviously. So I'm going to trust your opinion in this one. And then obviously Howard and Jeremy and everybody kind of jumping on board with, hey, wrestlers got it. In this case, it's overwhelming.
I think it's good to say in Tank we trust. I agree with you, Sebastian.
When it comes to fighting, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, I would concur. Thank you, my friend.
You want some lefty actor telling you about fighting? Come on, no.
Lefty actor, come on, man. You're awesome, man. Jeremy, you are a brainiac, and I'm telling you, man, the places you go, man, you guys are all just so incredibly deep about where you're going, and the way you're illustrating this live in real time. Not many people could do what you guys do. I think that right now we're down to our last topic, which is Pete, and then we're out of here. So, Pete, you selected the media. Here's my question for you, and we will see who wins this team challenge, the debut match of Jeremy London and Peaceful Pete. I like to call you Pistol Pete. I think of Pete Maravich. And, of course, David Abbott. Yeah, and Phil Justin. They won their first match. They're still undefeated. And Howard is filling in for Phil. Phil, get better. We appreciate you. Let us know how you're doing, my friend. Guys and gals and pals watching, please don't forget, I'll pull this up real fast. Hot and heavy. The second round of the TCAN Celebrity Tournament. Guys and gals, this Saturday night. What a matchup we have in store for you. We haven't had one missed episode, and because it takes 4 to 5 days to produce one, to not have a repeat or a rerun, I do take pride in that. We're talking 250 consecutive episodes, 2 to 4 different luminaries every Saturday night, 2 to 3 different topics every Saturday night. We're doing it. We're going to keep doing it. And, of course, the end of round 2 is on the horizon. Look at this lineup that we have on Saturday. We have got award-winning actor Robert Burke. What a fantastic person. We saw him in round number 1, Mr. Robert Burke. We have NBA and ABA Hall of Famer Artis Gilmore, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. And how about this? A mystery participant, a U.S. Olympic medal winning gymnast.
That's awesome.
So you want to talk about diversity. But the cool thing is, by topic number 2, we'll forget the accolades. We'll realize how we have a whole lot in common. That is Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, this Saturday, June 25th, on this YouTube channel. Pete, let me read you your topic, and then we'll find out who wins. Okay. Quoting Jefferson, he said, "Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost." So when the Bill of Rights was written, the authors were talking about newspapers and magazines. But today, the media landscape includes a staggering number of media platforms. But while the media technology might have changed, Pete, the fundamental ideas imbued in freedom of the press have not changed. The principle remains, unless otherwise restricted, for constitutional reasons, anyone can publish, or hit send, I guess, anything in media platforms. The word publish in this context means any data that is deliberately made available to the public through any media or by any means. In your opinion, here's the question: is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press? Is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press? Which way are you going to go? Any way you'd like. I'll put you backstage and you can think about that here. I do want to ask one final question because we'll get Jeremy's opinion on this and Howard and Tank's in a minute. So I'll ask something else. Jeremy, if there was a topic that you would pick every single time if it was presented to you, generally speaking, what would it be? And when I say general, I mean we can go surface level, U.S. history, current events, sports. What would there be one topic?
I think
you feel like
human condition.
The
human condition, probably.
Sure.
Psychology.
Ooh, okay.
Human behavior.
Sure.
That kind of stuff. I think
philosophy, perhaps.
Yeah, philosophy. Those kind of things. I think are the most interesting to me.
I like that. And
things that make me think. Things that make me think, and I like learning. I don't mind being wrong if I learn something. I really don't.
I learned a lot from you guys tonight. Like, I always think the best thing to do is to say I don't know. I love saying I don't know because then I might listen and know if I first admit that I don't. So coming into a conversation not knowing is the best thing in the world, I think. And then learning from others that do. Howard, if you had to pick a topic really quickly before Pete gets his thoughts organized, which would be your dream topic?
How do you find a balance between exhibiting what is healthy masculinity these days, and how do you at the same time hold space for vulnerability, and how can those two exist? I guess the suicide rate in this country is insane, and it's higher among men. And that's the issue I really want to look at. Why is it? And it's a lot of many reasons.
From a prevention standpoint?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay.
From a prevention standpoint, yeah. I think that issue.
That's casting a wide net, right? But yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. you know, and it's again, if men can't express themselves fully, and if we're, you know, conditioned to hold things in.
You just answered it. That's the answer. That's why.
Yeah.
Because we're conditioned to expect a level of specific masculinity that is supposed to be defined by, so you know, what masculinity meant in the past. Whenever men had to be cowboys and all of that stuff, things have changed, but you know, the sensibility of what it means to be a man in the eyes of other men hasn't. And so there's still all these rules that you're not allowed to cry, and you're not allowed to express yourself, and you're supposed to, you know, keep things in until you have a heart attack at 62. You know,
or we explode in violence, right?
Because anytime suppression suppression always leads to it eventually will explode. You know, you can only contain emotions for a finite amount of time before they get out of hand and you can't control them anymore.
That's totally true. Yeah, I agree with that. And Mr. Tank Abbott, if you can tackle a topic, which would it be? What would be the ideal topic for you to tackle?
I don't know. I think maybe going a little philosophical and delving into nihilism and maybe existential beliefs.
Sure.
Just what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah,
I
love it.
I concur. I agree with you. Yeah. Oh, got goosebumps. I was thinking about my second and last relationship. What the hell was I doing there? That's a different story for a different time. One divorce at a time.
Nihilism.
Yeah, nihilism. Yeah. I'll tackle divorces next Wednesday. Right now, let's bring in the peaceful one, Mr. Peaceful Pete. The floor is yours whenever you are ready to go, good sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Everybody, this is Trump. I just took a huge, beautiful fart. This is CNN, Anderson Cooper. And Trump has just farted, starting World War III and tanking the U.S. economy. This is Tucker Carlson from Fox News. The economy is great. Trump just farted. Eggs are down. Prices are down. Everything's great. Folks, that's the media for you right there. You get two different opinions on it's nothing to do with my topic, but it kind of blends into what the media is all about lately, because all opinions and what they think. But is the right to privacy more important than the freedom of the press? Well, then what do you consider news? Because that's kind of like that's like a fine line. You know, like you got TikTok, you got YouTube, you got Instagram. And so I would say this, you know, for celebrities, is it a fine line when something is news or privacy? So, you know, on the news, you'll hear like, oh, this celebrity so-and-so got divorced, or this person celebrity got injured. Is that someone's private life, or should that be blasted in the media? And then what you know, it's kind of like, so do you like children, you know, should they be part of any type of journalism? I like, for me personally, I think that's the fine line when it comes to kids. That should be private. Anything unless kids, you know, there are some little caveats to that, you know, like a kid's missing. Yeah, you need to blast that on the media. But if you're talking about someone's parents and you're blasting their kids at their home and you're showing them, I'm like, that's where the fine line is. Like, that should be private. Also, you know, public figures, you know, it's like a lot of public figures who are, you know, like, you know, senators, congressmen, you know, they're always, you got people on, you know, videoing them all the time and trying to ask them questions. Now for them, they're like, okay, I'm not going to take any questions at this time. So in my opinion, you're a public figure. You're always in the spotlight. So there's no real fine line between that privacy, because you're always in the public eye. And I know some people might say the same thing about celebrities, but a lot of celebrities, you know, they seem to be private and they don't like being, you know, too out there, even though their career kind of puts them out there. And another thing, you know, private citizens going around using their phones to do news out in the street. Now, is that considered journalism? When you go out, let's say you're filming, for example, you're filming police, and is that considered journalism or like a type of freelancing? I mean, because that you're interfering with somebody's job. So to me, that's not really journalism in my opinion. This is a very it's a very tough topic because it's telling somebody who's trying to let's say video an event that's going on out there in the world, and you standing in the background, you're like, hey, I don't want to get in this video, but you're involved in that little scenario that's going on. So does that involve someone's private life, or does that involve is that journalism? Can that person say like, hey, I don't want to be in this, even though now they're blasted on social media and other different types of platform? It's difficult to answer a question as to like what that fine line is and what's more important, telling the news or respecting somebody's private life. And
gather, assess, create, and disseminate. That's what we do with information all the time.
Yes.
The journalists have to gather the information by researching it. Then they assess the information, which is similar to screenwriting. I've got to go through a 3-draft process before I submit. I have to. Once you assess the information, you're creating the content via news articles, broadcast segments. There's different ways of doing it. And then you disseminate the information. You distribute your work through so many channels, such as newspapers and magazines and radio and TV. And when you disseminate that information, that's when it's not yours anymore. You give it up.
Yeah.
That information doesn't belong to you anymore. And in a way, it kind of sucks because you put so much time in gathering this information, in assessing the information, in creating the content for the information, and then you disseminate the information. It's no longer yours. You turn it over to the public, and then they have to make it their truth. They have to make it their truth. And I think you hit upon that really well. I'm going to ask Mr. Jeremy London if he wants to tackle this topic. This was Pete's topic, of course. I'll read it to you, Mr. London, good sir. Again, is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press?
Well, what's the press?
That's
what's the press? What's media? What counts?
That is a good question today.
Yeah. First of all, it's all driven by virality anymore. What goes viral is what becomes news. What can you sensationalize? That's what becomes news. If it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead. That's all they care about. If you were to go sort of statistically back to the history and do a sort of a rundown of what used to be in the news versus what is now in the news, it's ridiculous. Everything is murders and robberies and it's all fear. 99% of news now is fear-based stuff, rather than community growing and outreach and all of these other things. It's all based on it's driven by virality, no matter what it is. And then you get people that are influencers who are being led into the White House press room.
Yes.
Given access to national privilege because they have a million followers on a platform, a social media platform. So what's the media? What is the media? I don't know if there's a pure answer for something like this, because I don't think that we understand what it even is anymore. The 24-hour news cycle drives everything. And so you have to keep things sensationalized, and you have to keep repeating things and regurgitating things and, glamorizing and glorifying stupidity and platforming opinions, people that should be reporting the news. Instead, they're giving you their opinion. It's all just based around how many likes can we drive, and how many views can we drive to the.
And look, you're right, because is it as different as popping a rating back in the day? To an extent, it is, because there's a shift. Now we're seeing a shift towards personalized, data-driven competition for audience attention. And the rise of owned media networks has made it even more dangerous because consumers are engaging with media in micro moments.
Right.
And that's dangerous because the information we're divulging cannot be micro momented. We can't shortchange news. We shouldn't shortchange information, but we have to because it has to fit the very mold of what media outlets are producing and providing now, which is snippets, sound bites, which lead to higher views, more clicks, more downloads, because our attention span obviously is the size of an ant, and it's getting dumbed down even more. So my problem is, like, moving forward, will the human of 2045 be able to digest the long form? That's scary. The long form, the long news, the long broadcasts, the entire New York Times. It's becoming a sign of the times right now, but a thing of the past, something of a bygone era. It's very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad.
I watch people in the airport. I travel a lot. I watch people in the airports on their phones, and people. This is how people watch. This is how people all day long. 1 minute, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second of information, 1 second of information.
Yeah.
Beep. There's my boom. I posted that. That's going to be forever now my political opinion because I posted it. I scrolled it. Boom. Posted it. That's now my political opinion.
Yeah, we worship the gods of TikTok. We worship the gods of TikTok, which is scary. Why do we use TikTok like our library, which is not being used because no one's in a library anymore, and that's pretty scary in of its own. But going back to the media,
we microdose knowledge. We
microdose knowledge.
It's unbelievable.
Idiocracy. We saw that film, and it's happening before our very eyes. Maybe that's life imitating art. I mean, if you call it that. But yeah, evolving advertising. That's the thing too. Is like now, digital advertising is there to support brand building. So now you've got the brands. Now there's another layer and component to this. Now you've got the brands who are trying to tell their truth, and if their truth doesn't align with an opinion that's multifaceted, they won't have sponsors like Progresso, or they want to have one singular truth that's represented by the hand that feeds them. Pretty scary stuff. Howard, my friend, and Mr.
Before Howard goes on, can I just interject a little bit? So then what is considered a journalist nowadays? So anyone, so you to influencers and random people. So if journalism has changed, and we talk about like privacy and freedom of the press. So if I'm let's say this person, I'm there filming news. Here's all my fans on TikTok, and now I caught a whole bunch of evidence on my phone. Now, do I have a right as a private citizen being, hey, I don't want you touching my phone. I'm a private citizen. I'm not really a journalist. Or do I have the rights of...
Well, does that make you a sleuth, an internet sleuth, or does that make you a journalist?
It depends on what the definition is. Because if I'm...
Well, have you done... Well, I clearly said this. Though. We're talking about this again. Did you gather the information? Did you assess the information? Did you create the content? Did you disseminate the information? If you didn't do that, it's of my humble opinion that you're not a journalist.
Okay, so then their stuff would not be protected under freedom of the press.
It might be more than hearsay, but did they go through those steps? Because you got to filter some of this stuff out. Remember, doing your due diligence is only part of what makes you a journalist. How do you assess the information? And you're provided those tools in school. You are provided that. Unfortunately, those tools are sitting in some toolbox, never to be used again, which sucks. So they're capable of being the journalists that we hope they could be, but they're not. And that's kind of part of a failing society that we're seeing. Howard and Mr. Tank Abbott, would you guys like to jump in on this topic?
Yeah. If you don't mind. So you brought something up, Pete, that was interesting because you talked about, politicians, right? Politicians are essentially, they work for us in some world, some faraway world. At some point, they worked for us, right? We vote them in. Now, if a politician is doing something illegal, and the evidence of that could only be determined through text messages, and let's just say these text messages come into the hands of a journalist, does a journalist have the freedom to expose this information? Because doesn't it affect a voter? If I want to be informed about the person I'm going to vote for, and if there's evidence that suggesting that this guy, whoever the politician is not, he's doing illegal activity.
Well, they're a public servant, so they nothing they do is private. Even outside their work, they have to be above everybody. So yeah, I don't for that. There's no privacy into what they do because they're public servant. We voted for them.
As a politician, I agree with him 100%.
Every text that a politician sends can be essentially assessed. It could be taken into evidence for something. I'm asking the question.
I believe so. Yes, and I think that happened recently with that text messages between the
Hegseth, the SecDef, Secretary of Defense.
He added a journalist on there. He blasted all that information on there. I was like, but he was in his right to because he was a part of that message chain. And these are public servants. And
Howard, are you speaking about journalistic integrity?
I guess what I'm saying is the question.
I don't understand what the question.
Yeah, I guess the question I was posing is: does a journalist have the right to then expose that information? And what
it was the journalist.
What do you mean expose?
It was absolutely the journalist's duty to say, "Hey, they just sent me war plans on my phone." It was his duty to do.
Howard,
so,
yeah,
yes.
Watergate, Howard.
Yeah,
Watergate, right?
Yeah.
I want you to watch a movie called All the President's Men. It's an incredible film. It'll break things down to you probably as succinctly as possible to answer that question. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so I guess again, if you apply the same example to, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, just for the sake of conversation. If there's a particular artist, musician that exhibits a certain clean image, these are the things that I represent. Truth, purity, whatever the case is, and that's not necessarily the life they lead. Is it?
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I like how when I teach workshops, I like to place emphasis on one word per sentence.
Yeah.
The word here is right. Mm-hmm. Is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press?
Yeah.
Is the right?
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press?
Is it the privacy of a politician or the privacy of a citizen?
Someone in the public sector.
Someone
in the public sector.
If you vote for them, and they represent you.
Let's say you are voting for them. Yeah, sure.
I think it's all on the table. They have to be open books and transparent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with Jeremy there. They have to be. You're a public servant.
Their values matter. Their values represent your values. You're hoping their values represent your values.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm going to kick it over to Mr. Tank Abbott for the final opinion of the night, and then we will tally this thing, and we will be out of here and find out who won. Mr. Abbott, in your words, and your thoughts and opinions, is the right to privacy more important than freedom of the press?
Wow. I don't know about that one. Who wants to know about anybody's privacy anyways? But so, I guess you could say it should be. I don't, that kind of almost gets into some kind of moral situation. It just depends. Everybody's got valid points, so it's kind of hard to make a blanket statement and say and apply it to everything. For me, anyways. And so,
well, let's break it down to something pretty basic. The right to privacy, meaning someone in the public sector. Yeah. Someone that in this particular situation is lambasting the media for being able to air out their dirty laundry, right?
Right. Someone
who's Nixon did that. He was pushing, shoving reporters at the end of his presidency while watching George C. Scott in Patton. He was watching that movie 3 times a day. Nixon was losing his mind. He threw his entire cabinet under the bus. He threw, oh gosh almighty, poor Spiro Agnew. He tossed him there under the bus, and he thought they'd go away, and the media never went away. They wanted his ass. Right. They were going after Nixon, the head honcho. So in that case, right, someone in the public sector, do you think their privacy is more important than the freedom that the press has to tell their story from top to bottom?
Yeah, as long as it's factual. I mean, and wow, how much business is other people's business? you know, and these guys like say, hey, well, you voted for them and they're running for you, you should know.
Yeah.
But how much do you want to know?
I love that. How much do you want to know?
Yeah.
That's another.
Only if it affects policy. Only
Yeah.
if it affects policy. If it's personal, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Yeah,
If it affects policy, that's what I care about.
Who cares who you're sleeping with or what you're doing, and as long as it's not nefarious, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes it can interweave. It could bleed into both. And I see what you're saying,
Right.
though. But that's yeah. Man, I want to bring in our judges right now, and we're going to find out who won this particular match, of course. Guys and gals, thanks for sticking with us. Giselle, who do you vote for and why?
Oh gosh, I love this one, especially because there's no outright stated guaranteed right to privacy in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. There are amendments that deal with private life. And I also think because of our technological advances, what we think of as privacy, what we think of as a private life has changed over time, as have many other things since the founding of the United States. And I know we do have some international viewers, and this has been very US centric tonight. So if you have any opinions or thoughts on your countries and how they deal with this, leave those in the comments too, because that would be really fascinating to see and hear on how other countries view this. But again, the right to freedom of the press was an amendment put in there to guarantee that we wouldn't become one of those monarchies that we had just fought for independence from. And for this topic, I am going with Jeremy London and Pete. The rebuttals didn't really add anything to the conversation for me. It didn't give a new perspective, and you two were just a little bit more detailed and fine-tuned in your responses.
Appreciate that, Giselle. Thank you
Thanks,
for
Giselle.
your vote.
Thank you, Giselle.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Sebastian. Sebastian, my friend, unmute your mic. You are up on screen. Floor is yours.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? This was a challenging topic, just for me to kind of think about or ponder. And some
That's
things
good.
that came to mind here was...
I want you to hate me by the time this is over.
Oh, no worries. No, it's pretty obvious.
Impossible.
So as far as like thinking about the point of the press, like what's the media here for? Some notes that I took, they're there to provide information, facilitate debate, educating the public, and holding power accountable. Okay, so I would say that just from kind of evaluating some of everyone's perspective here, right? So who is the media? And that's one piece, right? So considering what you said, Avi, gathering, assessing, creating, and disseminating information, if the correct media is basically living up to providing info, holding power accountable, facilitating debate, and educating the public, they are in the right. But one thing that kind of everyone brought up was they didn't care about what they did in their personal life. They didn't want to hear about their children or anything very specific to them. So in a sense, the whole panel here is kind of saying that they do agree to the right of privacy because that is privacy. If that makes sense to you.
It does.
I would say in this sense, Peaceful Pete and Jeremy kind of resonated more for me. But I would say as a panel, we're kind of all agreeing on the same thing. Yes, is it important to protect the public and get information out that's needed? But on the other side, when it comes to people's personal lives, it's really irrelevant and it shouldn't be considered.
And you brought up, and I like how you brought this up. We all might be expressing the same viewpoints in a different fashion. And Giselle brought up our international viewers. To them, I apologize for not pronouncing it as privacy. Guys and gals, that was Sebastian. Let's bring Giselle in here. That is all she wrote. Right now, I'm looking at this tally. I see your votes in the comments section as well. This thing was close. It was close. But guys and gals and pals, right now, again, Phil Justin, we know you'll be back with Mr. Tank Abbott, and your team will rock and roll. Jeremy London and Peaceful Pete win this one. They go 1-0 in the standings. An incredible job by all four men. Peaceful Pete, Howard Collado, David Tank Abbott, Jeremy London. Incredible stuff here. Again, this reflects in the standings, but I'd like to think that we strengthened our bond as friends. That's a pretty cool thing. Book of the day, book of the night. If you guys get a chance to go to the library, Make sure they're Rusty and Dusty. To Kill a Mockingbird. Pick it up. Harper Lee, a great one. You'll be fascinated by it if you haven't read it before. Pick up them books. They're just sitting there waiting for you to be read, I think.
I throw in a little bit. The very first movie that my brother and I worked on was The Man in the Moon, directed by the same guy that directed To Kill a Mockingbird.
That's amazing.
The first director I got to work with in this business, like really big, directed To Kill a Mockingbird.
Right. That really kind of made you go like, whoa, this is amazing.
Isn't that
I know.
cool?
That's so cool.
So cool.
Thank you so much, Jacques. Thank you so much, Natalie, as well. We appreciate you guys in the comments section, the unsung heroes who make this thing go. Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time, this June 28th. It'll be the final Saturday of June. We have award-winning actor Robert Burke. We also have one of the greatest NBA and ABA Hall of Famers of all time, Artis Gilmore, and a mystery guest. Guys, the hints, we will provide them in our posts. You can, if you predict the mystery participant, you win $1,000. That could be anybody. That could be the panel. If they predict who the mystery participant is, they can win $1,000. Why not? So we've done that before. Good night to all. Anything you guys want to let each other know before we depart? Jeremy to Tank, to Howard, to Pete, Sebastian, anything. I'll zip the old lip. Anything you guys want to say to each other?
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. This was a good time. Jeremy, we make an awesome team.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I do agree. But I love hearing what everybody had to say. And I would have been happy having everybody. I'm very, very happy with my teammate. And I'm thank you guys for staying with us for almost 3 hours and doing this.
Incredible.
Everybody that stuck around to do this. It really, truly kind of blows my mind every time when we can get this many people together, thinking, mind melding, positive, not having to agree all the time with everything, but not getting ugly about it. And not, it's just, I feel like it's a microcosm of what it could be.
Thank you, brother. You had a nice time, my friend?
I had a wonderful time, always.
You're a blast, man. You give me a ton of hope. Mr. David Tankab, you had a nice time, my friend?
Absolutely. It was all cool. Everybody's cool. Having a good time.
Are you waiting for Phil to come back?
Hopefully he's doing well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
got a lot of respect.
All of our best. All of our best,
Phil. Yeah. Absolutely. Guys, hey, we're going to sign out right now in about 3 seconds. Be the best version of yourselves. And if you can't be, don't beat yourself up. Enjoy yourselves and love thy neighbor. Good night.